friends on the Towel YouTube, good morning. It is wonderful to see you. Have you considered the fact that I am a towel? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's wonderful to see you today. I am a towel in a suit, and I have my blue-collared shirt on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is one of those days. I can already sense it coming. Oh, goodness, little towels. Oh, goodness. Let me fix your comments. As you can see, I was watching Al Jazeera English earlier. There is a lot going on in the world, but that's not what we're talking about on Towel Stream, my dear friends. No, we are here to chat with the towel friends, to find solace with each other, to be relaxed, and to await the verdict, my dear friends. So, look how easy to read your towel comments are. I am such a useful towel. There you go. Good morning, Paisley Park. Good morning, Super Towelette Jew Drops. Good morning, Discerning the Truth, and Diana Natale. And good morning, Harvard Yad. And good morning, Wicked Uma, my dear sweet friend. And TB2. And, Murder by Maestro is here. Oh, goodness. And Colorbox 101. And my dear towel friend, Alana. And her Super Towel Service Dog. Towel sends fluffy towel hugs to you from all the way in Boston. You are loved and appreciated, my dear friends. And both of you are Super Towels, even the Super Towel Doggo, who I'm sure knows that I'm talking to them. Ladies and gentlemen, hello to Jew Drops and Kiki and Riri. I know Kiki and Riri are going to be thrilled that I'm saying hello, and they're probably excited to go say hello to their Super Towelette mom, Jew Drops. Oh, good morning, Barbara. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on Verdict Watch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I'm a backwards hat-wearing towel. I always give a few minutes for folks to come in the morning. We have some things to go over. I think TB2 was asking me to talk a little bit about the sternness of the judge in the P. Diddy case for an alleged media leak from, I think, probably the defense in that case about something discussed at Sidebar about a juror. We can absolutely talk about that. Hello, Deaf Otter. Good morning. We have a few things that I want to talk about this morning, actually, ladies and gentlemen. So the first thing, there was a video from Trumpia Lightning yesterday, which I forgot to copy and paste the link to. So Trumpia Lightning, if you hear this, I forgot to paste the link, and now I forgot what we were going to watch. Deaf Otter has asked for, and I think this is something a lot of folks will be doing today, a non-denominational prayer. So we're going to do that to start the morning. And then Harvard Yad has asked that if there is a verdict today, either way, we stick around, and I immediately launch a special panel, which Harvard Yard will be on. Oh, yay, Kiki and Riri, love Grant. I am a towel. Hi, Kiki and Riri. I love you as well. You are super towels. You are technically towels because when you go out in the rain, you absorb the rain, so you are towels. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a post-verdict panel. If it's just me and Harvard Yard, that's absolutely wonderful, but I would like to invite some of you. Towel shall be the arbiter, but for the most part, if you're interested, it can be audio or video or both. You pick. Well, you can't just do video because we wouldn't be able to hear you unless you speak sign language, in which case I don't think I can get an interpreter, but if we have someone who knows sign language and you only speak sign language, maybe we can have you on the panel. I'm sorry, it's like 6 hours notice. I would love to speak sign language. I'm not there yet. I only speak a few languages. Sign language is not one of them. I'd love to learn, though. Please reach out if you can teach me. Needless to say, if you want to join with audio, that's great. If you want to turn your video on, we will do a panel. We'll talk about the verdict. Everything is going to be okay, and I think the jury is getting close. So, as I mentioned, if you want to be on that panel, that's great. And I'd be happy to talk with you. I think it'll be, no matter what the verdict is, a good opportunity for those of us who invested so many hours of our lives, and we've met so many friends during the course of this journey to decompress. And also remember, folks, it's one thing to watch a trial, okay, and to be so committed, and honorably so, to getting justice for John O'Keefe and his family. It's another thing entirely to have formed connections in a community and found something that gives one's day-to-day life worth meaning. And I'm not just talking about myself. I think a lot of you as well during this process have found friends here, have found a network of support here, have found compassion here, have found hope for a better tomorrow. That's something I think that is very precious. So I want you to keep in your hearts, no matter what the outcome. no matter guilt, hung jury, whatever it may be, compromise verdict, you have made over this journey substantial connections, and that human element is something that is a redemptive arc among the otherwise concrete panels of chaos and torment that have defined this case. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, maybe the lesson, the moral lesson, is remembering John, remembering justice for John, achieving justice for John O'Keefe, and forming those human bonds of connection that bring solace in even the most difficult moments, is a beautiful flower that can grow from the panels of concrete, even amongst the most agonizing chaos. That, ladies and gentlemen, is something to be proud of. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. And now I think it is an appropriate moment for us to do our non-denominational towel prayer. Now, I have never, and this is not to become a church, that would be idolatry. I am a towel. Do not follow me. Think for yourselves. I am a towel. Use the form of how you are taught on this feed and learn on this feed to consume information to empower yourself and empower coach in public discourse, and thus ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government by self-interested actors around the world. Okay. With that preface, do not follow me. This is not a church. I do not condone idolatry, especially involving me. All right. So, let's see if we can do this. This is a very important non-denominational prayer. I did not prepare in advance because I don't think it would be authentic to my feelings or the way I deliver these kind of things were I to engage in preparation. It has to be in the moment. It has to be what I feel. Okay. So, I appreciate those of you who have gathered and come with us along this journey. I think it started with jury selection or initial voir dires back on April 23rd, maybe earlier, of 2025. Whether you joined us for the whole 60 days almost, whether you joined us along the way, this has been an experience in the rise and fall of human morality and re-rise, hopefully. It's been a shared experience where we have seen the very best and the very worst of the human condition clash on an international scene with eyes glued to television screens. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow towels, one thing that we can all come to center around, which was previewed a little bit in my prologue earlier, is the human connections we have made along the way. Hopefully, the human connections that have given the O'Keefe family and the witnesses during these harrowing moments some semblance of solace among what is otherwise a sea of pensive anxiety and torment. And in those moments, ladies and gentlemen, like waves crashing over a shipwreck in a storm, I hope that we can bow our heads or take a moment or close our eyes and pray in silence, non-denominationally though it may be, spiritually, fundamentally though it may be, for those brief moments of solace for the O'Keefe family and those involved in this trial as witnesses and the state, to become more permanent by virtue of the rendering of a verdict today that furthers the cause of justice, that holds Karen Reed accountable for the allegations which she faces as to the death of John O'Keefe, and which sends a message to this wider legal system and public arena of discussion that trials are to be fought in the courtroom, that human lives have meaning beyond mere proxies in larger political battles of will, and, perhaps most importantly, let us pray that in that coming together and in those moments of solace, the pages of history, fickle and still drying though they may be, come to be defined by Karen Reed being held accountable for John O'Keefe's death, by the spirit of compassion and love that permeates, suppressed though it may be, throughout both sides of this case. And regardless of the outcome of this verdict, although we pray for at least one guilty verdict more than OUI for Karen Read, let us remember that life will move forward, and it is how we react, humble in victory and gracious in defeat, that will define the legacy of this trial, of ourselves as human beings, and more importantly, the integrity of our system of justice. The message cannot be sent, my dear friends, that poisoning a jury pool and weaponizing public relations can free from penalty and repentance the well-connected and familially dependent. I pray, ladies and gentlemen, that on this day, the opposite occurs. Justice is delivered, and let us all take just a few seconds to contemplate that outcome which so many of us wish will happen, a guilty verdict on a count higher than OUI for Karen Read, and justice for John O'Keefe. Thank you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I appreciate your indulgence. That was a special request from Super Towel Deathwater, commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe, and I thought it appropriate to take a moment to do that non-denominational prayer. And I appreciate those of you who were so kind as to listen. Sorry I had to close my eyes. I know some of you made some very touching comments. I'm seeing them now. Harvard Yard, Super Towel hugs to you. But you have to let the words flow in those moments, ladies and gentlemen, and sometimes closing one's eyes is the best way to make sure that the mind is focused entirely on what the heart feels. I don't think just having pure dominance of the cognition over the heart is a very fulfilling way to live. I think there's a symbiotic relationship between the brain and the heart. It's really a holy trinity, the brain, the heart, and the body, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. And I think you can allow the feelings of the heart to channel through, or the soul to channel through the cerebral mind. Likewise, I think you can allow it, if you're really in control of yourself, have the cerebral mind tell the soul or heart the wider context of what it's experiencing, and thus pacify its limited scope of understanding. But by the same token, our brain is limited by the five senses, okay? Our five temporal senses, where we can see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. Our soul and our heart is not. And so there are things, it's kind of like if we were trying to understand a tesseract, a 4D shape, which is a nested cube, leaving an imprint on a 3D world. By analogy, think about an apple from the 3D world being sliced thin and then leaving an imprint on the 2D world. Our minds are trying to understand something in our hearts and souls that is fundamentally beyond the ability of the five senses to process. I think it's very important for a number of reasons that our cognition cannot process or systematize these feelings for a number of reasons. One, it would turn into a discipline. It would become like public relations on steroids, and there would be mass manipulation on levels we've never seen before. Even our five senses, the cognitive mind, can be manipulated through mass propaganda in a way that is incredibly dangerous. If emotional manipulation. And this is why Freud and Jung and some of the other mass psychologists of mind were so dangerous. If it ever came to be possible that we could codify through our temporal senses an understanding of the machinations of the heart and soul, we would become vassals. We would become manipulated vassals for centralized structures of control. The only thing that asserts our autonomy is the fact that there's this symbiotic relationship between heart and mind, which is beyond our five senses and informs our spiritual and moral core. And as long as you can recognize that constant symbiotic flow, right? So it's not just the brain telling the heart and the soul what's going on, but letting the brain, with no interruptions and with no qualifications, interpret what the heart is saying and express it authentically. If you can do both of those things symbiotically, that is the epitome of human flourishing. Truly, you want to talk about eudaimonia in the ancient Greek or summum bonum in the Latin. If you can do that, you have found your human flourishing as a towel. And I appreciate you. Yes, no, exactly, Murder by Maestro. But if you see what I'm saying, there's a specific discipline for cognitive manipulation. You can study Edward Bernays or Jung or Sigmund Freud. Really what happened was Sigmund Freud invented the discipline, as you know, of kind of like psychoanalytic framework, the framework of psychoanalysis. But what happened was Freud was like this poor guy in Austria. He didn't really have a lot of money. So his nephew sent him over to, Freud sent his nephew over to America in the 20s. And Freud's nephew, this is actually incredibly important. It helps explain the origins of the Karen Reed PR apparatus, although in a very more rudimentary format. So in the 1920s, Sigmund Freud's nephew, Edward Bernays, goes over to America, and Uncle Sigmund is very poor, okay? He's very, very poor. And so Sigmund says, I want to keep publishing my works on psychoanalysis, and apparently he wanted to buy more, white powder for his nose. He had to powder his nose. He wore a lot of makeup. Let's say that, okay, by analogy. So Sigmund Freud needs a lot of powder to powder his nose because it was popular in the time to wear makeup in Vienna. I don't know. I don't have time to explain. Anyway, and so Bernays goes over to America and he meets up with these cigarette companies. Now, to give you some historical context here, leading up to the 1920s in America, it was very unfashionable for women to smoke. Have you ever seen pictures from the old school of women wearing gloves, like lace gloves, and then holding a long plastic filter on a cigarette? That was not because it was fashionable to do that, although it did become a fashion statement inadvertently. The real intent of that was it was uncouth for women's hands to touch cigarettes. And so you had to wear a glove, and ideally you used a long plastic filter so the cigarette was as far away from your hand as a woman as possible. I don't understand. We had very weird social customs in America in the 20s. But Edward Bernays comes along and says, listen, cigarette companies, my uncle over in Europe, he's got this mass psychology of mind thing here. Have you ever thought about the fact that you're missing out on half your domestic market sphere, domestic market in the U.S. because women, it's like unfashionable or immoral for women to smoke cigarettes? And then, what Edward Bernays said? He said, and have you thought about this rising flappers movement? Women just got the right to vote. The amendment just passed in 1919 or 1920, whatever it was. And now we have a situation where the flappers are sort of rising up. They're liberated. They're dancing the Charleston. It's a movement. So Bernays says to the cigarette companies, listen, let's put flappers, okay, women's liberationists. Let's pay them. Let's put them in the Thanksgiving Day parade, and let's have them holding cigarettes without gloves or filters. And when people ask, let's have them with signs saying these are our torches of freedom. So do you see how that discipline of public relations was born? Edward Bernays said, listen, women's liberation is a cause. You want to sell more cigarettes, so why not just attach the idea of cigarettes being the embodiment of women's liberation because of this old social custom being shattered and sell it as torches of freedom? Okay, that's really, really manipulative, and although they got their market share, they also killed a lot of people. So that was very manipulative, but it's the origin of the cognitive discipline of psychological manipulation on a mass scale. That's Edward Bernays. Okay, you can trace it directly to that situation, and you really can trace it to Freud. But really, it's Bernays' weaponization, and the insight here is that Bernays codified the discipline of the human mind. Bernays took Freud's psychoanalytic framework, studied our cognitive mind, and then manipulated manipulated it. So I have a theory, although I don't know if this is ever going to bear out, that what happened was there was a biological adaptation among the human species to this wide-scale cognitive manipulation. We spent so much time in this manipulated cognitive bubble by virtue of this discipline of propaganda that over time, although it was very codified and systematized, we developed our own, and the internet definitely played a role in the emergence of this new consciousness onto the world scene. We developed internalized mechanisms to undercut the cognitive manipulation. Now, the key, and what I was talking about to start this soliloquy, is the key to understanding why these mechanisms of insulation, why these non-temporal mechanisms of insulation from cognitive manipulation are so key to understanding the emerging human condition in this new epoch, digital epoch. It is because there's this inherent part of our soul and our hearts which cannot actually be understood in the way that our traditional five senses understand it. So think of it as like a corollary to a dimension. Like, we know there are other dimensions, but we're limited to 3 dimensions. Like I was saying, like a tesseract, we can't actually see it. We see a 3D imprint. So we only understand through our five senses like 1/5, I'm sure, or less of the amount of information we're accepting into our body, energetically, whatever, spiritually, non-temporally. That's what I would say. So these pathways of information coming in have not yet been studied. They're very resistant to codification, and I think they represent a biological adaptation within the human body to decades of cognitive manipulation of our 5 temporal senses. And in turn, I think that's why the insight about having a symbiotic mastery of what the soul and the heart are telling the mind, which we're never going to be able to really explain, but just being able to know what it's saying and express it, coupled with having the mind strong enough cognitively and cerebrally to control the non-constrained machinations of the emotional and spiritual and heart-based existences of our lives. So you see what I'm saying? There's a symbiosis there that when it's kind of like what I think Hank Brennan's driving at with his feet towels that are black and white. The checkerboard, the duality of human existence, is more than just the tension between our emotional self, or our cognitive self, and our emotional self. It's actually this complex trinity and symbiosis, and a state of stoic dualism really reflects not just suppressing our emotional and spiritual state or suppressing our body, but allowing them to live in harmony with our cognitive mind, and ideally developing our rhetorical skills and syntactical precision to the point where we can express both types of thought, analytical thought and spiritual and emotional thought, in similar words, in order to convey the key insights that we're learning from both parts of our body. That's my opinion. So yes, how did I do? Oh, sorry, TB2. I think the simplest explanation I can give is that if you're thinking about chakras or something like that, like we have a pathway between our brain and our heart and our soul. And I fully believe that this pathway flows both ways. So there are times when our conscious mind is strong enough, our what we think is strong enough to tell our heart and our soul, hey, you're not reacting right to something right now, or that you're reacting because of the firing of neurons and not because of what's actually occurring. You're living in the future, making things up, things like that. You know, you're living in a world that is not real, okay? But you feel that it is real. So that's mastery of the cerebral brain over the emotional state. So you'll never allow your emotions to create a false reality and make incorrect decisions. That is one form of mastery of life, of our existence in these bodies, these vessels. But the second form is even more important, and that is being able to detect when your heart or soul is saying something very authentic that is not the result of neurons misfiring or some emotional dysfunction or dysregulation, and being able to allow your cerebral brain to shut itself off and just allow what's in the heart and soul to be expressed. That's the most difficult. It's not just this one-way command of the cerebral mind over the heart and soul is difficult enough. Almost all of emotional dysfunction comes from the fact that people have, and it's a very hard thing to do, a difficult time mastering what their cerebral mind is telling their heart or soul. But to really reach your, and I was to call it human flourishing or your greatest good, your eudaimonia in the ancient Greek, or your summum bonum in the Latin, I was saying, TB2 as a simplified version of this, that there's a complementary process where you can let your heart and soul be expressed through your cerebral mind and your executive function, your speech, your writing. But you have to know when those moments are authentic in order to let your mind channel what's in your heart. Otherwise, and this is why it's so complicated, if you just constantly were going around based on what your heart was saying and what you were feeling, you would make terrible life decisions because your cerebral mind would not be guiding and binding a larger overall structure for your life. Likewise, if you just lived analytically, if you just were like, okay, life is an outline, I'm going to follow it, I'm going to be ruthless, you would have a terrible existence. So it's this dualistic complement between our analytical mind's ability to structure things and then our heart's ability to tell us things in moments that are not driven by misfiring or emotional dysregulation. Letting those two flow, that is human existence manifest. If you can master that, you will live a balanced life, which is, I'm pretty sure, what Balinese dualism is all about. Oh, good morning. Yeah, I agree. It's not that complicated. I just think sometimes Towel uses very precising definitions in the context of like a specific philosophical tradition that dates back to the pre-Socratics. So I talk about, like, most people would not say eudaimonia or summum bonum, but if you read Aristotle or like the metaphysics, or if you read or Aristotle's physics or his De Anima on the soul, that's a great book, or if you read, any of the Socratic dialogues written by Plato, you're going to see this verbiage over and over and over and over again, and it's because I think it's a unifying theme of exploration of the internal human, the functioning of the body and the mind and the soul. It's been, in fact, I'm pretty sure the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, is an encoded analogy within the Bible for exactly this thing. Where it gets perverted and goes wrong, though, not in the church, but in the wider world, is some people say, and this is like a Freemasonic kind of, I think it's kind of a cult. I think it kind of is anti-divine. It kind of denies like an external God. I don't really like it. But some people can believe it, whatever. But some people believe that if you're smart enough to understand what I just said about the mastery of mind over soul, and then also the mastery of soul over mind in a complementary format, then you therefore are a god within yourself. I don't believe that. I think that's incredibly dangerous. I think it justifies very dangerous behavior. It's a terrible philosophy. I think we should eradicate it from this earth, rip it up, shatter it, scatter to the wind like a million little pieces. It's antithetical to human autonomy. It's extremely dangerous, and it's the root of most evil in the world. People who believe that just we within ourselves are a god and there's nothing else. I don't believe that. I truly believe that there's an external divine. We are just conduits to receive information, and therefore that's where everything kind of got thrown off. There was a time in history when this sort of occult belief system emerged to counter the rise of the church and other religious systems. And that occult belief system has very strong influence in systems of power. It's all permeated throughout the government, throughout financial establishments, the military, it doesn't matter. And not the rank and file, the chain of command. And they all believe in this like internalized, like if I can master the symbiotic relationship between the brain and the soul or the heart, then I am the master of the universe. I have to answer to no one. That to me is disgusting. A deontological based framework where we act from a place where we only act from a place where we could will our decisions and actions as a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times. Duty-based deontological ethics. That's really the apotheosis of the mind and soul, living beyond one's self. It's creating principles from that mastery of self that reflect the shared nature of this world and all of our different worldviews. That's the beauty of it. And so I really get worried, and I think Alan Jackson is in that weird world because, like, it's all Hollywood. So the government is Hollywood. All the world's a stage, okay? I really worry that a lot of it comes from that sort of belief, very selfish, egotistical belief that there is no external divine. If more people would just be willing to, especially in that world of power, accept an external divine, and I'm not saying which one they have to accept, there'd be less egoism, and I think there'd be a brighter future. I hope, Towels, Max Weberian-style sociopolitical explication of the role of the mass manipulation of mind over the past 100 years has been useful. I'm sorry I went on a bit of a tangent. I am a towel. So, but that was a very interesting, hold on, Diana, I can't just play things. I'm sorry. If you just put a link in the chat, I have to screen it. Oh, it's an open letter to Miss O'Keefe. That's very nice. I'd love to play it, Diana, but it's a song, unfortunately, so that can actually result in the whole audio going out. So let me screen it, see if I can check if the audio will get screened. I love that you shared it. Please, you can share the link again. Just say wonderful tribute to Miss O'Keefe, and people can watch it. I need a little bit of time to screen to determine if it will mute the audio, though, because otherwise we can get in trouble on Towel Stream. It's not you, it's me. Well, it's not me, it's the rules. But that said, ladies and gentlemen, what do we want to get caught up on today? There was a bunch of we'll do that panel later. But what should we get caught up on today? What is the most effective use of our time together? We know that the Karen clips have played a very big impact on the jury's deliberations over the past few years. Over the past few hours. And so I would really like to think about watching more of the Karen clips again, because I think that's what the jury is looking at. And then I agree, Paul Doherty, the rain falls on the just and the unjust. But yes, so what I would like to do is I think I would like to rewatch the Karen clips. The reason I want to rewatch them is that this is the most crucial piece of evidence as of right now, because that's what the jurors were watching yesterday. Okay, my analysis of the jurors in the Karen Reed trial is that, in the John O'Keefe retrial, is that there might be one holdout who is trying to sabotage the jury by saying things like, we can't look at the Karen clips, we can't use that, and other jurors were like, oh yeah, we'll ask the judge. I also think that, yes, we're watching the Karen clips next. I also think that there was some cover. I think the OUI was a bit of a diversion. Like, oh, what if we do the OUI when they really were thinking about motor vehicle homicide or involuntary manslaughter? So I'm not apoplectic. I'm reading between the lines. I'm trying to read the tea leaves. Worst thing in the world to do, though, is make a firm conclusion about these kind of questions. People who do that, I'm just warning you, it's not good for your mind. It's always better to read not what it says, not what the question says, but what the question means. What is the author of the question? What's actually going on? What were the debates that led up to the question being read? Because the question might not actually give you what's going on. That's what I want everyone to keep in mind. But yes, I really, really want to rewatch the Karen clips because they play a very crucial role in, I think, our understanding of the questions asked yesterday and the wider deliberations and the state of the deliberations among the jurors. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for joining in. Towel loves you very much, and we are going to keep calm. We are going to carry on, and we are going to proceed onto the Metro Rail and go somewhere in the English countryside. I was listening to the audiobook of 1984 the other day. It was a little scary. Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Nice to see you, Phoebes, Jennifer Rigby, Brooke. Oh, hello. And by the way, I was in that courtroom. I have an idea of who the juror is that is compromised. Let me see my notes. 1 second. I put them on my filing cabinet. And, of course, after I put them on my filing cabinet, they fell down. Okay, so here we go. Oh, no. I am just a non-executive functioning towel. I drop things. I'm very clumsy. I don't know what to tell you. All right, so here we go. All right. I'm a little towel. Okay. So I think the juror seated in the front row, 4 from the left. Front row, 4 from the left, at least when I was there on the day that KR testified, so I want to repeat this. Juror, front row, 4 from the left. I had suspicions. All we're allowed to describe is general, so white woman, mid-40s. I had suspicions. Like, you know how Towel just, like, it's a vibe? And I was just watching this woman. She didn't do anything. I was watching all the jurors. She didn't do anything that overtly gave away that she was a plant, but she was trying too hard. She was trying way too hard to, like, look to not look at Karen, not look at the defense. She was skittish. Her body posture was kind of, I describe it as like guarded, like it was screaming, like it was like a red alarm from that one seat. So front row, 4 from the left. It was literally flashing as loud in my soul as I suppressed it. I mean, I talked about it at the time. I have a note on my piece of paper that says potential FKR juror. And I think there was just something about it. Towel's brain was just like, I think that's the plan. Like, maybe they have multiple plants, but like I really zoned in on the vibe coming off that person. It was different than every other juror. It was like all the other jurors really, really didn't like Karen, and you could tell from their reactions to the Karen clips, from how they were trying to avoid eye contact, but it wasn't a defensive posture. It was Schadenfreude, like external feelings of embarrassment for Karen because they knew she did it, and like it was embarrassing for Karen to get like this brought before the world. But then there was this one juror, so front row, 4 from the left, who was like trying to act that way, but it was not natural. It was like her body language was so defensive. It was the one thing she couldn't hide. It was like she knew that she had to blend in with the other jurors, or it was going to be obvious she was a plant and get excluded. So she was trying to mimic the body language of other jurors, but it was really obvious to me. So I have had bright flashing lights about that juror since I was in there. By the way, so someone was confused about the timestamp of the Google search for Jen McCabe. Let me just re-verify. So Karen Reed at 6:03 a.m. on voicemail is heard telling Jen McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. At about 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., as confirmed by multiple experts from Celebrate, Ian Whiffen, as well as Dr. Jessica Hyde, Jen McCabe Googles how long to die in cold at Karen's request. Now, just a few minutes later, after 7 or 8 a.m., when Karen's on the ride to Good Sam because she gets sectioned for making threats about taking her own life at the scene of John's death, Karen starts asking the EMTs the same questions. How long does it take to die in cold? And the EMTs testified to that Karen was asking these questions. So, therefore, Stumble and Mumble and Richard Green, who did not take the stand for the defense in the retrial, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, then went on to basically admit he misread what's called a write-ahead file in the wall DB of the Jen McCabe's phone cache. Now, what this means is that when Jen McCabe opened a Google search before going to bed at around 2:27 for Hawkmock Sports, which is a local plaza, I think, where there's a rink or something in Braintree or whatnot. Jen McCabe then did that Google search about the local sports. She's like a coach, or she has sons or daughters on a sports team, or whatever it is, children on a sports team. And so Jen McCabe then goes to bed, her phone activity confirms, etc., etc. When Jen McCabe wakes up and at 5:35 a.m. with Karen screaming outside her window for help, because Karen picks up Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, 2 friends of John O'Keefe, and gets them to drive Karen's Lexus back to John's house, so she doesn't, in my opinion, so Karen doesn't have to drive the murder weapon back to Fairview Road where John was found, because then she'd get arrested at the scene. Her taillight was broken. They'd know. So in any event, when Jen McCabe gets back to the scene, Karen, on recording at 6:03 a.m., is begging her to Google how long to die in cold. Jen's calling 911, helping John. By the way, Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe, first people to call 911. Karen didn't call 911 all night, even though she was frantic and thought John was dead, got hit by a plow, never called 911. Telling, just like Ted Kennedy during Chappaquiddick. But anyway, so when Jen McCabe opens her phone at 6:23, eventually when things calm down, when she opens the Google browser or whatever it was to do the search, or Safari, whatever it is on her iPhone, she opens up Safari, opens up the Google search. She Google searches for how long to die in cold. Okay, that creates a write-ahead log in the wall DB file for the tab that was in a suspended state at 2:27. Stumble and Mumble and Richard Green misread the way the wall DB function stores write-ahead data, and then refused to return Ian Whiffen's calls, the expert from Celebrate who literally coded the program in part. because he knew he was wrong. So the Google search, listen, I have no reason to defend Jen McCabe, no reason whatsoever, but I'm telling you that Google search, all of the Celebrate data, multiple experts in forensic analysis of cell phones have confirmed it was at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., which perfectly aligns with every piece of testimony about Karen Reed asking Jen to Google how long to die in cold around 6 a.m., and then Karen asking the EMTs on the ride to Good Sam after she threatened to take her life, how long it takes someone to die in cold. So don't try to do that. Don't do it. I will run absolutely train on you. You don't understand. I have everything about this case memorized. I've watched every piece of testimony. You can try to do that, but you're just going to end up humiliating yourself because I'm going to stand there and be like, you are a moron. So thank you for that question. Please take your leave, and it was nice to see you. Paula says, I know that the Lord will maintain the cause of the afflicted and execute justice for the needy. God bless you, Paula. With you right there. For the Lord is righteous. He loves justice. I agree. And as you can see, I have a very nice picture of the Pope. Rich Raho is a very good reporter that I like. I think he works for the Catholic News Service. He's actually a Catholic theologian who teaches at DePaul, and he's a Vatican analyst. And so I forget who he does analysis for, but he's a great reporter. He goes to the Vatican a lot. And he says, Pope Leo said this morning, or it's afternoon in Italy, the heart of the church is torn by the cries that rise from places of war. Now we can think of this as war politically, spiritually, otherwise. That's my commentary. In particular from Ukraine, Iran, Israel, Gaza, we must not get used to war. In the name of human dignity and international law, I repeat to those responsible what Pope Francis used to say. War is always a defeat. Good morning. Linda AC Ninja, so the write ahead, the WallDB doesn't write ahead that far. It's a suspend state function designed to store your most recent action. So if you leave a tab stored for like a month, okay, maybe there will be a write ahead file in the WallDB if the cache is still holding it. But like your phone has a lot of complex data tables, and a cache is basically the phone's like service counter. Think of it as a restaurant. This is what Dr. Jessica Hyde said during her testimony for the state about Jen McCabe 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search. Your phone has like this delivery area, right? So the cook makes the food, it puts it in the delivery area, and then servers take it out. When it's in the delivery area, it's kind of like a prioritized storage space within this big block of zeros and ones. Very simplified explanation. And so your cache can only be so large, because if your cache were just infinite, right, where this temporary data is stored in the write-ahead file in the WallDB, then your whole phone would just be a write-ahead log. It would just be a cache. And then the point of the cache, which is to optimize system calls to make things work faster, would be redundant. So the cache only has a limited storage size. It's definitely more than a few hours or a day or to a few days. But whether it's a month, I don't know. It depends on your phone, the software. But the cache only functions because it has a limited amount of storage. It only stores a certain amount because that's prioritized data that facilitates you running your apps faster, so it doesn't have to parse through for specific system calls and pieces of code or pieces of data to resume where you were last browsing. Can't do it forever, but it's one little trick developers use. But yes, that is a very interesting explanation, and I do want to watch that testimony actually about the EMT. I just want to finish just decimating that troll who came in the comments, because I want to make a point that if you do that, I mean, first of all, I have it all from memory, but I also have the testimony recorded. I have a complete digital archive of the entire case, and sometimes I get really riled up when people try to do insidious things like troll about things like that. So you know what that means? We get to watch the clip of an EMT, it might have been a firefighter, I think it was an EMT, talking about Karen Reed, asking about how long it takes to die in cold. And if you're wondering, Grant, do you literally just have this stuff at all times accessible? Yeah, I'm a towel.
The jury, what the conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours. And
did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital, we'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Point proven. And then I want to prove one more point, actually, because I'm actually that ruthless. I want to just really rub it into that troll. They're gone now. They lasted like 30 seconds. But you say even one thing like that to try to manipulate public discussion on this feed of all things, oh, I will absolutely go off on it. So hold on. We have to get Katie McLaughlin. Yep, I got it. So let's watch this. Troll who is banished and no longer here. I just want to watch this for you because this was right before Karen started talking about how long it takes for someone to die in cold, literally right around that time. Let's listen to this testimony. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin, can you tell us a little bit about whether Karen Reed responded to basic questions about what had happened to John by confessing to hitting him? Tell me, Firefighter McLaughlin, please tell me.
He gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this, and she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was sustained. Disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, you saw it. Nothing really happened. Just one troll tried to come in and say Jen McCabe's Google search was sometime other than 6/23, and I had to prove them wrong. Now, someone was asking me if I could talk a little bit about what happened in the P. Diddy trial. Well, let's just read the transcripts. Somebody, I think on the defense team, I don't know though, leaked information about a juror that was discussed at Sidebar to the media in the P. Diddy federal trial. Now, let me just say, federal court is much different than state court, but just look what happened to these lawyers. Now, I think the judge thought the defense did it, but the judge is Judge Submaranian. He's very good. I think the federal judge in the SDNY, Southern District of New York, thought that the defense did it, but he wanted to make sure he admonished both because he couldn't tell who did it, and he didn't do an investigation yet. So the court, Mr. Angifalo, that's a hard name to say. Do you know who the source of the article was? I do not. The court, have you talked to anyone on your side? I have, to confirm, yes, that they had nothing to do with this article. I have confirmed that, yes, Your Honor. Well, someone is lying, says the court, because the courtroom was sealed. The courtroom was closed. The transcript was sealed. I have inquired of the court staff. Nobody has done it on the court's behalf, and there would be no reason for anyone in the court to do anything. So, Miss Comey, and yes, that's James Comey's daughter, do you have any explanation for what happened that might point to someone outside of this courtroom? There were only a few people here. It's all on the record, because it's only the people who are sitting here at council table and designated people from each side. Ms. Comey, you stood up. You identified certain people that should be in the courtroom, so we have that on record. Ms. Gregeros, you got up and you identified certain people on the record, and that's on the record. So, Ms. Comey, do you have an explanation for this? Ms. Comey, the only explanation, Your Honor, is the one Your Honor set forth, which is someone who was present for the sealed proceeding, violated the court's sealing order, and disclosed sealed information. Mr. Angifilo, do you have some other explanation? I don't, Your Honor. I have no explanation. I've talked with my team about it. I have no explanation whatsoever. The court emphasized in that order that it expects the parties and individuals or agencies subject to the order will strictly adhere to the terms of that order and the governing rules. A violation of that order, exactly what happened here, says the court, there is no doubt about that, may result in civil or criminal contempt charges for all those involved. This court, this is the important part because I think by analogy it really speaks to the Karen Reed case. The court issued that order so that this case could be tried on the facts presented in this courtroom, not through the media. That is exactly what the defense asked for. The court that's why I think he thinks the defense did it. The court's commitment to trying this case based on the facts and evidence presented here alone was reaffirmed by the parties repeatedly, including through jury selection. That commitment is what I asked of each juror in this case before they were selected. That commitment is what I instructed the jury on before this trial commenced. That is the commitment that the participants in this courtroom responsible for what happened violated. I will make sure this commitment is honored, and I will swiftly investigate and punish any violations that take place. Now, as for what we are going to do here, says the court, I will hear from the parties, but Ms. Comey and Mr. Philo, you are each personally responsible for the conduct of your teams and your clients. You will review each action taken and sign all pleadings and applications regardless of who prepares them. There is no passing the buck anymore. The buck stops with you. If anything happens, then lead counsel is responsible. What does that mean? Well, as I just said, it could result in criminal contempt charges at the most extreme level. But more basically, and as I'm sure the counsel on both sides are aware, if a judge in this court were to write an opinion documenting lead counsel's knowing or reckless violations of this court's orders, potentially compromising an ongoing judicial proceeding, that would be a bad thing. Hey, Alan Jackson, are you listening? You'd agree with that, Ms. Comey, right? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ng Philo, fair? Very, very bad, Your Honor. Now let me read the next part. The court. The court. This is the only warning I will give. Everyone here is on notice that there, hold on, we're jumping too far ahead. I want to read the actual exchange. Hold on. So here's the transcript. Okay, this is the next part. Hold on. So that was the one we already read. Now let me read the next one. We read that one as well. We went through all of them. This is great. Okay, so hold on. So this is how it ended. And this is the kind of thing I would love Judge Cannoni to have said. The court. This is the only warning I will give. Everyone here is on notice that if there is any further violation of this court's orders or the rules of conduct applicable to these proceedings, that violation will be met with a formal inquiry with people testifying under oath, the delivery of devices and communications to this court for review, and possible civil or criminal sanctions. So don't do it. Do I have each side's affirmation that they will reiterate to everyone affiliated with their sides to adhere to the rules and orders of this court moving forward? And do you understand lead counsel's responsibility and obligations here? Ms. Comey? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Anglifilo? I do as well. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Are there any further applications raised to this issue? Not from the government, Your Honor. Not from us, Judge. Thanks. That's a federal judge, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. I love it. Send Alan Jackson and David Dunetti to federal court and make them deal with Judge Subterranean. I would enjoy every minute of it. I'm pretty sure they'd be in prison by now. You don't understand. All right, so we are going to watch the Karen clips, though. I uploaded them because John DePetro, the Commander Towel himself, reported yesterday, Karen Reed trial courthouse sources. Jury spent afternoon watching the Karen clips. Manslaughter in play. Bad news for Karen. Jury keeps watching the montage. Well, I have a montage. I have a Karen clip montage. I am a towel. We're going to watch it. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Here we go.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
So, I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he was drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Unetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over? Or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Exhibit 207.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD.
How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good. Thank you.
So we approach from the north. We actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it. It's back there. It's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest. And then you come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. I told him more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out? And and drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again.
And this was the moment you were dropping them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house.
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
The comment. Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt. Just hit you.
How about the, do you remember making those phone calls, Sam?
Yes.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I questioned do I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember it on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that, so the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
You had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Let's say like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. And he said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would come as 2. Frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of onions, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
How did you feel after that many drinks? When you got in the car, did you feel like you could drive? And did you feel how
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. And John's put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Karen I'm going to go back to talking to all the towel friends, so thank you for your patience.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Well, hold on. Hold on before you play it again.
We've already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later to let's start at 34 Fairview. So who are you with? Pull up and let me see.
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And then we don't see the next clip. Little towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have a lot going on. I would like to... We can't watch the overview of my verdict form for yesterday because I did an overview of only the first verdict form. But I would like to watch the actual questions that were asked by the jury. So we're going to rewatch that from my towel overview yesterday. You're going to hear the 4 questions. I jump ahead during this so we don't actually have to listen to a lot of the sidebars. And now it does zoom in initially. Eventually, I'm sorry, it's going to be a little redundant. It's more important that you listen to these questions. I will try to zoom in on the part of the screen when Judge Cannoni starts talking, where it is Judge Cannoni, but I make no promises because I am a towel. All right, come on now.
First one is they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Now, the best part about this, ladies and gentlemen, since we're in towel recap, you didn't have to live these intense moments live. Oh no, little towels. I have the jump forward for you. We'll jump right back to the moments that things went live.
So I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate. If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes, you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
I forgot how long they spent reading this. Judge Canoni spent a long time marking up this document, but it goes to show you, hold on, I'll make it a little clearer. It goes to show you how much, how seriously the court and the lawyers take this process. It was interesting to watch that zoom in, actually. But yes, if you're wondering, yep, Allie 90211 is a towel. They are not a mod. They are clearly just a towel. Alley 90211 has no responsibilities. Alley 90211 is just living a nice, relaxing, towel-based life. You don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. Alright, there we go. You can see I eventually zoomed in to get better quality video. Sorry about that. It was important to me that we got a good quality video eventually. I eventually zoomed in. But also what you're watching is how long they spent marking up these instructions. So now they do finish at some point soon here. We can jump forward a little bit, but they spent a while.
So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any."
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it all together and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is, very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002 number 5 is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record. Okay, go ahead. With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following, and there's a typo. It says the parenthetical.
We fixed it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes, so we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5.
We still need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explains it. Yes.
All right. What
I don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language I can use. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes, thank
you. All right, I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony.
All right, so we'll jump forward.
All right, thank you.
We're going to jump forward 5 minutes, folks, to when the jurors actually come in and this happens. We're going to watch this live, so give me 1 second. We're just going to jump forward. All right, here we go. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. We're doing our recap. We're watching the moments. I thought these were important to watch. Juror's about to get read the first 3 questions of the day. We're watching our recap. Today was the first day we saw any movement during deliberation, any questions, and these were the first 3 juror questions. That's actually in the courtroom. Papers.
All right, court, please. Jurors entering.
All right, jurors now entering. It only takes a few seconds. The moments. Here we go. It will only take 30 seconds for the jurors to enter. Then the reading of the answers.
Back to session, you may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here. Sound back. Hold on. Sound back, breaking in. Sound back, ladies and gentlemen, breaking in. Sound back, I apologize for the delay in the sound. Sound back, I am breaking in with news, ladies and gentlemen. We have news from outside the courthouse. As you can see, Little Towel was preparing for us to go live outside the courthouse, and then I forgot to start playing the video, and I had my set. Don't worry, the sound will return in about 20 seconds. All that was Towel preparing to play a video for you outside the courthouse and forgetting to unmute his microphone. I'm a little bit of a towel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, I'm back. Now we are monitoring outside the courthouse live.
No, I'm sure because it was 11 o'clock.
Actually, over there.
Right over there anyway, just not in the crosswalk.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, there's like 3 different series. So that's not the only one. There's like 3 different ones. There might be one of those that's all the same. I've seen a lot of them. I think Talon. I'm pretty sure. Right. Somebody here. Somebody. Oh, yeah.
Oh, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan's arrival. Get ready. Hank Brennan's about to arrive, ladies and gentlemen. We are on court watch. Hank Brennan's about to arrive. Get ready. Hank Brennan's arrival incoming right now. Ready your towels. It's Hank. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hank. Here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is arriving. It is 8:47 a.m. Deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is arriving.
Morning.
Cool, calm, collected, and no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, with an undercover plainclothes security detail. I think Adam Lally is arriving next, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Lally is arriving next. Here is the arrival of Adam Lally for day 3 of the deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We lost the feed for a second. There's Adam Lally. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the defense team is about to arrive next. They are not towels. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. They are not towels. They're still not towels. But the defense team is about to arrive. We are monitoring. These are live images outside the court. Ladies and gentlemen, we are piped in. We are watching live. We are getting the most up to the moment, up to the second delivery of information related to this trial that you can possibly imagine. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, you are a towel who somehow manages to juggle a lot of different apparati while doing things simultaneously. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is true. And Karen Reed, who is not a towel, is about to arrive. Oh my goodness, Karen Reed, who is not a towel, is arriving at court. Let's watch the moments. She is not a towel. Day 3 of deliberation. Devil horns, ladies and gentlemen. She flashes the devil horns. She is not a towel. She is a stainless steel surface. David Yannetti can potentially be a towel, so can Eliza Little. Not Alan Jackson, though. He is a stainless steel surface, and the tech guy is potentially a towel. We'll see. He didn't do anything wrong. There you go, Karen Reed being a Karen, arriving at court. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Tune in, watch today's coverage live.
This was civilized. Yeah. For the noon?
No, dude, you're fine. Don't even sweat it.
Yeah.
Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, I muted myself. I did it again. I got so excited, ladies and gentlemen, about what was going on. I did it again. Hello, I'm back. Sound back. Sorry, sound back. I got so interested, ladies and gentlemen, in telling you about and letting you listen in live and seeing if anyone was going to arrive that when I unmuted the stream, I did it again. I'm clearly an anxious and apprehensive towel. All I was doing during that time, ladies and gentlemen, was clipping Hank Brennan's arrival, and I answered Ed Jobs' question, and I'll reiterate the answer, which was that Ed Jobs, I do believe that those clips are the jury asking about the clips is a sign that one juror tried not to allow the Karen clips into deliberations. Other jurors said, yes, we're absolutely going to do that. And we're absolutely going to ask the judge for permission to view them. And then once they got permission, now they're all, the jurors are reviewing the clips and they're telling that other juror, like, you were wrong, we can watch these clips. Now, we are about to come into session, ladies and gentlemen. About to come into session at 8:52 a.m. Yes, 8:52 in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a monitoring towel. I am a towel. Just in. Here is the arrival of Karen Reed and her defense team for day 3 of deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Reed wears a powder blue suit and flashes devil horns to her supporters, perhaps as part of some kind of occult ritual. Watch live. Is she part of the occult? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Karen Reed was part of the occult. She kind of gives me the vibe that she worships herself, and I think that's what the occult is all about, and therefore Karen Reed is part of the occult. That's just my opinion. It's a logical proof. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a towel. And you might be saying to yourself, sir, you are a towel, and I'm well aware that I am a towel. I'm not disputing that. I am a towel. I'm openly proclaiming my towelness, ladies and gentlemen. Also, did you know you can verbify words? So verbify is not a word, but it should be a word, and it means turning a word that is not a verb into a verb. So towelness is a verb. If you are acting in a way to be a towel, then you are acting with towelness. Therefore, it's a verb. That might be an adverb. Don't quote me on that. I'm not a grammatical expert. I just say things, and I'm hilarious. You don't understand. I'm a towel. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. These are the moments that try towel souls. I will tell you, they will write in the history books, our towel souls were thus tried in these thus moments. Oh, look, it's Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca coming to save you from the fan. At least I can do that. Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look how happy they are. They saved you from the fan. It is Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Even in these tense moments, you don't have to watch the fan. Look at them. They're smiling at you and saying, we have stopped the fan from spinning. I am Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Now, if you chamois, you're a towel. That's true. If you shimmy, you're a towel. If you pick things up, you're a towel. If you are stainless steel surface, or if you're Karen Reed, or if you're Alan Jackson, you are not a towel. Does that make sense? Are we all on the same page? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, anything but stainless steel surfaces basically are towels. Even bananas are towels. I'm a towel. Yes, I don't know very much about anything. I'm a towel. You can quote me on that. But truly, the mark of an intelligent man is knowing nothing, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I guess it's more McNamara's tripartite structure in A Fog of War, which is you have to know what you know, you have to know what you don't know, and then by inductive reasoning, you have to figure out what you don't know, and shrink that third category until you master the grand chessboard after reading Zygmunt Brzezinski's book, and then you, in the name of love and compassion, conquer the world. I've thought about it. I need a towel industrial empire to pull it off. I will be hilarious. It will be wonderful. People will be like, this man is a towel. He loves towels. He's using towel industrial production to facilitate intercontinental economic cooperation between the Americas, protect the petrodollar, ward off the rise of the BRICS, and spread love and compassion worldwide. It's glorious. It's a genius plan. Let's do it. So anyway, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I don't even know if there's court on Friday, so I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit worried because this could be the day. This indeed could be the day. HB is a proud towel. I am a proud towel, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just moments from court coming into session and deliberations resuming 16 hours in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. And I will say that, ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, look at all these towel comments. There is a lot of anticipation. You can see it. The flow of towel comments is strong. We monitor. We watch, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Jacqueline, I'm happy to fill you in. First, welcome to the Towel Fold. In January of 2024, someone on, I think it was a Turtle Boy fan or something, his name was Stoop Kid, said that that my pronouns were towel. And I said in January of 2024, well, one, that's kind of true. I'm an anthropomorphic towel. I'm absorbent. I learn lots of things, and I relay them to people. Then I said, wait a minute, South Park has a character named Towley, and that's hilarious. He's a towel, and he tells people to bring towels, and inadvertently finds himself in complex social situations, climbs mountains, gets a little high, because he has to see all the complex social situations, and then he solves them by accidentally, and he's a government-created robot towel that can time travel. It's complicated. I don't have time to explain. Then I was thinking about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and how the answer to everything is 42. And then I was thinking, wait, there's a towel in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There are also dolphins, but apparently we like orcas more than dolphins because orcas are more accepting. So we like orcas. But anyway, there's a towel in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And then I was like, wait a minute. Towels have a multifaceted purpose. They have allegorical usage, kind of like writing a literary interpretation of Vico and Hegel's theory of the recursive dialectical circles defining history in literary allegory. The towel motif pops up over and over and over again. It's a helpful instrument. People love towels. They're fluffy. No one dislikes towels, in my opinion, and towels pop up everywhere. They even popped up in this trial a few times. So I embraced my anthropomorphic towel identity, and now there are washcloths, towelettes, soap dispensers, flannels, electric hand dryers, hemp towels, paper towels, beach towels, microfiber towels, washcloths, linens, whole linen closets full of towels. You don't understand. It became an entire thing. It's wonderful. There's 97 countries that watch the stream, and I'm pretty sure we have towels in every one of them. People will now talk to their children, and if their children try to troll them, the adults will say back, I'm a towel. And then the children will be like, what are you talking about? And the adults will laugh, and we have literally memes now that we can use against the children. You don't understand. They have no idea what's going on. Neither do any of the Free Karen Reed people, which makes it even funnier because there's like 47 memes on this channel, and if you don't know what's going on and you tune in, you'll be like, what is going on? Why are we talking about a diplomatic flotilla and towels and Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? And that's what makes mimetic transmission of inside jokes so wonderful. We get to troll the Free Karen Reed people, and we simultaneously get to make hilarious jokes with uninformed members of the polity who say things to us like, what are you doing? And then you could say back, I'm just being a towel, and they will have no idea, but the people will get it who know the joke. It's wonderful. I've thought about this extensively. Phoebes is a soft, thin terry cloth. Yes, and that's totally okay, Phoebes. It reminds me a little bit of John Terry from Chelsea. He's a little bit of a wild man, but you know what? That's okay. You can be a terry cloth, even though that's the association that Towel has in his mind for the word terry. That is not a commentary on you, dear friend. All right, it's coming past 9 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting for court to come into session. Let me unmute this volume here. We should get ready to start our verdict clock any second now. Are you ready? Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. One of my favorite scenes in the South Park series. You're a towel. You're a towel. Oh, I am a towel. Yes, I love that. I think it's when Towley is in the government department and he's trying to negotiate with the government and he's yelling at one of the government generals and he's like, you sir are a towel, and he's like, no, you are a towel, and the general's like, no, but you actually are a towel. And Towel gets very, very frustrated and says, no, you're a towel. And then the guy's like, but sir, hold on. I want you to consider this. You are made of cloth. You are a towel. And then Towel kind of looks down. He becomes a little incredulous and he's like, oh yeah, you're right. I love that little towel. You are a towel, Jacqueline. We are having a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. Being a towel truly just means embracing your inner fluffiness to spread ripples throughout the world of compassion through small acts of service. That's what life is all about, ladies and gentlemen. And I would just like to reiterate that I am a towel. And some of you might be saying, well, you've told us like 74 times now. But indeed, that's not true. Oh, that's Karen's sister, is it? Is it? I want confirmation. I may have, after weeks, someone may have actually found a picture of Karen's sister. I'm not confirming it until someone double confirms, but I think I have now seen a picture of Karen's sister. She seems to be a relatively slim blonde woman. She kind of looks like Karen, but it looks a lot nicer. Maybe she didn't get the dark, psychology genes or whatever it is. Oh, here we go.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right, please. Here to follow you.
We'll see if anything happens in court after the jury leaves. But there we go. The clock has started. Restarted, I should say. The verdict clock has restarted, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to get a live look into the courtroom. We see Alan Action Jackson. He's a marshmallow man. We see Elizabeth Little. She's a skater chick. We see proud skater chick. We see Karen Reed. She is a stainless steel surface. We see David Yannetti. He can maybe be a towel. We monitor. Karen looks straight ahead. These are intense moments. Now, Judge
Counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right.
You heard Judge Canoni. Unless there's a question or a verdict, we won't see the lawyers till 4 o'clock, little towels. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious me, little towels. Now, Alan looks a little nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I'm checking now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm checking on a lot of different things. We have a lot of reports coming. Nothing. So, yeah, but you won't see people are talking about. But anyway, my opinion is that there's a lot going on right now. Let's see. Hold on. I'm checking, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in verdict watch yet again. We need to decide what, if anything, you'd like to watch. We saw the questions from the jurors yesterday, but if there's anything else that you would like to watch, please let Little Towel know. I won't make you watch The Fan, ladies and gentlemen. However, but let me see if I can determine what you'd like to watch. Would you like to watch more Hank? Good morning, Zen. Would you like to watch one of Hank's crosses? Would you like to watch one of his closings? No, only 4 questions. Only 4 questions. So the real question is, what would you like to watch? Would you like to rewatch something from Hank Brennan? I think that would be nice. I'm taking a look, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Super Towel spouse Mandy Strong. My name is Towel, and I am a towel. So I'm taking a look. Monitoring developments, ladies and gentlemen. We are now at... So the verdict clock is not right on law and crime. I have a better sense of it than they do. It is 16 hours. It's not 14 hours. It's 16 hours and 5 minutes. And we are we are now monitoring. Towel Mom does have a lot of insights, Suzanne. That's true. It is looking... I'm thinking we're getting close to hung verdict territory. I hate to say it, but I think we're getting close to hung verdict territory. 4 more hours, we're going to be in hung verdict territory. Oh, hold on. Karen leaving the courthouse. Hold on. Karen Reed on the steps of the courthouse, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting to leave. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. These are live pictures, ladies and gentlemen. Just after 9 a.m., Karen Reed getting ready to leave the courthouse. Maybe her ride's late. She looks like a perplexed towel. We're now on verdict watch again in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We're watching. We're monitoring. Karen Reed is being a Karen Reed. Is that Elizabeth Little holding up the devil horns? Elizabeth Little, you could not be a towel if you hold up the devil horns. You don't understand. We're monitoring. Susan, I don't know what you said no to. You might have to spell it out, but we'll figure it out. Oh, Alan's feisty. He's not in a good mood. He's feisty.
No comments while the jury's
Good luck. No problem.
There you see it, ladies and gentlemen. Karen Reed leaves court. She's pulling away now. That was the moment. You saw it in real time. We are in hour 16 of jury deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, and that was Karen Reed and her lawyers. They are feisty. They are feisty. They are not pleased, ladies and gentlemen. That was feisty. Just now, here is Karen Reed and a feisty defense team, including Alan Jackson leaving court as jurors enter hour 16 of deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Alan asked reporters to give Karen some room, and David Yannetti said no comments will be forthcoming from the defense while jurors are deliberating. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan's tone indicates a very concerned, very, very concerned Karen Reed defense. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have a live look right now outside the courthouse, Little Towels. You're seeing it live. Watch the verdict clock tick ever forward live now. So we're back on the fan, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry to have to show you the fan, but we are back on the fan after watching Karen Reed and the non-towels, well, that's what we'll call them, walk out of court. Now, I have just kept you updated. We have the verdict clock running, Little Towels. We got a lot going on. What would you like to watch? We have a lot of questions. Yeah, she will still be on bail. We have a lot of questions, though, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot of questions going on, and we're wondering what exactly, ladies and gentlemen, we should do here in terms of what you'd like to watch. Would you like to watch more Hank? If there's any specific, they do seem quiet and solemn, but would you like to watch more Hank? Would you like to, I don't want to watch the closing again, but would you like to watch a specific cross? Why don't you all let me know anything that you may feel like watching, we can watch. We have been praying, absolutely, Chastity. We did a non-denominational prayer to start the day, and we are praying for the O'Keefe family, ladies and gentlemen. Guns N' Roses, yes. All right, Lottie, we'll see you. We'll be here. The verdict clock is thus running, and if we get any action before 4 p.m., we know it's a juror question or a verdict. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I think they have to look at if the juror pool was corrupted. That's a big deal. Yeah, we can watch the juror questions again. I have them all queued up. Let's rewatch them, because that's the only insight we have right now. Well, Dewdrops, I wish. I don't know where they enter Wild Roses. I think through the back of the court with a bus or something, protected by a detail. You really can't get around there. Yeah, you know what I'm going to look at, Linda? I'm going to look at how Karen Reed blew the cover of an ATF agent who was working on sensitive operations and compromised. Karen Reed compromised national security by starting an affair with Brian Higgins to torment John emotionally. Karen lied to Higgins about John cheating on Karen in Aruba when she did no such thing. When John did no such thing, John hugged a family friend. Karen knew about it and apologized. In turn, Brian Higgins' cover was blown by Karen Reed because on January 12, 2022, the anniversary of the death of John O'Keefe's double-orphaned adopted niece and nephew, Karen Reed reached out to Brian Higgins, John's friend, and started an affair. And Karen told Higgins that John cheated on her. That was wrong. Higgins ended that affair after a few days when he realized that Karen was only using Higgins to torment John as the relationship ended. In fact, on January 15th, 2022, Karen invited Higgins over to John's house to watch the Patriots game with John and Karen. Or Higgins invited him. Either way, he came over for the second half. It was when the Pats got blown out by the Bills out in Buffalo, 47-24 in the playoffs on January 15, 2022. So Karen Reed invites Brian Higgins over to the house. While Brian Higgins is leaving that day, Karen tells Higgins she knows where the Ring cameras are in John's house, and then she proceeds to kiss Higgins in John's house. However, when Karen went to then try to go consummate the relationship at Higgins' house, Higgins wouldn't do it. He broke it off because he realized what Karen was doing. So Karen, during her pre-trial PR campaign, I think weaponized Brian Higgins, blew his cover as an undercover ATF agent, compromised multiple sensitive ongoing operations, potentially put people's lives at risk, and directly undermined the integrity of the United States domestic security apparatus. So do not tell me that I should look into Brian Higgins. There is the only reason that Brian Higgins' cover was blown as an undercover ATF agent was because of Karen Reed's bad faith PR innocence fraud campaign, in my opinion. And it was disgrace to America what Karen Reed did to that undercover ATF agent for gratuitous purposes. It never should have happened. I can see why the DOJ moved him around. She could have gotten people hurt. It's disgusting. So yeah, tell me more. Tell me more. I know that troll's gone, but tell me more about Brian Higgins, please, because I got a lot to say about what Karen Reed did to compromise domestic national security by doing that. So listen, we've had a lot of questions about in particular the jury questions. I don't want to watch them again, but we are on verdict watch. We are on verdict watch. So no, I'd love to watch a video from other creators, but depending on like if it includes their analysis or things like that. But yes, I should let you know it is a blue wall of towels in here. So no matter what you do, if you come in, you're immediately going to meet a giant blue wall of towels. So, okay, hold on. Listen, you all can get it. Will, I saw what you did. So you all can do what you want, but I know how to read logs. So if Linda comes back in eventually, it's just going to result in you, Will, and her not being here. So there's a log. You can't do anything I don't see. It actually goes up on the screen. You don't understand. I am a towel. So anyway, Linda, we can absolutely go down that road. I mean, eventually I'm going to come in and remove you if you continue to troll. But yeah, I would too, Ed. I'm sure the other Karen clips that we didn't get to see are just as interesting. But we really got to decide. I know I'm being a little, I'm equivocating a bit, but I'm just trying to figure out, what do you want to watch? Would you like to watch more Hank? Somebody said they want to watch the juror questions, but then Drew Drops was like, oh no, please no. So I just want to take a deep breath. Let's do our kind of reset here. We're in verdict watch. If anything happens, we're going to get a little notice. We'll then come back and watch. So I think we're looking at potential conviction on one of the second charges or its lesser included offenses, and I think that may be hung. It could be a hung jury. So we're right about there, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, you just let me know what you'd be interested in watching in the chat. Towel's here. We've watched a lot. Would you like to watch the Kelly Devers directing cross? I actually find that really interesting. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to watch the Kelly Devers cross and then the response. The Kelly Devers directing cross, she was the defense witness that became very hostile. And got really exposed AJ being predatory, and I really want to watch that Kelly Devers directing cross. God bless you, Leslie Mack. Don't you jump ship, Answick. Oh no. Mega Barbie, goodbye. It was nice to see you. Towel's family might know and respect President Trump, and Towel has his own thoughts about what President Trump has done to help Towel's family and the good work that Towel Mom has been doing over the years. But you know what? Mega Barbie, you can't come in here to troll. You will quickly be dispatched because this is Towel Street. Jew Drops, I know, Ed Jobs, I don't know if I can handle watching that one again. If we can find a clip of it, Ed Jobs, okay? I have it somewhere, but I don't have the exact clip offhand. But, all right, we're getting a lot of different requests here. So I'm trying to figure out what we can do that will make everyone feel comfortable. So what would we like to watch that we can all kind of get into? Because this is going to be a few hours of deliberation. We need to get on the same page. I think... Yeah, and Suzanne, that's true. So the only time that we get in, I want to be very clear, the only time we get into the domestic political apparatus is, one, if somebody knows Towel Mom, okay, because Towel likes Towel Mom, and Towel's just going to say that. Number two, we also analyze the DOJ and the geopolitical, geostrategic interests of the different DOJ apparati in the context of the end of the probe of John O'Keefe's death, the Sandra Birchmore probe, etc. We do talk about that, and we also talk about it in the context of hold on. In the context of got to Senator Towel brain. Oh, in the context of the Suffolk County DA race and Rachel Rollins, who became U.S. Attorney. So I want to reiterate Suzanne's perspective here. You know, we try not to go down that road, but I don't want anyone to think that we're burying our heads in the sand or that we're not attuned to the geopolitical orientation of the different factions involved in these cases. Does everyone understand? I just want to be a transparent Towel, and I also want people to understand that the fundamental core of this stream and this chat is disagreeing without being disagreeable. So as long as you all commit to that, please respect the people in the chat. And if Towel does branch into like an analysis of Josh Levy or Rachel Rollins or whatnot, then it's totally acceptable because we're talking about the larger context. But just please don't just start fighting with other chat members because you have a specific orientation on a specific viewpoint. If it's not related to what we're talking about, that frustrates Little Towel. But that's not happening. I'm just echoing Suzanne's sentiments. Now, of course, Suzanne, and as you can see, I'm not gratuitously imposing a rule. I'm saying just here's the guidelines and boundaries I want you to try to establish out of respect for each other. To me, I don't care. You want to ask me questions about stuff like that, fine, but let's try to avoid it outside of when it comes up in what we're analyzing, because otherwise people just start feuding with each other, and that's the antithesis of what we want here. So I'll cut that off at the pass if it starts happening. Emily Joyce, I agree. So Allie 90211, you have not been rude to anyone at all. If anything, I think you are the exemplar of a towel, and we should build you some kind of museum. And then if you're embarrassed about that, don't worry. It'll be an undercover museum. No one will know it's dedicated to you. We'll say it's like the museum of like natural oranges or something, and then people go in there and it's a museum about you. Isn't that wonderful? I'm a genius. Absolutely. How long before opening statements was the jury impaneled? A few days. It was quick, Mandy Strong. I'd say like 24 to 48 hours. Can TB's text be used in this case right now? No, Napa Valley, because Hank Brennan didn't go into it on rebuttal, and TB took the fifth. Remember, there's only one person. Yes, Marianne, let's all be respectful, absorbent towels. Remember, there's only one person who took the fifth in this whole case during trial, any time, and it was Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. I hope not, Jew drops. Don't believe any of that propaganda out there. We just don't believe it. We don't believe it. It could just be propaganda. We only trust John DePietro. Wendy Murphy is Towel Mom. That is true. All right, I got to play him. We're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip. Everybody loves the Call Me Hank clip. If you object to the existence of the Call Me Hank clip, I have to object to your existence. You don't understand. I'm a towel. And you might be saying, we know that. I'm also a towel. Well, that's good. I'm also hungry. I haven't eaten yet. I had a half of a Reese's bar, and I can't eat until after 11 o'clock. So I'm going to sit here with you, continue to do verdict watch monitoring. We are not going to watch Kelly Devers first. We're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip because everyone loves the Call Me Hank clip. Has a quick Hank clip. Oh, yeah, no, I'd love to play it. Let me see if I can get the clip from Stacey Gardner. If you could repost a link, I'll try to copy it one more time. We absolutely can watch it after the Call Me Hank clip. So let me just grab, because the Call Me Hank clip's only 22 seconds, but I can grab that as well. I just forgot to grab the link above, and now it's scrolled out of my chat, so I'm very sorry about that. But yes, thanks to the Super Towel Murder by Maestro, we have a super specialized, stabilized version of the Call Me Hank clip. Oh, thank you so much, Stacy. Let me just go over to that chat and grab that link before we Call Me Hank. That's okay. I don't see any problem. Lydia, I think, can be a towel. I don't object to Lydia being a towel. Listen, I've never said a bad word about Kevin or things like that. No. Maybe Lydia doesn't even know. Maybe she's part of like that compartmentalized thing we were talking about, where she goes to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and she just goes in there and she's like, oh, I'm putting my skills to good use. I'm making videos. She is wonderful. She makes really good videos, but she doesn't realize like maybe her friends are doing other things. I don't know. If she ever wants to talk to me, Lydia, we can have a discussion. We can, whatever. I'm sure people will tell you don't do that. The reason why is because I'm sure I'll help you realize the compartmentalization of the larger schematic structure you're working within, even if you don't realize it, because people in that world are like deploying low-level intelligence community tactics, and it's ridiculous. They may seem to be your friends. In my opinion, they aren't. They're using you. They recognize that you're useful and that they're keeping you in a very compartmentalized orbit so that you do certain things without realizing what you're a part of. It's weird. I don't know what to tell you. That's how the intelligence community works. Oh, yes. No, I really like Lydia. And she comes on to Towel Comments sometimes. And she's like, she's very complimentary. And I have never, not only has she never said a bad word about Towel, I've never said a bad word about her because I think she does wonderful work. She's a wonderful video editor. She far surpasses one of the few people that I will bow down to, okay? It's not the people behind her. It's actually her doing the video editing. She has a very unique style. She is one of the people who's probably better at video editing than anyone else in this entire, the orbit of this entire case. I'm okay at what I do. Like, I do a very rudimentary form of video editing. Like, I get the source file. I can sync the Karen cam. Like, I can do YouTube shorts and do the 3 panels and the captions and whatever. But she's on a different level. She has kind of an artistic flair. She'll use, like, transitions with text. She'll, like, sync it to music. She has a producer's mind. Like, she's very good at video editing. So, but I also, you know, people have, what what do you call it? People have like friendships, and like a lot of people don't, even like really smart people don't necessarily understand like political chess games. Why would you? Most people are not politicians. They're just trying to be friends with people and live normal lives. So that's my opinion. I think she's wonderful, and I think she could play chess at a very high level. It's the same thing I tell Jen Coffindaffer sometimes. It's like, come on. You don't need handlers. You don't need middlemen. You can just do it. I will just teach you how to use StreamYard. Give them all the middle finger. Screw them. I hate A&Rs in the music industry. I hate, like, middlemen. I hate, like, managers. Screw you. I want to empower all these creators to just cut you all out. You're never going to stop me. You don't understand. I am a one-man wrecking ball. I'm literally a towel, though, so I'm a fluffy wrecking ball that can't really do anything but just swing around being fluffy. So anyway, yeah, thank you so much. I try to help people. And hello, Cherish Your Sparkle. I love your username, dear friend. Welcome to the Honorary Towelfold. So that's my opinion, ladies and gentlemen. I think there are people doing really good work out there, but they should just go out on their own. Don't become dependent on anyone. Don't think that you're only getting attention because you know X person or Y person. Do it on your own. Become your own person. Exercise your autonomy. Make your own decisions. Own your existence in the public sphere. You don't need middlemen, you don't need handlers, you don't need tech people. You must be the quarterback. You don't have to do every job, like whatever, you don't have to do everything, but you must know every element of the deployment of your tactical persona in the public sphere. You must understand how this is all deployed. You must know so that you can never be taken advantage of. Know how the streaming works, know how the social media posts work, know how these overlapping concentric social circles influence the way in which narratives are formed. Understand it for yourself, empower yourself. Guard against the usurpation of our representative forms of democracy by self-interested groups through engendering your standing in the public sphere by way of cogent discourse about exactly these very topics. And that's really why it's so important to me to get people out of these like content networks and management relationships. Screw them. Do it yourself, complete editorial independence, 180 million views over the past year on this channel or something, plus the ungodly amounts of watch hours. We're at levels I can't even count, like hundreds of thousands of watch hours. I'm not kidding you. Ladies and gentlemen, do it on your own. I'll help you, especially if you're one of those content creators who might feel beholden to other people and therefore potentially withholding your full view or feeling like you can't say certain things. Screw it. I will do it for no money. I will just help you become self-sufficient so that you can just rain hell down on those people who tried to run as middlemen. I hate that. Screw you. It's an insult to people's integrity. It's like consultants in the other adult use and medical use arena I cover. I love ruining consultants' day by just giving information out for free that they try to sell to people. Screw you. I'm not going to let you do it. I'm going to take you all down. You don't understand. I'm relentless. I'm not even going to go into it. You don't understand the amount of probes I have sparked just by myself, just because I don't go out there and brag about it. You don't understand. I am a towel. So anyway, thanks for letting me it's Truth Exposed. Thanks for letting me just pontificate. Will, hello. I know you said justice for John. We're a little bit perplexed. Why? Oh, you said justice for John because you're not guilty. Yes, please. We saw you on time out that troll earlier. I'm monitoring you, Will. I saw that. I am an attentive towel. You don't understand. I'm not kidding. We were supposed to watch the Call Me Hank clip. I'm so sorry. I meant to get the link for Lydia, and then I want a long towel explication about how I'm a towel. Now, I'm very sorry about doing that. I probably should try to focus sometimes, but you don't understand. If I get talking about how sociopolitical dynamics work, I get very excitable, and then I'm just going to talk. Mark Norris, it was nice to see you. Goodbye. Wild Roses, I agree with you, dear friend, and I do think a third retrial is coming no matter what if there is a mistrial. Now let me have some Gatorade. Hold on. That was very good. Deaf Otter, you are the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. Now let me just make sure Lydia's video has no music. Hold on here. She makes great videos. Hold on. I want to see if there's any music.
It's notable.
Nope, no music. All right. So, and it's not, listen, I love people who deploy music. It's just that if I put that clip up and there's like music in it, what can happen is that the music, even if it's not licensed music, if it has any kind of harmonic resonance that resembles licensed music, it will trip the filter, and then I have to go into it afterwards and I have to mute that section, and it won't even have the words sometimes. It's very frustrating. This filter that it uses is very sensitive for music. So, like, but I know what I'm looking for, so as long as I hear it within 10 seconds and kind of stop it, it's fine. But yeah, if you ever ask me to play a clip and I don't play it right away, it's not because I'm insulting you. I literally have to screen it. It's not an option. And then the other thing is I'm not playing anything on this stream unless I see it. Like, I trust all of you, but I'm not blind playing anything unless I actually screen it. And so I do that. Now, I want to caveat that. I cannot control what happens on a live feed outside court. That is not, I disclaim any liability for that. That is the broadcaster who has a pool feed outside the court. But in terms of like me playing recorded videos, I'm going to screen it. It would be irresponsible for me not to screen them. And I think you all know that it's very important to me that we do our best, only report things here we can confirm, things like that. So in the spirit of that, I'm not insulting you when it takes a little bit to play videos. I'm literally screening them. So so JJ, I'm gonna have to put up a poll because a lot of you have put in requests, and I don't want to watch something. I don't want to make people watch something that will make them more nervous or whatever. So let's do a poll and try to get consensus. Now let me get the Call Me Hank clip. No, it's actually the Lydia clip. Let me get the Lydia clip. There you go. See, Lydia follows Towel. Towel likes Lydia. Hello, Lydia. You are a towel. If you're in chat, please say hello. You are a towel. If I just talk about people, do you think they like show up in chat? So if I'm just like, Lydia Towel, you are a towel, will she just show up and be like, I am a towel? You don't understand. That would be wonderful. Well, Lydia, we're watching your wonderful video. God bless you for making it. We love Hank. You love Hank. Let's do it.
It's notable that the defense purposely conflates two very separate issues. If you had a chance to read their motion, they suggest that they should receive costs because they hired an expert, came to Canton, and didn't receive the information they wanted. Yet today in the argument, they try to give you a historical complaint about the production of videos in this case. That is a separate issue. That's a Rule 14 issue, but that is not the motion before the court. The reason I suggest they conflate the issues is because they know their merit for costs. I mean, their motion for costs has no merit whatsoever. And so what they're trying to do is incite facts, invoke this injustice they've created so that the court looks at the motion that they actually filed and gets it distorted. It is disappointing to stand before a court and file an affidavit as an attorney and have someone else have a cross affidavit. Frankly, in my career, when that has happened on rare occasions, I find that embarrassing. There is very skilled and able attorneys in this courtroom, and to work out discovery matters and agreements is something that attorneys always should do. And that is what I've tried to do in this case. I have tried to give the defense the best opportunity I can to get whatever information they want, whether it is required or not required. Yet, I'm standing here today and I have to now share with you my conversations with the defense. I have to share with the court my position, which is contrary to the defense, because they have lodged a motion asking for money that they are not entitled to. If I stand back and do nothing and remain the dignity of the court, then what happens is there are claims that just float out in nowhere, and a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And a lie unchecked becomes the truth.
And that is exactly why we do that. 1 second. Not an insult to anyone. The reason why we do that is because we screen content. So, folks, please, in the future, if you ever want to play... Oh, dear God. All right, let's see if the music stopped at least. No, oh, dear God. No, we cannot play this. So, hold on. I really like that some of you wanted to share this, but please screen your videos. We cannot just, it's not, X and YouTube are different. We cannot play stuff like that with music. I wish we could. We cannot. So please screen that in the future. I love that video though, but just know, if you watch a video and it has music and you share a clip and you want me to play it, please say, Grant, this clip has music in it. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. We love.
And I have to now shift position, asking for money that they are not entitled to. If I stand back and do nothing and remain the dignity of the court, then what happens is there are claims that just float out in nowhere, and a lie unchecked becomes the truth.
So, Stacy, not a problem at all. Yes, so in this specific case, because the music isn't actually relevant to what's going on screen, that's a great idea. Thank you for helping. We did a great job getting through that together. But yes, no, it's not. Just let me know if there's music in a clip, because then we can either mute the music or we can figure out a workaround. It's just if it comes up by surprise, it can. I have to then in post editing go through and deal with it, which is, it doesn't really matter to me. It's just, it's frustrating. But anyway, all right, let's take a look. He's saying a lie repeated becomes unchecked. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I got muted. Oh, that was an incredibly bad time to get muted. Okay, hold on. So I had to pause that video. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, because I was doing some research in the background and I wasn't paying attention. The sound is back, hold on. The sound is back. What happened was I was doing some research in the background. I have to tell this whole story again, so I apologize for that. Listen, that is not right. The reason why I paused that video and forgot to unmute is I literally was shocked that what it says on this screen. So did you all see this text? Did you see that it said Kearney was brought on less than 3 months after she was charged? No. I know. The sound is back. Don't worry. Yeah, so let me just go back one frame here. Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. So did you see this here? Not even 3 months after John's murder, Karen kicks off her propaganda campaign with the useful idiot Aidan Kearney. That's not right. And that's why I was pausing. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hello, Crime Cricket. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. This cannot be right, ladies and gentlemen. Crime Cricket, you are a super talent, my friend. This is not right. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, where it says that Aidan Kearney got involved in April of 2023? We got to back up here, folks. No. This is what I was saying to Lydia. Lydia, that's wrong. I know this is an older video from a few months ago, but that's wrong. Karen gets, John's murdered, allegedly, on January 29, 2022, okay? Karen gets charged in Stoughton District Court, okay, on February 2nd, 2022, okay? So, January 29, 2022, February 2nd, 2022, okay? What happens next is even more horrifying in the sense that the timeline kind of builds up. June 10th, 2022, Karen gets indicted by a grand jury in Norfolk County on second-degree murder, OUI manslaughter, and then leaving the scene of an accident causing death. Then, in August of 2022, August 23rd, 2022, David Yannetti clearly calls in Flint from the Boston Herald and Court TV, in my opinion. And then, remember, Alan Jackson's not even involved in that point in the case. So now we're months in. We're 6 months in August of 2022. And what happened is, David Yannetti was on the transition team for Rachel Rollins when she became Suffolk DA. So I think Yannetti probably called in a favor to Rachel Rollins, who said that Rollins and Jackson and Reed could go meet with then first U.S. Assistant Attorney Josh Levy in November of 2022. Okay? Then, November of 2022, jump forward to May of 2023. That's when Aidan gets involved, which is right when the federal grand jury starts up into John O'Keefe's death and the investigation thereof over the summer of 2023. And then right after that summer, August of 2023, the investigation of Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up opens by the feds. You see what I'm getting at here? The John's death investigation closes down, but the feds got what they wanted, something on Morrissey and that MSP unit. Oh, goes right back up. You see what I'm saying? And so here's the really interesting part. April or May of 2023, Aidan Kearney allegedly runs into some problems, quote unquote, okay, with that allegedly related to a wiretapping issue with a woman from Rhode Island, last name Haskins, first name Natalie, maybe Victoria Haskins, and the Holden police start investigating this. But weirdly, either the Holden police or some people in the orbit of that case get approached by a field agent from the Worcester FBI named Samuel Weiner. Now listen, folks, you don't have to put the freaking dots together. Why would an FBI agent ever approach anyone in the orbit of one of Aidan Kearney's criminal cases at that specific time, right after Karen linked Aidan up with Alan? I think Alan might actually be like in my opinion, it's possible he might be like a government source, or like maybe even a deep cover operative who really, like, yes, he's a lawyer, but he really is like tied into the like DOJ establishment or the FBI or the Domestic Intelligence Service. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't call him a spy. He's more just like a useful operative for intelligence purposes, which I guess is a spy, but not in the conventional sense. It's more of like, all right, let me give you an example. In the 40s and 50s, all right, one of the guys, I want to say it was H. Howard Hunt, who was one of the Watergate burglars. He used to work for the CIA until like 79 or something when he got released or whatever, maybe even 69, right before Watergate, because he became a contractor for Nixon after he got released from the CIA. But no one ever actually leaves the intelligence community, just so you understand. Anyway, so this guy, I think it was H. Howard Hunt. It may have been G. Gordon Liddy. One of these two, like, it might have been G. Gordon Liddy. One might have been Hunt. I've listened to their whole Watergate testimony in front of Senator Irving's committee in 72. I've listened to it a lot. But one of these two guys was a CIA agent for a while, like from the 50s to the 60s, maybe even the 40s to the 60s, like from the beginning of the OSN, of the Office of Security Coordination, OSC, or whatever the Directorate of National Security, whatever the beginning of the CIA was. That guy was there. And he in the 50s, let me give you an example of what the CIA does. This is public. In the 50s, this guy, there was a communist newspaper that ran in America from like the 30s to like the 60s or something. The People's Daily, I don't remember what it was called. It was out of somewhere like Milwaukee, maybe, Wisconsin, Illinois, somewhere out of there. And so this guy got he indexed, before computers, he indexed every single printing of that communist newspaper and he approached the CIA and said, he was some professor or something, and said, listen, I'm embedded in these anarchist circles, these like communist circles. I want to do a project for the CIA. And this guy became hired by the CIA. Now, you go back into these files, like G. Gordon Liddy's FOIA files in the CIA vault. Let me just tell you, you will find what they did was they set him up with a job. He was working for the CIA, but he had a deep cover domestic position, literally as a professor, as like an advocate. It was scary, ladies and gentlemen. And he infiltrated communist groups, and his larger project was using the membership rolls from the printings of the newspaper in the 30s, 40s, and 50s to track the Communist Party for the House Un-American Activities Committee. All right? HUAC. And that, it all makes sense, okay? You plant, Aiden was a low level in my opinion, if he was doing this at all, very low level. You plant someone in a cover position, but they're really an intelligence operative they may not even know what they're doing, but they're a low level intelligence operative. I think Kate Peter played a very similar role, in my opinion, for the state. And in that way, no way an FBI agent from the Worcester field office should ever have been talking to the Holden police about Aiden Kearney's criminal case in May of 2023, unless it was because of, or June, I think it was May of 2023, because of Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti. And if they were doing that right as that grand jury was launched, and we know the federal probe of John's death is over, my opinion is Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney and all those lawyers near Karen have known since the summer of 2023, although they've never told anyone, that the real target of the probe by the feds was the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, and all the noise about the Karen Reed case was fake. In all the investigations and grand jury, it was pretextual, it was a honeypot, it was designed to get information. Because think about it, if you're going to investigate the state police, you're going to tell them you're investigating them? No, they are investigators. They are very powerful. They are trained in law enforcement techniques. They are on joint task forces with the feds. They know how the feds operate. So do you know what you're going to do if you're the feds and you're investigating a state police unit? I will tell you exactly what you're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to stage a fake investigation into John O'Keefe's death, completely mind F's the state police. They don't know what's being investigated. Why are the feds investigating this? Oh, because Karen has connections. Oh, because the feds like Karen. It's going to throw them the hell off the track. And then when they're not looking, when their guard's down, when they're looking over here at the shiny federal investigation into John's death, all of a sudden you slip in with the Birchmore probe. They have no idea what's going on. Bang, 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 you hit them. They're so focused on the O'Keefe and Reed grand jury, the federal probe, they can't get to the witnesses who are going to cooperate against Farwell. And remember, the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, that involves the same unit that investigated Karen for John's death. So I think the investigation of John's death was clean, but the feds realized, let's trick the MSP by just going hard on John's death so they won't know what the hell is going on. It will be like a cluster F of ammunition just exploding everywhere around them over the summer of 2023. Then we pounce. We move right on to the Birchmore grand jury in August of 2023. The state police won't see it coming. None of these operatives will see it coming. But we got to keep Karen and Aiden quiet. And that explains why people in the orbit of the state police wanted to get close to people close to Aiden, because I believe they thought Aiden was going to spill the beans about what the real target of the federal probe was. And remember, it really heated up in August of 2023. And remember, Matthew Farwell can't have been arrested for Sandra Birchmore's murder unless the state police, by the feds, unless the state police got it wrong, because the state police wrote a report saying that Matthew Farwell was not responsible for Sandra's death and she took her own life. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, February 1st, 2021, in the town of Canton, 9:23 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, Sandra Birchmore is killed by, allegedly, according to the feds, by Matthew Farwell, a former Stoughton police officer. Matthew Farwell believed at the time that the baby that Sandra was carrying and was going to carry to term was his baby, because that's what Sandra told him. Matthew Farwell went over to Sandra's apartment, according to video footage, and killed Sandra Birchmore by hanging her from a door. I'm sorry to have to be that direct. That's what he did to her, ladies and gentlemen. He staged it to look like a self-harm, but he strangled her and hung her from a door. 3 days later, February 4th, Monday, Sandra is discovered during a wellness check by the Canton Police. The Canton Police, during the first 48 hours of the investigation from February 4th to February 6, 2021, put together a litany of information, including that Matthew Farwell was at Sandra Birchmore's murder, the scene of her murder, on tape, 9:23 p.m. that Friday, February 1st. Second, the maintenance man at Sandra's building told the Canton Police that that was the same man who helped Sandra move into her apartment. Number 3, the Canton Police went to Sandra's school where she worked and got information that Matthew Farwell had found out about the baby and that he was going to take care of the problem himself, quote unquote, if Sandra wouldn't not carry the baby to term. The state police get handed that case February 6, 2021, ladies and gentlemen. The state police unit detailed to the Norfolk DA. They got all that evidence from the Canton PD. Yet, a few months later, a police officer on that MSP unit named John Fanning, who used to work in Stoughton, where Farwell and a potentially ring of cops that were involved with Farwell used to work, writes a police report for the MSP clearing Farwell, saying Sandra's death was the result of self-harm. Any other cops for that MSP unit maybe work in Stoughton? It wasn't about protecting Matthew Farwell. It was that Matthew Farwell was probably part of a ring of cops in Stoughton. There's some people before the Post Commission now, including Farwell's brother, and I think another man, Robert Devine. There's some serious allegations, folks. Was Sandra maybe not the only victim? Was the real reason Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up by potentially the same MSP unit who investigated Karen's for John's death was because it wasn't Farwell, it was what Farwell was involved with. And furthermore, if the feds figured this out and used the probe of John's death as cover, wouldn't explain all the winks and nods to Karen, because the feds this whole time knew that Karen was right, just not about her case. Obviously, Karen, in my opinion, was responsible for John's death. There was nothing wrong with that investigation. But if Karen figured out and was told by Josh Levy personally in the fall of 2023 that really they had shifted to Birchmore and that Levy knew that unit was dirty and needed Karen's help, that makes everything make sense. Now, Karen had help from that old DOJ in Boston. Then you got Leah Foley and Turtle Boy, too, in my opinion. I think they cut Turtle Boy loose, though, before December 2023. Once they moved to Birchmore, I really think they cut Aiden loose. They didn't need him anymore. They needed Karen, but they cut Aiden loose. And then the big change, that explains the big change in January of 2025 when new U.S. Attorney Leah Foley comes in Boston, and that Levy, Rollins, and Dustin Chow crew. Dustin Chow was a line prosecutor in the public integrity section who, like then U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, had a grudge unrelated to the Reed case or anything else against Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA. Now, if you want some context there, Rachel Rollins had a bifurcated grudge against the Norfolk DA. Two reasons, both dating to like 2019 or so when Rollins was first Suffolk DA. Rollins had a very soft on crime approach to prosecution. She wouldn't prosecute a litany of low-level offenses. It caused other DAs to put out press statements kind of unanimously going against her. She then went at the DAs. One of them was Morrissey. Another situation, Rollins in 2019 was one of the first people to propose not having life terms for youthful murder offenders who committed crimes when they were between 18 and 25. That caused like 4 other DAs, including Morrissey, to file an amicus curiae with the appellate court about what Rollins was trying to do. Now, you can argue the merits of that all you want. It turns out Rollins was writing the extraordinary dissent there with her opinion because the SJC 5 years later in 2024, maybe 2025, recently, went along with Rollins and decided that that was the standard. We couldn't have life terms for youthful offenders between 18 and 25. But that's not really relevant. What's relevant is that Rachel Rollins had 2 ongoing political disputes with Michael Morrissey. Now, one other thing to keep in mind, Dustin Chow. Dustin Chow was a line prosecutor at the time under Rachel Rollins in a section of the DOJ called the Public Integrity Section. The Department of Justice in America has a bunch of different sections. They oversee like FBI agents and different apparatuses of federal law enforcement. One of the sections is called the Public Integrity Section or the Public Integrity Unit. The PIU deals with corruption in public office, okay, DAs, governors, whatever. And what happened here was Dustin Chow also, along with Rachel Rollins, had an independent grudge against Michael Morrissey. This part's very complicated. So in 2015, there was a case that I think Hank Brennan was involved with. It was he was defending Whitey Bulger. It was a case where there was a murder in Sharon, and the feds were prosecuting it as a conspiracy involving the Whitey Bulger gang, and the people on trial were like Whitey Bulger, Stephen the Rifleman Fleming, and Frank Cadillac Salemi. Now, in the context of that case, case, one of the people who worked at the Norfolk DA's office, and the reason why this is unique is when a murder happens, it's in Massachusetts. It's in the original jurisdiction of the state police, and if the feds want to charge it as murder, the state police have to give up jurisdiction. So the Norfolk DA gives up jurisdiction. It's technically the Norfolk DA who has to do it for this murder that happened in Sharon. And during the prosecution of that case, one of the people working at the Norfolk DA's office was Dustin Chow's wife. Dustin Chow's wife got passed over for a promotion while working at the Norfolk DA's office. Because she got passed over for a promotion, Chow allegedly went around at the time saying he was going to do whatever it took to burn down Michael Morrissey's reputation, the Norfolk DA. Okay, so 7 years later, in November of 2022, you get this conflagration of factors where Yannetti was on Rollins' transition team. Rollins has got a grudge against the Norfolk DA. Dustin Chow's got a grudge against the Norfolk DA. And then I think Yannetti calls Rollins. Rollins tells Yannetti, Jackson, and Karen to go into Josh Levy's office in November of 2022, and they'll get the bastard, the Norfolk DA. That's how I could imagine her saying it. Now, why do I think Rachel Rollins is capable of this? Well, in May of 2023, the Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, released a report indicating that Rachel Rollins, and this probably forced her out of office, Rachel Rollins had when she first became U.S. Attorney, maybe late 2022, a little bit earlier, when she left her Suffolk DA seat, the then governor of Massachusetts was Republican Charlie Baker. Now, Rollins, ultra-liberal, Baker, Republican. Moderate Republican, but a Republican. Massachusetts Republican. So Baker appoints to Rollins' DA seat when she leaves to take the position as U.S. Attorney. Baker appoints to Rollins' DA seat a man by the name of Kevin Hayden, a moderate Democrat. Now, Kevin Hayden then faces off in a primary election for that seat that Baker filled on a temporary basis against a man named Ricardo Arroyo, who was then a Boston City councilor. Now, Ricardo Arroyo was political allies with Rachel Rollins, and what happened was when Hayden beat Arroyo in the primary, there was an October surprise, something about like the MBTA or Rollins or like Arroyo doing something with a partner. It was weird. It was weird. Hayden definitely took Arroyo out, but that's politics. But anyway, so Rollins was pissed and sent Arroyo a text like, Hayden will pay for what he did to you. Watch this. Well, what did Rollins do? According to the DOJ OIG, the Rollins started a pretextual federal probe into Kevin Hayden, recused herself, leaked it to the Herald and the Globe, and tried to use that to smear Hayden's reputation. So in May of 2023, when Rollins gets forced out of office by the DOJ OIG, Josh Levy personally runs the federal grand jury into John O'Keefe's death over May, June, July, August, whatever. And then immediately the Birchmore grand jury opens up in August. I think Josh Levy personally ran that grand jury because it wasn't into John O'Keefe's death. It was pretextual, it was a honeypot, and the real investigation was Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up, and I think Karen and Aiden have known this the whole time and were told to shut up about it because they were involved with the national security establishment. Why the DOJ ever got involved with Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed, I will never understand. But the point is, no, it was not 3 months after Lydia, so a very important correction for your video. No, it was not 3 months after. John's death, January 29, 2022. Aiden doesn't get involved until 15 months later, April or May of 2023. So, yeah, what did you think of my overview? Did I do a good job? Now, listen, there are a lot of self-interested actors. Have you not realized that maybe certain people want to protect Brian Tully and that state police unit, and they're worried that the presentation of information about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case in the wider international media is going to draw scrutiny onto the Sandra Birchmore murder cover-up and the involvement of that MSP unit? Did you ever ask yourself, why was Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction while in the possession of the state police in the context of the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney criminal investigations? Why was a 15-year extraction of that phone, including pictures of Lindsay giving birth, turned over by Brian Tully to Aiden Kearney's lawyer directly, with nothing redacted except for messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay on April 24th, 2024? You all see where we're going with this? It was an operation. It was all an operation on both sides. By the feds to get the Norfolk DA and the MSP, by the MSP to deflect. They wanted to insulate some of these witnesses for some reason, not Lindsay, obviously, or not Colin Albert, not Chris Albert. They wanted to insulate some of these witnesses by distracting the Turtle Riders, and I think Lindsay was cannon fodder. I think Colin Albert was cannon fodder. I think Chris Albert was cannon fodder. for the actual power players involved in this proxy war, which are like the people who probably got the Norfolk DA elected. I'm going to be honest. I think that's probably why they have so much influence over him. And then furthermore, and also the people who have worked at that MSP office for a long time and know where the proverbial bodies are buried. All right. And on the other side, the feds who, really wanted to get what they wanted to get. They wanted to get that unit. They wanted to get the MSP. They wanted to get Morrissey. They weren't going to get him on the John O'Keefe death thing, but to trick the MSP, they had to launch the pretextual federal probe. And then to bring it back, the MSP was like, well, they had dual objectives. MSP wanted to find out what the federal probe was about once it shifted to Birchmore. And then, for whatever reason, I don't know why the hell Brian Tully cares about so much about specific witnesses, but Brian Tully's like, oh, hand Lindsay's phone over? I'll say it was an accident. Really? Right before Reed's first trial? Fodder for the Turtle Riders, and you know it. I believe it. You know it, Mr. Tully. No, sorry, Lieutenant Tully. Does the governor know it? I don't know. I don't know the governor. I did ask the governor a question at a press conference one time, and she answered me. I said, Madam Governor, what's your message to people who might think about violating the new revenge porn law? And she was like, don't. And then she went on a great rant about how people shouldn't do it. I don't know the governor. What are you talking about? I've never spoken to anyone. I'm a towel. You don't understand. Anyway, Mr. Tully, sorry. Lieutenant Tully, I don't know why you did that. I don't know why you care about Kate Peter or Kate Peter's friends or what they have on you or what she knows or what the hell's going on. I just think it's ridiculous. And for anyone out there saying, oh, no, you don't understand. Kate Peter knows the Netflix people, and she's going to get me in the documentary, and she's the Charlotte of the internet, and she would never do this. Why would Kate Peter ever in a million years use witnesses as fodder? That would mean she's trying to protect Brian Tully or something, or maybe some of the witnesses at the expense of other witnesses. That Grant, you can't be right about that. Oh, really? Did you ever ask yourself who started the rumor that Colin Albert and Chris Albert sold drugs? Did you ever ask that? And did you ever wonder why that rumor permeated for so long? You want to see, folks? I know you think very highly of Kate Massel, but why would she do this? No one ever said that the Alberts sold drugs before Kate spread this rumor to Aidan Kearney. And she can claim all she wants that she was just using, she was making a point about Aidan. Really, how convenient. Tully makes a mistake to leak Lindsay's phone, unredacted except for messages from Kate to Lindsay and Tully to Lindsay. And then Kate wants to make a point. She didn't say other witnesses sold drugs in their family. It was Colin Albert and Chris Albert. I think Colin Albert, Chris Albert, and Lindsay Gattani were fodder used by Kate Peter to distract the public, especially Turtle Riders, from some of the other witnesses who might know Kate a little better. I don't know, maybe they have more money than Colin, Chris, and Lindsay. Just my opinion.
This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aidan to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims. And I want to prove this. So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com. I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. He would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
All right. Yeah, and this is an honor. I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. All right, bear with me for a minute. Hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important that people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe was that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know, that's come on, that's what makes it a little far-fetched. You're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance
Oh,
to.
he said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker.
Folks, that's Boomer. That's someone else from New York. I know who you are. The woman third from the top. Where'd you go? You disappeared. I know it. I know what you saw. Just a little towel. In a world defined by information, no more than your opponent. And protect the vulnerable. And ruin people who take advantage of our system of justice for their personal ends. Now, you saw it. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw that video just play where Kate Peter was the source of that rumor. It never was talked about. It's still spreading around to this day. Why'd she use Colin Albert, Chris Albert, and Brian Albert as cannon fodder? Why? Right there, in my opinion. She didn't have to do that. She could have picked any witnesses. Why them? Why'd Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, 15 years, including pictures of her giving birth, get released right before Karen's first trial? You see what I'm laying down? Thank you, Macy Towell. We'll look at it. If anyone has the direct link, please let me know. I'm in a bit of an incredulous mood. Macy Towell, people who take advantage of the vulnerable. I almost start crying. I don't know what to do about it. I get very overwhelmed. I just don't want this story to... Well, first of all, I just want to tell you, the number of projects that I am getting approached with right now, I don't really want to do this for money, and I'm not. But it's unbelievable. I cannot believe I haven't formally made any decisions. The amount of people who have been approaching me, in the way that they're approaching me, as if my time is very valuable. It's so weird. I don't know what to do. I'm completely overwhelmed. I just told the story again. I am going to tell this damn story, and there's no one that's going to stop me from being able to reveal what both sides of this case did at the expense of the vulnerable. It's just what I'm going to pick. I'm so overwhelmed. The opportunities that I have right now, it's not about me. It's about what is going to be the best conduit to tell this story in an authentic way that matters. Screw your documentaries and all your other stuff. No, I'm just going to do it. Okay, so you won't be able to choose. You won't be able to pick. I will just produce it. I will put the people in it that I want to highlight, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. I'm trying to tell you the number of offers that I have gotten. You don't understand. It's outrageous. I have my pick. There's 7 of them. And that's just the non-written offers. The written offers, I can't even believe some of the publication houses that want to work with me. I don't understand. So I just want to let you know that this story will be told. It doesn't matter how much effort you put into controlling this narrative. I'm just going to do it myself. I will have complete editorial control. You won't be able to stop me. So good luck. What's going on? The court officers let me know that have let me send an empty courtroom that does have AC. From here, I can see up the stairs to the door where any notes from the jury will come. That's great. That's great. That's great, New Hampshire Canopation. Keep us updated. Yes, thank you. I am going to get a lot of experience. Oh, thank you, Macy. I'm going to make good decisions, and maybe I will accept some money. I'm going to have Towel Editor Chris set something up. It's a big, complicated process. We'll figure it out. It's not going to happen in the short term, maybe in the next few months. But I'm excited. Listen, when it started, I don't know. I think I told you the other day. I was I got a call. I set up a call, and I did the call. And I was I can't believe that person talked to me. And then it just kind of steamrolled. And then all these other people started calling. And then now it's just a question of what are we going to do and how are we going to do it? So it's going to be very interesting. I'm very excited. Oh yeah, you couldn't buy me if you wanted to. You can donate, but please don't make it conditional. You'll break my heart. Like someone one time was like, but I did all this, and it's like, okay, but was that out of the goodness of your heart? Like, I don't keep track when I help people. Like, why are you? So anyway, no, you could not buy me if you wanted to. It was the same when I was covering the adult use and medical use industry. Like, you can't, I'll starve, I'll go without, whatever. I'd rather just be anxious and nervous than sell out. It will never happen. Never going to happen. My Mountain View, great to see you. Thank you, Amanda. You're so kind. I'm excited, Crime Cricket. I'm going to do justice to this story, come hell or high water, little towels, I swear. And not just this story, the whole overlapping mosaic, my dear friends. All right, so there's a new verdict slip posted by Katie Benoit. Let me just grab it. I'll go over to Katie Benoit's Twitter. So let's see. Kay Benoit. Katie's a great reporter. I told her to use Canvas to tag her clips. All right, little towels. There's Katie Benoit. We got the new verdict slip. Thank you so much, Macy Towel. We have a new verdict slip from Katie Benoit. Katie Benoit is a super towel. Thank you, Katie Benoit. This just came in 5 minutes ago. We are breaking news on Towel Stream because of Macy. Bless you, Macy Towel. Would you like to consider a promotion? You can be Sergeant Macy Towel. I don't exactly know what you should do in your new role as Sergeant. Perhaps you can go around monitoring and keeping the peace. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to announce that Macy Towel has been promoted to Sergeant. Now, I don't exactly know what it means to be a Sergeant, a Towel Sergeant. You will have to figure that out, Macy. Your role will mostly be self-defined. All right, so here's the new verdict slip, ladies and gentlemen. We heard about this. Now we're seeing it. You heard about it. You've seen it. Well, let's talk about it. Offense 002. This is page 2. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is not guilty of the offenses charged or any lesser included offenses, very similar to before. If you find the defendant not guilty on the defense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. That's basically what I said yesterday. Guilty of offenses charged. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle. Okay, that's extremely confusing. Oh, I see. So you either pick not guilty or guilty. If you decide, so you don't check either of these boxes if you don't want to find her guilty of the top charge. Wait, what? No, they give a second box for the top charge. Oh God, this is what they should have done, but it's very intense. So at the beginning, you have to decide, is she guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged? Then if you pick guilty, you have to pick which ones. Oh God, no wonder why they're spending so much time deliberating. Okay, yeah, no, they're going to spend hours on this. This is very complicated. Guilty of offenses charged. Then you have to decide, so now you pick guilty or not guilty. If she's guilty of any of the second offenses charged, then you have to go down manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So you have to actually decide, it lists it again, okay, at the top as the main charge. Then you have to decide, okay, is she guilty of this charge? If she is, which one? Is it because she was under the influence of liquor or because she had a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater? Then, okay, if you make your decision there, if she's not guilty on that, you just don't check those boxes, okay? Then you have to go down. Now, if you do check this box, you then have to go up here. If you check one of these boxes, okay, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle or manslaughter while 0.08 or greater, or both, you have to go up here and check box 2, okay? If you don't check any of these boxes, so if you rule this charge out, you still don't check box 1, you go down here and read this. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below. So now you have to decide for count 3, involuntary manslaughter. Are you going to find her guilty? Now, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then go to the next page. Is everybody following along? Does this make sense? All right. So we go over here and now we look. This now says, this is what they do next. If she's guilty of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor, and negligence, check one or both of the following. Remember, the involuntary manslaughter doesn't have these boxes because there's no OUI element. So if there's an OUI element like motor vehicle homicide, you have to pick which box. If there's the OUI, you have to pick or both, and then you have to go up here and check box 4. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find a not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. Now you have to get to the 5th charge, operating under the influence of liquor. If you think she did that, you have to pick, was it operating under the influence or because of the BAC, and then you have to check the box. If you only get there, though, if you find her not guilty on everything else. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1, and this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members, dated 4-person. So, does it make sense? Does everybody follow? I think I have done my best to explain this. Yeah, so I agree. Hello, Troy. No news. We have an updated verdict form. You just tuned in as we read it. I think this updated verdict form makes sense. This is how my brain read it to begin with, but I think because I am not a lawyer, but I'm trained as a law student, I knew how to read this. This is how my brain read it to begin with. But Judge Cannoni has actually done an excellent job kind of putting in what I would have explained to a layperson who didn't know what they were reading. Thank you, Holistic Psychology. I agree. It's a fascinating story, my dear friend. By the way, Tal's going to go get lunch in a little bit at like 11. Would you all mind if we put something on for like 20 minutes while Tal goes and gets lunch? Also, if you want to support Tal Stream, wait a minute, would anyone be mad since we just went over the verdict slips and since I'm not just doing donation reads because you all told me to make a store, can we do a towel store Vanna White moment? Can I also drop my donation info because Tal needs to go get lunch and we're doing good. We're doing good. Towel has made it. I just got to make it till a few more days, and then Towel will be okay. So if you'd like to support Towel Stream, you can, you know what you can do. You can like, you can subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on one second. I have to make sure, though, that this goes in correctly because I don't always put the, I don't always put the links in right, and then they don't work for people, and then people are like, Grant, can you please put your own links in right? I'm trying to help you. And then I'll be like, yes, I promise I will do that for you. I'm a towel. So allow me to do that and allow me not to continue to be a towel. I'm sorry about that. I was born this way. I'm like Lady Gaga. I'm a towel. Well, Lady Gaga's not a towel, but I am. Lady Gaga can be a towel if she wants. I'm a little bit worried she's into that satanic stuff too. Well, not satanic, just occult. I have to talk to her about it. If I ever meet Lady Gaga, the first thing I'm going to say is, I watched your interview at Yale where you talked about bifurcating between Lady Gaga and Stephanie, and it saved my life. You are wonderful. Also, I'm going to say to her, do you worship the occult? And if you don't, can you explain to me what it's like when you're in famous Hollywood circles and people try to pressure you to support the occult? Yeah, we can do the jury questions again. You got it, ladies and gentlemen. I have that all queued up. And please, before we do the jury question, can I be Towel Vanna White? Would you all indulge me in being Towel Vanna White? I am thrilled to let you know that we have, ladies and gentlemen, we have brand new. I'm very, very excited. We have a brand new towel store. If you've been waiting, ladies and gentlemen, to support Towel Stream, there are 2 different ways you can now do it. Beyond, you can do direct donations. You can like and subscribe to the channel, please, or comment on the channel or react. No way of supporting Towel Stream is better than another. But I'm going to go into Towel Vanna White mode for just a minute. We don't have ads here. We don't have sponsors. We just have your support on this public information service and also Towel Store. So, which link didn't work? Oh no. Hold on. The last link did not work. Let me try one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Let me delete the last post. I am not very good at posting my own links. I would just like to point out I am a towel. Literally, I am so bad at this that I don't even post my own links right. God bless you, Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue, and God bless you for helping animals. Help support Towel Stream. Okay, this should work. I'm not guaranteeing this is going to work, but this should work. Okay, so I have to put a space there. Okay, and then I have to put a space there. Okay, it should work now. I'm not guaranteeing this, but if someone could test, the Venmo, the PayPal, and the Cash App should all work. I'm so excited. Hello, Colleen Henry. I'm about to play the Call Me Hank clip again. Then we're going to watch the jury questions again. Just give me a second. I am an excitable towel. I'm going into Towel Vanna White mode. I hope you are excited. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to toweltribune.com/store, that's TOWEL Tribune. Thank you so much, Napa Valley German Shepherd Rescue. God bless you, friend. If you go to TOWELTRIBUNE.com/store, STORE, that's toweltribune.com/store. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you have the ability to purchase wonderful Call Me Hank merchandise designed by Towel. Yes, these were the first edition prints. These are actually my gift to you all. Yes, it does cost money, and you're buying them from a drop shipper, but I set the price literally as low as possible. They're like $18 and $23. There's a blue variant. There's a black variant. It says you can call me Hank. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you might be thinking to yourself, you are a wonderful Vanna White. What other items do we have? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can get a Call Me Hank backpack. Because Allie 90211, we don't do ads here. We don't do sponsors. We have Towel Vanna White talking about Towel Store. And also, Allie, I figured out how to cancel your order. Give me 24 hours. I have to click a button. I refund it. Then you can place another order. I'm sorry for the confusion. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, all items on the store except for the backpack, the towel, and maybe even the socks, I don't know, they have sizes. So please make sure, I changed it from uni-size on one of the items to all sizes now. There was one order that came in unisex. I'm refunding that, but all items on the towel store, except for the backpack and other items that don't have sizes, have sizes. The backpack, I think, is wonderful, and I'm thrilled to be able to be your Towel Vanna White. Yes, someone even ordered the embroidered You Can Call Me Hank socks. I think they are wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, no, don't get me wrong. I know Vanna White is not from the shopping network. Vanna White is from Jeopardy. I just think this is hilarious. Mixed metaphors in a sardonic manner are my forte. You don't understand. I'm a towel. Now, this is the one that I like the most. I know a lot of you have seen this, and you're going to lose your towel mind. It is a towel. It's my art with a towel. It's me standing there like a very proud towel with my hat on, and a bunch of angry lawyers waving around my writing, being like, oh, how dare you? And it says, I'm a towel. All right. Listen, I did not put this up. This was requested. This was a towel stream request. I refused to put up this for a long time until Deliberations started, and I will not be abashed. I will be unabashed in my Towel Vanna Whiteness. You don't understand. Anyway, so that's a towel. And Towel doesn't really make anything on this. It's going to go to towel editor Chris anyway. I'm just trying to set up a towel store. So anyway, this is the You Can Call Me Hank hoodie. It has a very nice form of writing on it. I really like it. 4 different people timed out Tommy MC right away. That was hilarious. Don't insult the towel socks. Insult the towel socks at your peril. All right, and then also I heard people really like this crop top hoodie. This is the one, the Under Armour one and the crop top hoodie now have a bunch of different sizes. It does ship to the EU. Please check your size. I put disclaimers. Please make sure, etc. But yes, other than one order that came in, everything is looking good there. And then this is the Under Armour hoodie. I really like this one. This is really expensive. I'm never going to be able to buy it, but it is really cool. And then again, check at the bottom. Okay. Check at the bottom, and then there you go. So, yes, please, thank you for your indulgence. We're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip. We love the Call Me Hank clip. The world loves the Call Me Hank clip, and Colleen loves the Call Me Hank clip. Oh, God bless you to someone who sent a donation. I just want to let you know I saw it. It means a lot to me, and I'm excited to watch the Call Me Hank clip, which we are going to do right now. Oh, and then after the Call Me Hank clip, we're going to watch the jury questions again because we've had another request for that, and I will never turn down a towel request. And while we're watching jury questions, how about this? I'll get an early lunch. So the jury questions are going to take you a while to watch. It literally takes like an hour. While you're watching all 4 of them, including the debates, I'm going to go get towel lunch early, and we'll have a special towel early lunch because I think, who knows, today might be the day. But before we do that, we have to watch the Call Me Hank clip. We can't just talk about the Call Me Hank clip. We have to watch the Call Me Hank clip, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is it. Colleen Henry, are you ready for it? I was born ready for this. I know you were as well. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir.
I
We
will,
love
Hank.
it. We love it. We love it, ladies and gentlemen. We love it. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Oh, I love it. And I love this phrase. Hank has wonderful social skills. He even knew, I think that was right after my dad passed. I think he knew. Like, he's just, he's a good man. I want to, after the trial, I want to sit down, not for an interview. We might do an interview if he'll do it, but I want to sit down and just talk to him and be like, you are a wonderful man. I am a little bit of an overwhelmed towel. You don't understand. I'm very smart, but I don't know how to get through the world. Tell me things. And he'll be like, I am Hank Brennan. You can call me Hank. And I'll be like, my name is Grant. You can call me Towel. It will be wonderful. Oh, Hank does love the towel, and he is a gentleman. God bless you. Being a towel crime cricket gives me so much meaning. It is my towel eudaimonia, or my towel summum bonum. I am so grateful for all of your comments and love for each other. And Cat in a Hat, my dear friend, it's great to see you. Cat shares a verse with us. Now remember, I'm not proselytizing. I think we can be multi-faith towels. I just want to read this verse from EPH 613. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. What a peaceful, consoling what a peaceful, consoling movement. Well, Catherine, you've stumbled onto a pro-Jesus stream. Now, we don't proselytize. You can believe in whatever you want. You've stumbled onto a stream that is very friendly, amicable, centered on love, centered on being disagreeing without being disagreeable. I think a lot of people believe in Karen's guilt, but more so we're a fluffy towel fabric of a universe, and we span 97 countries here. So you're free to make friends here. You are allowed to have different opinions here. The only thing you really can't do is be, we prefer you not be derogatory or discriminatory or sea lion. You can't do those things. And then sometimes I come up with random rules, like we can't talk about politics if people are fighting, but then I relax those rules if we're talking about a subject related to it, like the old DOJ in Boston and their corruption with Karen, in my opinion, because they were very liberal and hated cops, et cetera, and the Norfolk DA, etc., etc., etc. So anyway, it's a really pretty nice place. Yes, I 100% believe that Karen Reed got drunk, she hit him, John O'Keefe, and then she left John to die on the lawn, couldn't come to terms with her actions like Ted Kennedy after Chappaquiddick, and tried to stage the worst cover-up of all time because she was not a sitting U.S. Senator. She's a Karen Reed. But yeah, you were asking Troy. Yes, Troy believes Karen's guilty. Troy believes Karen is innocent, but Troy is still here. I believe Karen is guilty. But Troy is allowed to believe whatever he wants as long as Troy is respectful and as long as the discussion is amiable and there's no sea lioning. Troy has figured out in so many ways how to just discuss here. Troy, sometimes we have towel becomes towel mediator and everybody gets we all calm down. But for the most part, even people who don't necessarily agree with the majority here, which is that Karen Reed is guilty, are welcome as long as they ascribe and follow and adhere to those three set rules plus any various other amendments, written or unwritten, to the towel constitution that I come up with in real time depending on how I'm feeling that day because I'm a towel. Yes, exactly. It was totally a Ted Kennedy redo. Mike was like, was raised Catholic, but have switched to Taoism. Oh no, I'm pretty sure that's idolatry. You are going to get me chased down by some kind of Inquisition, Mike. This is not a good idea. I'm telling you, this is how Inquisitions start. I'm going to get chased. It's going to be this whole story. I'm going to need none of your business's flotilla and the kangaroos and the penguins and the pandas and the koalas and the camels and the peacocks and Brewski the Irish setter and Wicked Uma and spork-wielding deckhands, and I'm going to have to go to Jerusalem, and I'm going to have to take refuge there by talking to a man about a gate. You don't understand. You're going to send them after me. It's going to be very, very problematic. I can already see the world is rising up. They're going to come for me. You don't understand, Mike. You're going to open the floodgates. Oh, goodness. Towels are kind and loving. I love the towel community. It means so much to me that you're all here, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking a look, little towels. Oh, that's right. You all had a request to watch the jury No, and Troy, listen, the other thing is I don't want, so some people, like, we're all moderators here, okay? But if you have special towel permission to oversee your other mods, if someone's been here for a very, very long time, let's say longer than a week, okay? They probably made connections here. They probably have friends here. And please don't, like, unless it's like they use a cuss word, unless they do something that's very egregious, please try to check in with Towel before we end it. And this is not a commentary on anyone. I want everyone to feel respected. Just check in with Little Towel. Just be like, okay, I want to time this person out. They've been here for a while. Do you mind if I do it? I'll just check in. I'll see the situation. I probably will side with you. But sometimes, like, and Def Otter will tell you, like, either me or one of the mods will come in. We don't exactly know what's going on, but we see somebody, like, getting riled up. And so my instant reaction is going to be like, okay, Colleen Henry is upset, so let's just let Troy be timed out so Colleen can express how she feels, which happened, and now I'll intervene and mediate, and now we're here. So just generally, like, if it's someone who's new to the channel and they're clearly being subversive, you can time them out. But if it's someone who's, like, been here and doing their best, it's better to diffuse by introducing Towel as a mediator, and then we'll all try to find common ground. So yeah, we're heading into hour 17. Hello, Luisa Ramirez. And no, then that's okay. Yeah, and that's part of what. Listen, part of what it is we are all individual people. We all have our own feelings, our own views, and we all express ourselves. You expressing yourself in whatever way you do it is never going to be wrong as long as you authentically were doing it. So no one was in the wrong yesterday. I just want to say part of being able to address these things is talking about them directly. We're glad to have Troy here. We're glad to have so many Towel friends here. You all know who you are, and just let's all be very responsible. And when you're acting when you're dealing with your other Towel friends, even in stressful moments, just think, what would Towel do? I bet Towel would just, like, greet this with kindness or just, like, hug the person and just move on. And that's exactly what I would do. So most of the time, the Towel has his faults, and we all have our faults. So we're going to do what you asked for. We're going to watch the video that you asked for. I got to zoom in on it a little bit. It's going to get annoying to watch it in this format. But I do have the video that you want. I can bring it up for you right now. It is the overview of the jury questions while we wait to see if there will be more jury questions today. So let me go back to that yesterday. Oh, by the way, do you know how many gigs it took to record the entire trial? I have, this is an image of, like, just, like, some of the recordings from, like, April, what was it? I think jury selection started somewhere in, like, April 22nd or something. And look at the amount of size. I don't know if you can see that. It's 251 gigs across 387 files. So a quarter of a terabyte of space. And you can see, I mean, this is only some of them. This is the entire trial. Every day, segmented, broken up, archived, dated, time-stamped. You can watch them in chronological order. I have the entire trial saved on my computer in digital format. It is 251 gigs. It was one of the most difficult things I've ever done. You don't understand. I put in so much effort to do this. It was a labor of love. I'm just glad to be with you all. And now also, that's not actually what we're doing. I was just showing that because what I want to show you is the overview of the jury questions from yesterday, and I got distracted. But yes, hold on. Let me go. Which one? All right, here it is. Nope, those are the Hank clips. Here's the recap. All right, hold on, Little Towels. I got to zoom us forward, and then I got to zoom in on this. It's going to be a little annoying, but that's all right. Can you please? All right, thank you. Hold on. We're going to wait for when it starts. These are the juror questions, Little Towels, and then go about that. So here we go. Let's watch. And the fourth question asked was a doozy, ladies and gentlemen. It was, can the jury find Karen not guilty on count 1 and 3 and hang on the middle count, or do they have to hang on all 3?
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now, so please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, the appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Now, the best part about this, ladies and gentlemen, since we're in towel recap, you didn't have to live these intense moments live. Oh no, little towels. I have the jump forward for you. We'll jump right back to the moments that things went live.
So I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or a member from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
Why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
Just no time? I don't expect that there's any time.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer is yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes, you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in the hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate. The Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they
right. So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any."
I understand.
Because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is, very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002 number 5 is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record. Okay, go ahead. With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on?
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course. We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following, and there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We fixed it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes, so we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5.
We still need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, because both instructions explained it. Yes.
All right.
I don't have any issue with if you state if you decide on a lesser included offense does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should re-emphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes, thank
you. All right, I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony.
All right, so we'll jump forward.
All right, thank you.
We're going to jump forward 5 minutes, folks, to when the jurors actually come in and this happens. We're going to watch this live, so give me 1 second. We're just going to jump forward. All right, here we go. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. We're doing our recap. We're watching the moments. I thought these were important to watch. Juror's about to get read the first 3 questions of the day. We're watching our recap. Today was the first day we saw any movement during deliberation, any questions, and these were the first 3 juror questions. That's actually in the courtroom. Papers.
Please, jurors entering.
All right, jurors now entering. It only takes a few seconds. The moments. Here we go. It will only take 30 seconds for the jurors to enter. Then the reading of the answers.
Back to session, you may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right? That's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
We're going to watch this sidebar. Keep an eye. I'm not going to comment on this. You just keep an eye on the sidebar in case we catch any hot mics. There were no hot mics, which means we're jumping forward to the 4th question. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to jump forward to when we got the 4th question. Hold on, I forget when this was. I think it was right around here. All right, so let's start with the 4th question. This was the 4th question of the day. The hot mic moment, yeah, that was earlier in the day, Cinnamon Buns. It was before the first deliberations. Let's watch number 4, and then we'll see if we can catch the hot mic moment. But let's watch question number 4.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at Sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
The defense position is not certainly not the position for it. I think we can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 no-card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not the theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than report those two counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Ms. Giannetti, I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John?
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
1 minute. Thank you.
They tested the court's patience, ladies and gentlemen. They certainly tested the court's patience. Very interesting to watch these moments in hindsight.
Just with a very slight tweak of the court's language, I don't have a principal objection to the court's language. That if we not answer the question at this time, I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in the court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer. For the reasons I stated, it's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I can make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects this read's rights. I think that
well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Well, the court's finished writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
it's that.
Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in.
All right.
Feisty. Listen, I don't really know what direction this. That was very feisty indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and that was how the day ended at 3:37 or so, or 3:57. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we ended for the day. Now, there was a slight hot mic moment. I'm not promising we can find it right now. It was right around when the first, right around when this sidebar was ending. I think there was a hot mic moment. Let's see if we can hear it.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Okay, yeah, so that was Alan Jackson looking at Bob and saying, Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't do this. So let's watch the moments. The mic cuts off. But look, let's listen to it again. You were right, whoever said there was a hot mic. Cinnamon Buns, listen to this.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't do this. It's right here, Cinnamon Buns. We got it. I mean, that was the moment. And he's saying, Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't do this. Hello, Jackie Blue. That's hilarious, chit chat and coffee. I think it could be him saying he can't do it that quickly. I don't think he's saying he can't do it again. I think he's saying he can't do the form that quickly. I don't think he said again. We'll listen to the hot mic. This is during the recap too, but all we have left in the recap is the Karen clips because that's what the jury is going to view. So let's listen one more time. Hold on. I don't know. Yeah, the defense team is very upset here, and I'm not sure exactly what they're saying, but let's listen again.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
No, he's not saying again. Jackson is saying, Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't. It says the mic cuts out, but it's Bob, I can't do this. Bob, I can't. And then the mic cuts out. One more. Let's listen again.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this. That's what he says. And he might be saying, it might be Jackson saying to Alessi, I can't do this right now because I have to do something else. Also, no, I don't think my mom is definitely not number cracker. She can barely operate one X account, not to mention two. God bless Towel Mom. She's doing her best. Def Otter, remind me tomorrow. Someone sent me their contact info that they want me to send to you because they don't have X, so I'll send it to you on X. Also, yeah, so I think it was like, Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this right now because, yeah, me too, respect. I feel you. The only thing we have left on the recap is the Karen clips. And the reason we have to watch the Karen clips is because someone made a great point up above in the chat, which was the jury was probably, one holdout was probably saying, no, we can't consider these, and now they have confirmation they can. So now we got to watch the Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't think there's really any better way to determine what the jury just thought about for the past 4 hours. You saw it there. And by the way, I'm hearing confirmation that the fourth question came in before the jury got the answer to the first 3 questions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? And also, I want to say hello to our Super Towel Beach Nance, who's on a cruise right now. Did you know we got video, ladies and gentlemen, of Super Towel Beach Nance on their cruise? Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man were visiting. But really, we got a wonderful look into the deep blue ocean from Beach Nance. And we're going to watch the Karen clips now, but I just wanted to show you that first. Oh, and I also have wonderful news. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very possible that 4 Call Me Hank shirts have been shipped out. I had to pay for these out of pocket because of a complex series of events. The rest of the shirts are going to take 4 to 6 weeks to process. But if your name, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to say your actual names, but if you happen to have ordered towel shirts, if you were order number 8, yes, if you were order number 8, if you were order number, hold on, ladies and gentlemen, if you were order number 9, ladies and gentlemen, order number 9, if you were order number 10, if you were order number 10, yes, lucky number 10, ladies and gentlemen, as of now, order 9, number 10, and number 8, 8, 9, and 10, I have confirmation that they are on the way to you. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Wicked Uma, sometimes we have to clear our heads from this. But oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to announce that 3 Call Me Hank shirts, maybe 1 more, are on the way. Our towel friends within 3 days are going to be able to share with us, hopefully, their Call Me Hank shirts. I'm excited. Now, I'm not going to do the Call Me Hank towel store in the middle of the recap. We are going to watch Karen clips. Oh, Colleen Henry, don't worry. There was just, the orders are coming. Towel has a plan. Every order is submitted. I have to work on Eva's order because we have to cancel that one, and she's going to submit one with like an actual size, not a unisex size, because they set it up wrong at first. We're going to fix that one. But every other one had size options available. Every other one is fine. You can't order sizes of the towel. It is just a towel. But also, I don't want to get too distracted. I'm so excited about the Call Me Hank shirts. But what I want to do is show you the Karen clips, because obviously the jury just spent a lot of time over the past few hours. Now that they got confirmation, they can look at the Karen clips. So we're going to bring the Karen clips right into the middle of your screen, and we're going to watch what I think the jury might be watching. Yes, Wicked Uma, sometimes every once in a while we have to do things like go for hikes in nature. Beach Nance is on a cruise. We have to remember that even when we pay attention to these cases, when we memorize them, when we become enmeshed in the details in order to pursue justice and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government, we do need times for ourselves. We need times to sleep. We need time to unwind, to relax, to decompress. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that, along with standing against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues in spite of the personal dangers and consequences and pressures, is the basis of all human morality. Shout out Ted Sorensen. Shout out JFK. Shout out Hank Brennan.
Play clip 26.
Karen, what can we expect from the defense? Will you testify?
TBD. How long will your case last?
1.5 to 2 weeks.
How are you feeling after today?
I feel very good, thank you.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's very, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own was Cedar Crest, and then you come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the side of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Hey guys. Very good. How are you? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approach John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like, just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face. I told him whether Jen McCain. Jen McCain, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Is that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never
Who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jean DeMoulis.
Karen, did you see John go in the house? I did. You saw him go in the house.
I saw John go in the house.
Can you describe him going into the house? Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And
Sorry, friends, we're going to replay this clip. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm breaking in. I have news. Court staff have informed the media pool lunch is 12:30 to 1:30 today. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no verdicts delivered between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. Eastern, which is roughly over an hour from now. I repeat, no verdicts between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. Eastern today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to restart this Karen clip from the beginning. Thank you for being with me.
it wasn't a bush, it was just...
Describe him going into the house. Which door and how and when?
No, I have, though, and I'm sure the prosecution will play it.
John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
Comment? Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
Anything more to say about the clip that was played today?
No, thank you.
What about the clip that's inaudible? Can you say what's in that clip?
I'm sorry, Matt.
How about do you remember making those phone calls?
Yeah.
What was your emotion?
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms. Roberts.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I remember it, but I question do I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that. So the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call
Kelly Roberts.
When you walked out of the bar, how many drinks had you had?
I had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
You'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I had like a normal amount. Was it like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes?
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Buzzed.
Yeah.
Heard it, folks. There, you heard it. That was the... There are a few more Karen clips. Let me jump forward. Hold on.
10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids who lived very close to the outlets. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outlets when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman...
Well, hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own room with children. Or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start at 34 Fairview. So, who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. And Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
Okay.
We would ask Officer Kelly.
Oh, sorry about that. I was muted. We are going into Devers now. Sorry about being muted. I was literally saying we are going into Kelly Devers' testimony. All you really saw was me preparing it for you, and now it's ready.
yourself to swear the evidence you give the court, jury, and the case now and here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living, presently?
I'm a police officer.
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When I was employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
As a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer it. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023, does that sound right, about right?
I know it was the summer of 2023,
okay.
so...
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
Yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening or the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that. The nature of the call and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you know whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the
case,
name?
yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Okay. Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Objection. Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or
Hello, Towel is here. It's not that I'm distracted. I'm making Towel lunch. Look at me. I'm a towel. I'm in a hat. So yeah, Towel's making Towel lunch. I just want to come in here as mediator Towel. Say hello. I didn't get a flotilla tortilla. I ended up making frozen french fries and chicken nuggets and bacon, chicken, and ranch pizza, although I only had one piece left. That's a good deal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited. I am a towel. And I think we are going to very much continue watching the direct and cross of Kelly Devers. But I wanted to come up and just say hello. I'm glad. I am having frozen french fries. They're cooking right now. 4 frozen chicken nuggets that I had saved. And 1 piece of chicken bacon ranch pizza. It cost me about $6.80 in total. I'm very economical. I'm a good job towel. And then I had to get gas, and it was a long process, but I did get other towel lunch. I was very economical with the next few days. I'm doing good. But yes, no court tomorrow. I heard no court Friday, but let's double check that before we just assume it, ladies and gentlemen. And let's also continue with the cross and direct of Kelly Devers. This gets really good. The only reason I paused it is I just wanted to come in. Oh, I'm hearing there is court Friday, hopefully. It is a yummy lunch. I hope you all are going to have yummy towel lunches. And let's do our traditional sort of just take a breath in towel chat. We will continue to be based on camaraderie. And obviously, if people were feeling uncomfortable, we took a little 30-minute sort of break here. And from Troy, we'll all just have a little cool down. And then we'll see how things go. So, no verdict yet. Jury is still out. If jury comes back before 12:30 with a question or a verdict, we'll see it. If they don't come back before 12:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 4:39 minutes from now, then they won't be back until 1:30. We're going to continue with the cross of Kelly Devers. Please continue being friendly, amicable little towels, and thank you for flying Air Towel.
Computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So, 2.5 years since I've...
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in the Sally port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally port?
A Sally port is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You were aware that the Sally port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally Port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent methods, okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sally port.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case, so...
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection. This isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can... No comments, just questions. Not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand?
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see you at Sidebar for just
Sure.
Let's see if they cut the sidebars or not. By the way, you all are so kind. I didn't get to get my 7-Eleven pizza or my Burger King chicken sandwich today. I went with a frozen Star Market pizza, frozen french fries, and frozen chicken. They are not necessarily the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But you know what? I'm a towel, ladies and gentlemen, and I will make do. I could be dropped into the jungles of Venezuela. I would speak Spanish. I would find my way out. I'd probably get accused of being some kind of government spy. I would say, no, they just dropped me here. My Spanish is a little weak, and then please give me some weed. That's what I would say to them. They'd be like, what do you mean? Oh, hold on. They'd be like, what do you mean? Please give you what? I'd be like, yes, some kind of plant. I don't know. Just find me a plant, give it to me, and I will be a towel.
One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
My clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day?
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Action.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior to
let
the
me
first...
ask the question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
Given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'm sorry, August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
Okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the SUV? May I finish my question?
You can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. Did you indicate that you noted I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke, along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little, on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial, so... And I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual for would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes at Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel for the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel from the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see you at Sidebar on this.
Sure.
All right, we can jump forward now. I made towel poutine, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you know about this. It has a Dutch name. Murder by Maestro inspired me. So I made a dish that has French fries, chicken, and a sauce on it. And now I'm going to help you jump forward and skip the sidebar. I'm sorry. We can jump forward now. I made towel. I had my own stream on downstairs because I wanted to make sure if there was a sidebar I could help you skip through it. And here we go.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the Commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was General Legal Counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the Commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the Commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the Commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
that's my mistake. Let's see. Like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And?
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
And his words were, do the right thing, right?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law during the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen. Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just.
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication.
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson, asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation, was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting. So actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sallyport until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you. But
did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No.
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Have you received any attention from the public or media?
Not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense?
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury?
Yes.
Who did that?
One of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most, because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was, your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about reading or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help her side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shift your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people of the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
Can you redirect, Mr. Jackson? Yes. You are not a towel.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Hello, my name's Grant Smith-Ellis. I'm eating my towel pizza. I hope you're all doing well. We are waiting. By the way, it's in 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means. in 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we have no more verdict for an hour. Then we'll watch something over the lunch. But let's watch the end of this. 4 minutes, 10
with
moments.
perjury, did they?
Hold on.
Ma'am. Defense attorney charging you. Did you say somebody on that phone call? A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury?
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it. So
Who charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right. Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's
I contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Lee defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a report to that effect?
No.
No. Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes.
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes.
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sally Port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sally Port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So, beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say...
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with us, please.
Well, this became a protracted sidebar. And by the way, Alan Jackson looks like an absolute moron here who got caught allegedly trying to threaten a witness. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump forward here right back to the pufferfish's questions. Alan Jackson is a bloviating blufferfish.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection at the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You understand that?
Yes.
Do you remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
yes.
my question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Deborah. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name, I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so no comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
objection
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
That's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh, I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift, no.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings-on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn peace officer, you don't know what sequestration means?
No.
In terms of witnesses? Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson, and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes.
Do you understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth? Do you understand that?
Yes.
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
No.
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
No.
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
There is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection. Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on this stand.
Thank you.
Oh,
One question.
okay.
Your entire
job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agree that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So, I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No.
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
It's not possible I saw that.
If you agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct? That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that question.
That's all I have.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No.
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
No.
So when you talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No.
Never.
No.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That was the end of that. Now, I do have an update here for you. Hold on. 1 second. Let me pause this, little towels. All right. Now, look at this update I have for you. It is glorious. It is a picture from one of our super towels, just being nosy, of a towel elephant. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand how glorious it is that we're going to get to see a towel elephant. There's no verdict that will come in before 1:30, by the way. By the way, it's impossible to troll in this chat because the entire chat is a blue wall of towels. So, I mean, you can try, but I mean, it just won't work. So, but anyway, we have a very amazing image of a towel elephant, ladies and gentlemen. A towel elephant. Oh goodness, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is a towel elephant. It is from Super Towel Just Being Nosy. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a towel elephant. You don't understand. That's very clearly a towel in the shape of an elephant. It's even more glorious than I thought. At first I thought it was just an elephant, and then I realized, oh my God, that is a towel in the shape of an elephant. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't understand. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are having some very, very fun friends joining us. Thank you for all your support of Towel Channel by commenting on this channel, reacting, whatever it is. I mean, first of all, we have a blue wall of towels. And second of all, the best part of this channel is this is a blue wall of towels. And you will be happy to know we have a picture of a towel elephant. Now, look what I did. I put a delay on the comments, all right? So now the towel blue wall will be able to just decimate you in real time, and then you will get laughed at while giving the channel engagement. Thank you so much. We are happy to have you here so we can laugh at you. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. So yes, with that said, I think a lot of the trolls are losing their minds. They're a little worried. We could see a guilty verdict. We don't know what's going to happen after lunch. The trolls are losing it, ladies and gentlemen. It is a purple wall of towels. We are super towels. We love towel emojis. And we also love towels shaped like elephants. Ladies and gentlemen, this is everything I could have ever wanted. You don't understand. It's absolutely glorious. I'm so thrilled, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we love it. Don't we love it, ladies and gentlemen? And you know what else we can do? Hold on one second. Let me do this. All right. And there we go. All right. That should make things a little bit easier. And then let's, there we go. All right. So we appreciate that, ladies and gentlemen. We taunted the trolls, and then they realized, oh my goodness, there is actually a blue wall of towels here. What are we going to do? Not only is that a towel elephant, there is literally a blue wall of towels. Hi, Beach Nance. Your email didn't come in yet, but I'll keep an eye out for it. We are looking at a picture of a towel elephant, and we are taunting the trolls because we have so many people in the blue walls of justice that they just immediately get pwned. It's hilarious. I'm enjoying myself. And then I put a delay on the chat that shows up on the screen to troll them even more, which I think is hilarious. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to watch something else. Would you like, what should we do? Should we watch Hank, Brennan? Hey, yep, yes, seriously, it is a blue wall of towels. There's so many people on this channel, it's actually impossible to troll the chat. I mean, we could have a fun little time over lunch. I mean, we're waiting for a verdict. No verdict will come before 1:30 anyway. But I'm here. And yeah, it really is that difficult. Jury is in lunch until 1:30, and we are trolling the Free Karen Reed fans who seem to be losing their mind, and this is hilarious. Yes, hello, Dina. It is a united blue wall of towels, ladies and gentlemen. It is a united blue wall of towels. All right, so what are we thinking about next? Hank's closing. Is there another cross you'd like to watch? We could watch Hank's cross of Dr. Welcha. That was a pretty good cross, although it did get a little lost in the weeds. I'd like, I guess, we are safe, warm, cuddly towels, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Alex. We're trying to decide what we should watch next, ladies and gentlemen. I'm eating my towel. Lunch court doesn't come back till 1:30. The jurors are still deliberating, but no verdict can come in before 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Yep, no verdict yet. No verdict yet, indeed. It is wild, Steve. It is wild. Wait a minute. Well, hold on. we're being a little... Steve might have been friendly. Maybe Steve was not friendly. Yeah, I think we are... Our defensive walls are up, ladies and gentlemen. Our defensive... Steve, if you were not a Free Karen Reed person, that's okay. Our defensive walls are up. The defensive towel walls are up, ladies and gentlemen. We try to be a welcoming and loving towel community, but we are indeed... I'm seeing a request for Hank's closing. I like that. I'm down to do that. Let me bring that up for you, little ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a towel. All right, so let me get Hank Brennan's closing, and we shall watch that right now. And then we'll see if we can get the synced version with the Hank cam. All right, and let's see here. Where is it, ladies and gentlemen? I'll find it for you. Yeah, it looks like it's a planned attack. Yep, Steph, I defer to you. Nope, I defer to you. Steph, if we think that there is a planned attack on Towel Channel, we are a blue wall of justice. Ladies and gentlemen, somebody called the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. That shall be Def Otter. Somebody called the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in North America, which we shall make Steph. Ladies and gentlemen, ready the towel defensive walls. We shall defend our towel-based island, which is actually northern France, which is called Norman Towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, ready the barricades. We shall defend our island. We don't have an island. It is just northern France. Oh, you're on it, Steph. We are a blue wall of towels. They seem to have given up, which is even funnier. Yes, they literally gave up. Haha, we are towels. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I don't mean to taunt them. We are still towels. Yeah, no, that's not what's happening. We just know what a coordinated attack looks like. And so you can't see lying, you can't be derogatory. and you can't be discriminatory here. And I'm not going to apologize for that. That's how I feel, ladies and gentlemen. You must understand. That is how I feel. All right, so let's get the closing argument up. We got a request from Victoria and their Super Towel Cat, Angel, and we are honored to be able to play Hank Brennan's closing for you, my dear friend. Let me just load that up now. Yes, Towels of the Irish Sea unite. We are a united wall of towels. Hello, Eileen. We shall watch Hank Brennan's closing. We are raising the defensive armaments, ladies and gentlemen. We are defending our island. We are towels. This is quite funny. I am enjoying this. At least we are being together during these interesting moments at 1:30 p.m. Batten down the towel hatches, ladies and gentlemen. Batten down the towel hatches. Norman Towel is under attack. We are defending our island. They are coming into the comments, but we have so many towel friends in the comments, and there is a delay on the ability of the comments to show up on the screen, and they're just getting pwned. It's hilarious. We're having a fun time together. Thank you for all the engagement. And we're going to watch Hank Brennan's closing. Give me a second.
John O'Keefe
Hold on.
was 46 years old.
Hold on, we're going to start again. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We are going to rewatch Hank Brennan's masterful closing. Just give me a second. I am being a little towel. All right, so thank you for that elephant, by the way. I loved that towel elephant. He is going to hang out with us today. You are going to go right next to the fan, Mr. Towel Elephant. We love you very much. Thank you just being nosy. As soon as Beach Nance's picture comes in, Beach Nance is on a boat, so we may have to wait a minute or two. I will share that as well. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're ready to watch Hank Brennan's masterful closing.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking at McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described for you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keith drinks a lot and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. but they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide one, please? At the Waterfall Bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around, they're hugging, they're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In this celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it in the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gilman. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see, second by second, the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Miss Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole, but that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves for 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds, he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Canoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the text stream data that you drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you would need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12/31/56. 12/32/04 to 12/32/12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks and the Lexus. 12/32/09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12/32/16 is his last steps. Mr. Disorder says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. If we could have slide 10, please. Can you play that, please? Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're gonna have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene, knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're gonna have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2, don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter, but for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness, there was a guide, and that eyewitness tells us that she knew, and that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded, but she knew she hit him. She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voicemail 1, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not the same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61, it's 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party, he's not wrestling with Brian Higgins, he's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data, there'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds, and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, then how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm dealing with a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows where you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend. They wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom was a perfectly normal life, gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond. John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are, you take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35? 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind, she sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's gonna commandeer this. We're going back to Meadows, you're gonna follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window, they can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview, and this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them, because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving in Jen's in the passenger seat. And I've described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're gonna see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. And we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her glass. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact, things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McCabe makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a cell record is not the same as a call detail record. There is no evidence there was a conversation, no lights go on, there's no conspiracy. You can call somebody, it can ring, it can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember, when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. And remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? It causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw? I asked you to take a look at that picture and we're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Can you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, with his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like, perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics of getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody, but to him it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder, this is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him, she clipped him, she didn't think he was mortally wounded, she panicked, she can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it, and now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him, that was earlier. Now, she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is, you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So what I said was, I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her in the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, the firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of this story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Could we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Carrie Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You user can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Try to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog, it doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there was a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house, inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car.
Alert! Alert!
And in the Dighton videos themselves,
alert,
when you
towel
take
alert.
it at an angle and it moves,
I'm sorry, Hank. Towel
if you
alert.
get the right angle, you can see it's missing.
We have a towel alert, ladies and gentlemen. We have a towel alert. I am told that Christina Rex is reporting all parties are returning to court. Ladies and gentlemen, I am told that all parties are returning to court. We do not know why yet. Ladies and gentlemen, button up your towels. I'm putting my button up, not all the way. I have my towel suit on. I shall button my towel suit. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Air Towel. I am your towel pilot. Please report to your seats. We are getting reports that the parties are entering the court. We do not know the reason why, ladies and gentlemen. We have not been told why. We have towels reporting from all over. Don't worry, we won't miss a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pilot Towel. Please return to your seats. Please return to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is Pilot Towel alerting you that you should return to your seats. The parties are heading into the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know exactly why. It is a little early to go for the day. Please return to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am Pilot Towel, and I'm honored to be with you today on Air Towel. Now, if you've been flying Air Towel and you appreciated the service of your wonderful stewardesses, please do not forget to say thank you, or your stewards, or anyone, or the towel stewards. And if you've been enjoying the time with your towel friends, make sure to send your appreciation to them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we fly Air Towel, we, of course, remember to keep ourselves composed, and we are now parties to the courtroom. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are flying Air Towel, and we are monitoring to see if we are about to get the moments, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We do not know. WCVB clerk returns and says, I'm rounding up the troops, but I don't know why. Ladies and gentlemen, the quote from the clerk is, I'm rounding up the troops, but I don't know why. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening? We are monitoring. Please note these are two different reports. We are all breathing, ladies and gentlemen. Two different reports coming in just now, ladies and gentlemen, that there is action at the courtroom. Hank has been seen at the courthouse, reports Mary Adams Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Pilot Towel. Please take your seats. We are preparing to enter the courtroom. Not right now, but please take your seats. Air Towel is preparing for its routine procedures. Ladies and gentlemen, it could be a question. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for flying Air Towel. Now, as we continue to monitor, I will now bring up the Karen Cam. If it does come live, that will be an indication, because we have not had a Karen Cam. Ladies and gentlemen, we have not had a Karen Cam at all so far during deliberations. Little towels. The law crime deliberation clock has apparently stopped, ladies and gentlemen. We do not pause our deliberation clock, though, until the jury is in court and Judge Cannoni dismisses them or something happens. Ange Whittick, there is a request for you to enter the chat, the towel buddy. We need a towel buddy, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, if you have not been here before, please find your towel buddies. If you are having a towel moment, we are with you. You may simply put out your towel hand. And Whittick, I'm sure, will come running into the chat. There's Ange Whittick. Ladies and gentlemen, Funkarella needs someone to hold their towel hand. Let's all reach out for our towel buddies. We are going to get through this together, I promise. Oh, God bless you, Drew Drops. A sentiment we can all share, ladies and gentlemen. Rest in peace, Officer John O'Keefe. God bless you, Super Towel Drew Drops. God bless you, Super Towelette Drew Drops. Justice for... No, that's Juror for John O'Keefe. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the moments. These are the moments. We're waiting for reports about what we're coming into session for. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for flying Air Towel. We're monitoring. We're keeping an eye. We are holding out our towel hands. Let's go ahead and count from 5, ladies and gentlemen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deep breath in and a deep breath out. All right, there we go. And remember, it's important to keep ourselves calm during these tense moments, ladies and gentlemen. I do have the Karen Cam up, should it go live, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to continue to monitor as little towels. We have towel friends all around. We are reaching out and holding our towel friends' hands. And we're remembering that when we fly Air Towel, we're always surrounded by our friends. That's why we fly Air Towel. Yes, and whether you're vaping or relaxing, go ahead and take your breaths. We are heading into the towel romper room. And I do think the nervous system exercise is wonderful, holistic psychology. I love that counting backwards from 5 trick. I think it is wonderfully helpful. Oh goodness, we're coming very close to 2:27. That is certainly true. It is 2:06 p.m. on the East Coast, ladies and gentlemen. I see a tweet from John DePetro, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go ahead and click this from my mountain view. Give me 1 second. And the tweet from John DePetro says, my official statement on the incident this afternoon in the parking lot. There was no collision, no collision, no collision. It was literally a simple accident, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it looked like. So anyway, thank you for sharing that. Oh goodness! Now it looks like the verdict clock on law and crime is still running. It looks like we're getting reports though that the parties are getting rounded up and heading to the courtroom. And ladies and gentlemen, we are live. It looks like the law and crime verdict clock is running again. I repeat, the law and crime verdict clock is running again. They missed some deliberations there. I don't know why they paused for an hour when they shouldn't have, but I was tracking this whole thing, and I'm telling you, the deliberations have been going for 21 hours. I'm telling you, I just know that. But that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to do our breathing exercises as we are on Air Towel. We are stuck in holding pattern right now, and don't mind the bumpy weather, ladies and gentlemen. That's completely normal turbulence when flying Air Towel. We are now live outside the courtroom. I'm not going to make you listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, but you can see a heightened sense of anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, a heightened sense of anticipation outside the courtroom. We are now live. We are looking live outside the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen says we are not expecting a verdict. That is an interesting statement, Mandy Strong. You are a super towel. We are not expecting a verdict per John D. However, we do know that the parties were seen near the court. Could be a question. We are not sure. We do not know if there is a verdict. So we're all taking breaths. It could be a note from the jurors. It could be a question. We're monitoring. We're breathing. I wonder how many of those people are paid to be there. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the times we take a look at a large crowd of Karen Reed supporters. Ladies and gentlemen, a very large crowd. From the left to right, it looks like about 40 to 50 people, maybe 60. Some of the largest crowds Karen Reed has seen recently. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not hearing anything yet about whether this is a note or a question. We're only hearing that, per the clerk, the troops are being rounded up, and the clerk does not know why. Thank you again for flying Air Towel. We've had a pretty overall pleasant flight over the past 45 days, 60 days. One of the longest flights in Air Towel history. And in these moments, from the cockpit, Captain Towel is pleased that we've been here together, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Pilot Towel is thrilled from the bridge to let you know that Air Towel has and will continue to be your premier destination for camaraderie, solace, and compassion, even during difficult moments. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is why we fly Air Towel. So, in these moments, as we do our breathing exercises, as we reach out and find our towel buddies, Yep, I do think it, ladies and gentlemen. It could be anything. It could be a juror note. It could be something with the attorneys. We don't know, but I promise we will see Christina Rex or John DePietro immediately. Let us know, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, these are the moments, the times that try men's souls. Towel souls. Please return your seat to its upright position. Yes, clerk has asked the lawyers to return per WCVB at 2:08 p.m. just 12 minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mike Super Towel has alerted us, please return your seats to the upright position and stow your tray tables and belongings. We are in a holding pattern. I have not announced a landing, but Air Towel, yes, there was some turbulence on this flight, ladies and gentlemen, but those are just normal pockets of air. Don't worry, some of the carts of drinks may have been disturbed. There was apparently a free Karen Reed running free. Don't worry about it. We have settled down, and the air in our holding pattern hopefully will continue to be stable. Yes, I think sometimes we all need to take some towel Dramamine. There hasn't been too much rockiness on our descent. From the bridge, I did have a Red Bull. And sometimes towel Red Bulls are important. You absolutely can. Are you telling me we should put up air towel wings on the towel shop? I will do that. I will find out if the drop shipper has pilot wings and if I can make them say air towel. There might be some kind of regulation about giving out pilot wings. I think you can sell them. I'll look into it. Yes, of course, cinnamon buns. Anytime you fly air towel, I will be here. Nearly 100 degrees all next week, I'm hearing, ladies and gentlemen. That's upwards of 30. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam is live. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Something is happening. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Something is happening. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. We are going to the other screen. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your towels. Something is literally happening. Hold your towels. I'm going to bring up both screens for you right now. Hold your towels. Give me 1 second. The Karen Cam is not actually live, but it's turned on for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, the Karen Cam is turned on for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam is turned on for the first time. Please report to your seats on air towel. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam has turned on for the first time. You can see it there. Please report to your seats on air towel. Ladies and gentlemen, please report to your seats on air towel. Please grab your towel, friends. Please grab your towel snacks. Please stow your belongings and return your seats to their upright position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam is on for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam is on for the first time. It is not fully turned on. We have not seen this before during deliberations. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please ready your towels. Please ready your towels. Please find your towel, friends. I don't know if we are all ready for this. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your towel, friends. Please find your towel, friends. Ready your towels. Ready your towels, ladies and gentlemen. The Karen Cam is on for the first time. You can't have a mistrial on the first note from the jury. That is not possible. We haven't even had a Tui Rodriguez charge. I promise you the outcome of this might be some kind of note that's like a deadlock, but that it can't be a mistrial on the first note. The only way it can be a mistrial is after a Tui Rodriguez charge. So everyone calm down. You cannot have a mistrial on the first note. You cannot have a mistrial on the first note. You must have a Tui Rodriguez charge. I have been through this before. Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the return to court of the Reed family. The Karen Cam is on for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, during deliberations. I repeat, the Karen Cam is on for the first time during deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is out of the norm. This, even for other notes from the jury, the Karen Cam did not turn on. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats and stow your air towel trays to their upright position. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what is happening, but if this is the moment, we were here together, we loved, we smiled, we laughed, we giggled, we were towels. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, ladies and gentlemen. We were towels right till the very end, ladies and gentlemen. Let no one deny that you were all wonderful towels. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moments that try men's souls. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious me. Ladies and gentlemen, find your towel, friends. Are these the moments? I repeat, find your towel, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Find your towel, friends. Are these the moments? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm here with you. 45 days. The Karen Cam is on for the first time during jury questions. It did not turn on during prior jury questions. I'm here with you. These are the moments that try towel soul. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let us go through these moments together. We have for so many months watched, monitored, and waited. Will our faith thus be redeemed? What is happening, ladies and gentlemen? I repeat, for the first time, we have a potential Karen Cam turning on during deliberations. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, you have been flying air towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. What is going on right now? I can't even watch the towel chat. I am literally losing my mind. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we just saw the Reed family enter in. We're waiting for the prosecutors. Oh lordy, ladies and gentlemen, these are the moments. These are the moments. Is it about to happen? What is about to happen, dear towel friends? I'm here with you. We are here together. Let no one say that we were not together on air towel in these moments, ladies and gentlemen. The voice quivers. The body, it shakes. But in our towel friends, we do find solace. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm here with you, towel friends. These are the moments that could come to define so many of our lives. Yes, we will watch them together. Yes, they will happen in real time. Yes, we are breathing. Yes, I am a towel. Just in for the first time during jury deliberations in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, the Karen Cam feed may be about to turn on. Oh my goodness. Watch the moments and chat with the towel friends here. Oh my goodness, little towels. Oh my goodness. Are we here together? Are these the moments? Is this it? I don't know, little towels. You don't know, little towels. But we were here together. Oh goodness. Grab your towel, buddies. There's a little bit of turbulence up on the bridge, but we're flying smooth on air towel, ladies and gentlemen. Let's count backwards from 5 again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very good, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that. And let's continue to do that, my towel friends. Let's continue to practice our breathing exercises. Let's continue to have all of our towel friends in mind during these intense moments. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's a privilege, a distinct honor to be with you in these, the moments that try towel souls. What will happen? How will it play out? Will we be here to see it? I think so, ladies and gentlemen. I think so. This is abnormal. I repeat, this is abnormal. The Karen Cam has not even opened. I've watched every day, ladies and gentlemen. I got a premonition. I was like, I should turn that Karen Cam on right now. I had to sit in the waiting room for 20 hours. It's been 21 hours of deliberation. What is about to happen, ladies and gentlemen? And remember, you cannot have a mistrial on the first jury note. You simply cannot. That is not how they work. Even if they're deadlocked, you can't have a mistrial on the first jury note. You have to get a Tui Rodriguez charge. Yes, so just being nosy, that's the federal equivalent. An Allen charge in state court in Massachusetts. TUEY-Rodriguez. Tui Rodriguez charge. But yes, exactly right. Allen charge in federal court. The Karen Cam is not actually on, but for the first time, the room is open. This is very abnormal. I repeat, this is very abnormal. The Karen Cam has not opened. It's not on yet, but the room has not opened at all during deliberations. Trust me, I would know. I've been monitoring like an attentive little towel. Ladies and gentlemen, are these the moments? We have no reports. We're monitoring. I appreciate you. Maybe I will think about doing some type of guided meditation. I like to keep people calm. Police security is going to be needed if there is indeed a verdict. We don't know. We don't know. But remember, even if this is a note saying that they are deadlocked, that will not mean a mistrial. You cannot have a mistrial on the first jury note. I just want to remind people, you cannot have a mistrial on the first jury note. Also, you will likely not get a TUI charge until the second deadlock note, because you're not supposed to give the TUI charge right away. You need to, it's more like the first note normally gets them sent back for more deliberations, then the TUI charge is a last resort. Oh, goodness. Yep, we're attentive towels. God bless you, Dr. Disinfectant. Just make sure there's no, yes, welcome to the honorary towel fold. We like your sentiments. Thank you again for flying air towel, ladies and gentlemen. We are just in a holding pattern here. Someone is saying there is no note. This might be it. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, you can't have a mistrial. This might be a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no note. There must be a verdict. Everyone is in the courtroom. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, we are live as live can be. I'm seeing some audio potentially coming over the Karen cam. I hope you're all ready. These could be the moments. I'm so glad to have been with you. God bless the O'Keefe family. God bless John O'Keefe. Please let this be a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting that kind of tingly premonition. I'm wondering if we might have a verdict. Remember, if increased police presence being reported by Super Towel Red Sky, ladies and gentlemen, is the Karen cam about to turn on? The Karen cam is on, ladies and gentlemen. The Karen cam is on.
You are unmuted.
You see the court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury. All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the minute until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Oh my God. God. Lawyers are now asked to remain in the building for the rest of the day. Oh my God. That was the folks. We're close. Don't go anywhere. We are close. We are so close. My heart is palpitating. We all need to hold. I think I need to hold your towel friends' hands. Oh my dear goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get a verdict. We are going to get a verdict. I cannot believe this is happening. I have never in my life seen anything like this before. They knocked on the door and they said they had a verdict, and someone at the last minute, it's 11-1. I'm telling you, it's 11-1. They're about to compromise. A verdict is incoming. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I don't mean to get you overexcited. These are the moments. Call your family, call your friends, call You know, we are about to potentially get a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Literally, call your animals. I Googled the wrong word. Ladies and gentlemen, I am losing my ever-loving towel mind. This is the strange. I think we are about to get a guilty verdict. Someone was like, oh no, I want to change at the last minute. It might be what count they're going to go on. Oh, my dear God. Ladies and gentlemen, please ready your towels. Get your towel animals. Get your towel buddies. Get your towel action figures if you have them. Get your towel comfort animals. Get your Chewbacca's and your koalas. Get none your business. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get rockin'. Oh my word. I know this is the strangest thing. I've never seen this in my entire life. I am just utterly perplexed. I can't believe this is happening. Oh my God. I am just stunned. I am stunned. Oh, the Karen Reed fans are going to be losing their mind. This can only mean guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my dear God. Bombshell, 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 bombshell. They reached a verdict. It's 11-1, clearly. Clearly, it's 11-1. You can't go from having a verdict to not having a verdict in less than 30 seconds unless it's freaking 11-1. I have never heard of anything like this in my life. This is absolutely incredible. This is stunning. I cannot believe this is happening. It's clearly 11-1. We will rewatch it in 1 second, little towels. Give me 1 second. You don't understand. This is incredible. I have never heard of anything like this in my life. You will never see anything like this again in your entire life. We literally just saw the bombshell of all bombshells. I will repeat for you exactly what happened. The jury reached a verdict. They knocked on the door. They said, we have a verdict. The court officer said, okay. 30 seconds later, they knocked again and said, we don't have a verdict. The only way that can possibly happen, ladies and gentlemen, is if, and let me be very clear here, the only way that can happen is if it's 11-1. Oh my goodness, it must be 11-1. It is pandemonium. It is towel pandemonium. Mary Adams, you have a lot of towel. Mary Adams, you know what? You can be my special towel buddy. Anytime you need a towel buddy, you or Alana, you just reach out your hand. You are special towel buddies. I am your towel buddy. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, the chat is losing its mind. You all are literally losing your collective minds. Oh my goodness, Alex is available as a towel buddy. Everyone, hold on. This is Suzanne, trust me, no one is laughing. I think a lot of us are just trying to cope with the intensity. We have moments of levity here. This is one of the most intense moments we have ever seen on Towel Stream. I don't know what's going on right now. I have never seen anything like this. This is actually incredible. I'm trying to put into perspective how incredible what we just saw was. I don't think for a very long time a lot of us will ever be able to understand how incredible that was. Now, to actually bring it up for you, I have to bring it up on Towel Stream to show you the Karen Cam replay, so please give me a second. I'm trying to process what has just happened. My jaw is on the floor. I have never seen anything like this in a criminal trial. I have watched 50,000 hours. I'm not kidding you. In Nevada, in Michigan, in Texas, in Massachusetts, in federal court. I'm the only person to ever have live tweeted an entire federal trial. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm literally an entire federal trial verbatim. I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. We don't know what the charge. Listen, it's a little bit. Why would anyone ever say, okay, I'm going to, and I get what you're saying, it could be on the simple OUI, but why would anyone ever say something like, okay, I'm going to vote guilty. I'm going to vote guilty and then change my mind at the last minute on an OUI. There's no consequences for an OUI. Everyone knows that. This is huge. This is huge. It's 11-1. I'm telling you, it's 11-1. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, how could it be more intense than this? I've never seen it. It will never happen again. It can't be more intense than this. It never will be more intense than this. This is the craziest thing that I've ever seen. Air Towel is in a pocket of turbulence that has spun the cockpit 27 degrees in the wrong direction. We are now flying to Bali. Someone tell Hank Brennan. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan's going to get a conviction here unless it's 11-1, in which case there's definitely going to retry her. If it's 11-1, which I think it is, on something that's not OUI, she's going to prison. They're going to get that juror. They're going to push him. Oh, my goodness. Yes, we're going to watch the Karen cam. Give me a few seconds here, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a few seconds. I just have a few towel obligations. I must let the people know. I must let the people know, ladies and gentlemen. Let my people know. Air towel is in a pocket of turbulence, but let my people know. Oh, God bless America, ladies and gentlemen. I think she's going to get convicted. I think she's going to get convicted. I've never heard of anything like that in my entire life. I think she's going to get convicted. 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 If you cannot tell, I think she's going to get convicted. I think she's going to get convicted. That is the wildest moment I've ever seen unfold in a courtroom. I don't understand. I don't understand what is happening. I just can't. I'm literally shaking. This is incredible. I cannot believe I was here for this. I cannot believe we were here for this. Literally, that was incredible. We are so wonderful to have you with us. Thank you for flying Air Towel. We're going to rewatch it. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. It's going to break me. I don't understand. I don't understand. How can this have... Oh, my goodness. 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 We're going to replay it. I'm getting up the feed. I need to process this, so it's a good time for us to replay it. I'm bringing up the feed. I can't believe what we just saw. If you are just tuning in, the jury rendered a verdict. They knocked on the door, they told the court officer, and then 30 seconds later, they were like, no, we don't have a verdict. It's 11-1, and it's not OUI. No one would ever change their verdict on an OUI. It's not that serious. No one cares. I'm not saying no one cares about OUI. No one as a juror would be like, no, I'm having a crisis of conscience about an OUI charge. It's got to be something more than that. I'm telling you, this is serious. It's 11-1. They are going to convict her. You don't acquit after 28 hours. All right, here's the Karen cam. Or 24 hours or 22 hours. The Karen cam is on, ladies and gentlemen. The Karen cam is on. One sec.
You are unmuted.
You see the court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury. All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the minute until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Oh my God. God. So, I mean, I didn't get the full Karen cam because it was zoomed in and they stood up. But, you could see her reaction. They were terrified. Yeah, that's how it's a good thing, MRT 151. You can only go from a verdict to a not verdict if it's 11-1. Yeah, Karen looks horrified. I've never seen anything like this. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, they stood up about the Karen cam. We'll get the replay later. Someone else got it. But my God, I mean, that was brutal. I'm telling you, I think she's going to get convicted. Oh, my word. Stuff is just flying in. I've never seen anything like this. The world is losing its ever-loving mind. She's going to prison. Yeah, so Judge Cannoni, please. Judge Cannoni rejected the verdict form, so it's not a verdict. Massachusetts law is very clear, and federal law is clear too. I've shepherdized this, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm a towel. You can't, just so folks understand the analysis here, you can't, it doesn't matter if you come to an agreement. The foreperson could have literally walked in according to federal law. I know these cases. Hold on. We studied them in the context of Karen's federal appeal. It is Bluford v. Arkansas, which is the key precedent here in federal court, but it extends to the states. And then you have to go back a little bit further from Bluford to a case in the 80s. Bluford was pretty egregious, but there was a case in the 80s as well. That's more on point. Bluford is really an interpretation of the ambiguity of the case from 87 or something. But if you look at Bluford v. Arkansas, Bluford, Blueford v. Arkansas, what you're going to see is that even if the foreperson had walked into court and been like, we have a verdict, it doesn't matter unless you actually affirm the verdict. And you can go back to deliberating. You can literally say, I have a verdict, and then go back to deliberating. That's the precedent. And in Massachusetts, it's even stronger under the progeny that goes back to like the 1800s. It's a very old case, like from 1831 or something. Lawrence v. Shepard or something. It's a very hard case to remember. Anyway, that's the origin of the doctrine there, and it's been reinterpreted multiple times by the SJC. And it basically says that you can, unless all 12 jurors come into open court and then affirm their verdict, you cannot render a verdict. A verdict is different than anything else. Like, you can't just say, we came to a verdict and then that you sign a verdict slip, whatever. That's not a verdict. A verdict is you coming into court and announcing it at any time before you walk into that court. And even as you're walking in, you could say to the judge, oh, like someone just tapped my shoulder, we're going to go back to deliberate. It's not a verdict until it's read. It has to literally be read and assented to in open court. It's a very specific standard, and they did not meet it there at all. And what it tells me, though, is that they're at 11 to 1. I'm telling you, she's getting convicted, and it's not OUI. No juror in their right mind would be like, oh my God, I cannot believe I just voted guilty on OUI. Come back, Mr. Foreman. No. That's not what happened. It's more serious than OUI. They're ready. They are ready for a freaking verdict, and it's not OUI. I'm telling you, it's not OUI. No one in their right mind. It's 11 to 1, and it's going to be on something. It's probably motor vehicle homicide or involuntary manslaughter, and I bet those 11 to 1 jurors were like, listen, we're not putting up with this stuff. You are like, we're voting on this. You are 11 to 1, and the person was like, okay, and then they went to deliver it, and the person probably freaked the hell out. No, you can't. Come back. Like, I've never heard of this. This is incredible. This trial could not have had any more impossible. No, I'm just telling you, you can't procedurally have something go from verdict to no verdict in under 30 seconds. It's not enough time for multiple people to disagree. It's enough time for one person to say, okay, I'm not going to be the 12th. It's 11 to 1. I'm telling you, it's 11 to 1. I'm hearing that the verdict might be in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing that the verdict is in. I'm hearing that the verdict might be in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing that the verdict might be in. I'm hearing that we may have a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing that we may have a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, I am hearing that we may have a verdict. I'm getting the Karen cam ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hearing that we may have a verdict. Air towel is now in a pocket of heavy turbulence. Ladies and gentlemen, the cockpit is being shooken around. I am in a pocket of heavy turbulence. Someone get me a towel. Oh my goodness. The Karen cam is not live, but I'm hearing that we may have a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen cam is not live, but I'm hearing that we may have a verdict. Please get in your seats. We may be getting ready for landing. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are indeed getting ready for landing, please get in your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please get in your seats. Oh, this could be a real verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, please get in your seats. Please get in your seats. Get your towel buddies. Everyone put up their towel buddy hands. We need to prepare ourselves. There's some turbulence in the towel cockpit, but I'm here with you. I'm going to be on this ride with you. I will not abandon you. I am a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, This is Pilot Towel. Please be aware we could be heading in for a landing. Ladies and gentlemen, we could be heading in for landing. Ladies and gentlemen, please return your seats to the upright position. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your towel buddies. Mary Adams and Alana, I am here for you. I am your towel buddy. Do not worry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing a potential verdict. We are seeing a potential verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing a potential verdict. Chat is going absolutely wild. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do our 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 exercise. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very good, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing reports that there is a verdict. We are seeing reports that there is a verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing reports that there is a verdict. Now, please remember, we've been flying Air Towel for a substantial amount of time, and one of the key components of flying Air Towel is being there for your fellow towel friends. So you go ahead and you find your towel buddies in chats. Alana, Mary Adams Towel, I am your towel buddy. Hello, Kiki and Riri. Hello, Brewski the Irish Setter. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the moments that we'll remember 25 years from now. You'll know where you were. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, a verdict is in 10 to 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, a verdict is in. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a verdict in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. There is a verdict, ladies and gentlemen. There is a verdict. I report there is a verdict. Breaking news in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a verdict. We cannot stop the deliberation clock until the court actually brings the jurors in, but please, because remember, again, ladies and gentlemen, under the precedent, until the jurors read out their verdict, there is no verdict. I need you to understand, until they walk into that courtroom and the foreperson says this is the verdict and they all affirm it, there is no verdict, okay? The reason why this is important is the deliberations can resume at any moment until that verdict is read out. Thank you, Linda O'Gara. I will be your towel buddy too. Me, you, Mary Adams, and Alana Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize chat is going very fast. I'm going to look down as often as I can, but these are the moments. 60 days, so many hours, hundreds of hours, ladies and gentlemen, approaching upwards of 22 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam might be turning on. Hold on. Not yet, not yet, not yet. False alarm. As soon as the Karen Cam turns on, ladies and gentlemen, we will know that these are the moments. We will have the feed directly. You will be the first people to hear it, ladies and gentlemen. You will be the first people to hear it. Everything is set up. Everything is ready. FKR supporters are very, very nervous. Crime Cricket, God bless you. Our hearts beat out for the O'Keefe family, ladies and gentlemen. Our hearts beat out for the O'Keefe family. Please have them in your thoughts. Have John O'Keefe in your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. He sits on the screen, and we pray for justice. We pray for justice. This must be intense. God bless you, Harvard Yard. God bless you. We're going to have a panel tonight, if we can. Once the verdict happens, I'm going to open a Zoom. Harvard Yard, please send me a message on Twitter. We're going to open a panel. We're going to open a Zoom for the towel friends, no matter what the verdict is. This is Air Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Pilot Towel with you all for these final moments. The descent, ladies and gentlemen, the descent of Air Towel. After 60 days, we flew around the world, ladies and gentlemen, 94 countries. Hello to the towel friends across the U.S., all 50 states. Hello to Canada. Hello, Mexico. Hello, towels in Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras, El Salvador, Brazil, Chile, Argentina. Oh, hello to the towel friends in St. Kitts and the Nevis, Bermuda, Bahamas, the UK, Ireland, Northern Ireland, the Faroe Islands, Greenland, Iceland, Denmark, Holland, Norway, Sweden. Of course, our Holland towels, our French towels, ladies and gentlemen, the towels from Germany and Sweden and Azerbaijan and Croatia and Bosnia-Herzegovina and Serbia and Turkey, ladies and gentlemen, and Luxembourg and Switzerland, of course, ladies and gentlemen, and Egypt and Mozambique and Ethiopia and Eritrea and Somalia, ladies and gentlemen. We were talking about Mogadishu the other day. Someone started watching from there. Yes, and hello to our towel friends in India, and hello to our towel friends in New Zealand and Australia, of course, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, Japan, ladies and gentlemen, American Samoa. Hello, how are you? If you are watching in Cambodia, towel waves to you as well. Oh, Indonesia, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, the towel friends from around the world are, okay, yes, all right, good job, ladies and gentlemen, the towel friends. Yes, St. Kitts and Nevis is on the 94 list. I'm not sure, it might be a territory, but it breaks down on YouTube by territories too. So I can see like 97 different territories and countries. It's a really cool list. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, they are shutting down the road at the courthouse. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, they are shutting down the road at the courthouse. The turbulence on Air Towel is starting to calm. Please do your breathing exercises. Please make sure you continue to talk to your towel buddy. Hello, Linda O'Gara, Mary Adams, and dear Alana Towel. Let us all, ladies and gentlemen, count backwards from 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deep breath in and deep breath out. Oh, it's bad, ladies and gentlemen. A verdict is incoming. We're waiting for the Karen cam to turn on. We are live. Pilot Towel knows that we are live. We have the livest of the live feeds. We are waiting for the Karen cam to turn on. It is just a matter of time now, little towels. Now, thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone extending their towel hands. It looks like folks are Zoom ready. That's excellent. No matter what the verdict is, about 15 minutes after the verdict, once we see the attorneys and everyone's reactions, we will have a panel. Everyone remember, if you're having some trouble, it's your breathing. So let's just count backwards from 5. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and a deep breath in and a breath out. All right. And I think doing that kind of just slow, regulated breathing is a very important way to keep ourselves relaxed in these intense moments. And remember, folks, the Karen cam is back on. Oh my God, it's back on. And remember, you do have your towel buddies, ladies and gentlemen, of course. You have your towel buddies to your left, towel friends to the left, towel friends to the right. And here I am, Pilot Towel, always in the middle with you. Towel loves you, friends. We did it. A verdict's incoming, whatever it may be. We made it. It's not going to be another mistrial. We made it. The O'Keefes made it. God bless John. God bless the O'Keefe family. Will they take her? Yeah, they'll probably. No, they're taking her. Whether she'll go in cuffs like right now, I don't know, but they're taking her. We're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready. The final preparations are being made. The Karen cam is being put into position for potentially the last time, little towels. Will this be it? Ladies and gentlemen, this could be it. This could be it. The verdict is incoming. I'm getting the widest possible towel cam shot. I'm going to get you the best shot of Karen that I can. I've prepped for this moment. This is everything. I'm ready to do this. I'm ready for this, little towels. I was born ready for this. I am going to have it for you. Come hell or high water, we are going to catch every single second of this. I am ready. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. These could be the moments that define our lives. I hope you're ready for it. God bless you, John O'Keefe. God bless you. We worked so hard, so many years, ladies and gentlemen, so many hours. It was all for the O'Keefe family and for justice for John. Pilot Towel with you, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps, at least on this case, for one of the last times. Bittersweet. Bittersweet. We made so many friends, which we will continue to have. We'll keep talking. We will still be here together. But ladies and gentlemen, so much effort, so much work, all down to this. How will it play out? How will history's pages be written in real time? We're here to see it, whatever the case may be. Verdict is in. Verdict is in, says Law and Crime. Verdict is in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a verdict. I repeat, we have a verdict. We have a verdict. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, towel friends. I repeat, we have a verdict. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. I'm here with you. We are monitoring. I repeat, we have a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. A verdict is in. Ladies and gentlemen, a verdict is in. Ladies and gentlemen, all of it has come down to this. The Karen Cam is set up. All of it has come down to this. Breaking news: a verdict is in for a verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial is in. Watch the historic moments unfold and chat with the towel friends here. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless every single one of you. We did it together. We made it. Let no one say that we did not do it together. Oh, goodness. I'm seeing it reported now on every channel, ladies and gentlemen. It is definitely confirmed. We have a verdict in the case that has defined our lives. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. Here we go. It is not time yet. The Karen Cam is not on. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot stop the clock just yet. Maybe that's just your username. I love that your username is Stop the Clock, but I can't stop it because per Massachusetts law, there is no verdict until the jury comes into the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, and the verdict is formally read out. I know that it seems like a bit of a strange situation, folks, but that is how it works in Massachusetts. Oh, Lord, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Lord, I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. They had a verdict, then they didn't have a verdict. Now they have a verdict. It's over. I can tell you, whatever the case may be, it is over. Whatever it's going to be, it's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to end now. It ends here. It ends now. Let's all do our... Yeah, but listen, I would not read anything into the defense. I would not read anything into the defense. I would not read much into anything. Isle of Man, hello, Isle of Man. We love our towel friends on the Isle of Man. I would not read much into anything. People need to exude, like you want to manifest things. So, yeah, I hope they use John's handcuffs on her. But yes, don't read too much into what's going on. Just watch the moments unfold. That's the most important thing to do. Defense has always put on a false facade. I agree. I have my drink. I'm sipping my Gatorade. I drank a Red Bull. I'm almost stunned into silence. A verdict is in. A verdict is in. A verdict is in. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a verdict is in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Now is the moment. Now is the moment. Thank you again for flying Air Towel. These are the moments. It's not going to be a hung jury. I'll tell you that. And I don't think Karen Reed got 12 people to vote to acquit her. I just do not think that happened. I do think that there is a high probability that Karen, if she's convicted on anything but OUI, will get taken. Yeah, I can't imagine. I could see a compromise verdict here, not an acquittal. And a compromise verdict might mean they agreed to vote not guilty on some charges, but that's a compromise verdict. Ladies and gentlemen, you made it. We made it. Of course, thank you, Tom. It's been quite a ride. Love you too, umpire's bad call. God bless you, dear friend. God bless you, umpire's bad call. You earned a special place in Towel's heart. Super big towel hug to you. I can't see a simple OUI coming after that kind of back and forth. Historic moments. Historic moments, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, boy. We cannot see, if line crime shows a crowd cam, I'll take the feed. But right now it's more important to have the Karen cam up and the courtroom cam ready. And that's why I think it's very important. So, God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. I do think Karen is very, very concerned. I'm putting a poll up now. Give me 1 second, towel friends. Continue to breathe. Yep. I will. I left it all out there. I stood for what I believed, even when it wasn't popular. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, whenever we stand against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues, a towel, we all as towels do what we must, in spite of the personal consequences and dangers and pressures. For that is the basis of all towel morality. God bless all of you, ladies and gentlemen. God bless each and every single one of you. It's been an honor, a privilege, to be Pilot Towel and have accompanied you on these historic moments. I did my best, Peony and Rose. I served in the spirit of John O'Keefe. I served in the spirit of Brian Riccio. So many voices who I refuse to allow to be silenced as the battlefield lay scarred with the unheard screams of the innocents who defined this political proxy war. The DOJ and Karen on one side, under Levy and Rollins and Chow. The state police and their tormented allies on the other side. Karen deploying Turtle Boy, the state police and the whatnot deploying their people. And how many untold victims, along with John, have had their voices discarded in this abhorrent sideshow. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a reckoning. It is time for America to face down its division. It's time for the world to face down its division. And it's time for a decision in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Thank you all for being with me on this ride. Thank you all for nobly serving the cause of justice. And here we go.
You are unmuted.
One final time. One last time. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I love each and every one of you. Thank you for being with me. God bless you. God bless John O'Keefe. I'm praying for justice.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdict slips been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes. Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty.
Of?
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003. What say you is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
So say you all?
Yes.
Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me. Media, please exit the courtroom immediately.
Karen Reed?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold on,
not yet.
hold on,
Not
everyone.
yet.
Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
And we would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay.
Perhaps we could approach Sidebar briefly.
Okay.
Wow. Sentencing. Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, wow. Judge can, and remember, Judge can has a lot of discretion. Let's see if we're going to do it today, or Judge Canoni might not be ready. Oh, wow. 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 OUI is guilty, yes. Guilty OUI.
All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year,
Oh.
24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that you be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
1 year probation. 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program is. Thank you.
Immediately. All rise.
Goodbye.
All right, we're going to do a panel. Just stunning. Just stunning. Just stunning. You can see the images. Just stunning. Absolutely stunning, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. I think a lot of people are going to lose faith. I think a lot of people are going to lose hope, ladies and gentlemen. Just absolutely heartbreaking. Unanimous acquittal on 1 and 3, and they could only get to OUI. I don't know if they understand the consequences of what they've done. Wow. Wow. I'm stunned. I'm simply stunned. I can't believe it. She's going to go free. No accountability at all. I mean, she could face other charges, but no accountability at all. I don't even know if I can watch this. This is horrifying. And Brennan only asked for 1 year of probation. I'm stunned. We'll watch them walk out, but I'm stunned. I'm stunned. She's going to get to drive again. What? Oh, dear God.
What TVU is it? Oh, he's the podium. Okay.
Yeah.
I do.
Yes, RP. This is going to unleash chaos. We're just going to start our panel now. I don't want to watch them so yeah, so to untime out someone, holistic psychology, just reselect Amber Am and then change their timeout to 10 seconds. You might have to scroll up in the chat. So sorry about that, Amber Am. I'm going to start a Zoom, and I'm going to invite Harvard Yard. And if you want to join the Zoom, just send me a DM on Twitter. I mean, it's so weird to see guilty on OUI. I mean, how can you think she was drunk driving but then wasn't responsible for John dying? If this is what's going to happen in American criminal trials going forward, we're in a lot of trouble. They might charge her with witness intimidation or something, But we're in a lot of trouble. I mean, we're in a lot of trouble. Amber M, it was a misclick by Holistic Psychology by accident. Chat was going very fast and someone was trolling. Let me get this link over to yes, we can see your comment, Amber Alexander, you're back. Let me get this link over to Harvard Yard. If you want to join this Zoom, just send me a message on X, or send me a message on whatever platform. I'll try to see it. If you want to talk about it, if you want to join, I'm only inviting Harvard Yard for now, but just let me know. We'll talk about it. 1 second. Hi. Crime Cricket. Sorry, it's Harvard Yard. You and Crime Cricket have very similar profiles. Can you hear me, dear friend? Hold on 1 second. Let me double check this. Hello. Hold on. I have to unmute your audio. 1 second, my dear friend. I'm back, friends. I'm back. Can you hear me, dear friend Harvard Yard? Oh, hold on. One more time.
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, hi. Thank you for being with us. I won't turn the Zoom image on. We're just on audio, but I know it's important for you to be able to come on, and I'm going to allow some other people to join throughout the afternoon. But
Absolutely.
Thanks for talking with me. Feel free to give whatever intro you want and just let people know your thoughts, and I'll be listening.
Okay, super. I would like to start by saying, Grant, how I met you. And I'm on the West Coast, and it was very late one night, way early before the trial started. And I saw a tweet from you, and I responded, "What time does it start?" And within 2 seconds, you responded to me. I had made a new friend. Lo and behold, we both went to Boston College. We have similar interests. We've talked about everything from the new pope to what day it is to what time it is. And it has just been, and it is just an absolutely wonderful connection. So I wanted to start there. And I hope that was okay. Also, I thought it would be fair when people join if we just had a moment of silence for the O'Keefe family, for the pain they must be, pain they must be feeling at this time. The probably surreal walking out of the courtroom, going to their cars and returning to their homes with what I consider to be a complete miscarriage of justice. So if you're willing, Grant, if we may have a moment, that would be appreciated. However, if you wish to do a blessing as this morning or just perfect silence, whatever you see fit.
No, the silence is just fine. Thank you.
Grant, may I go ahead?
Please.
Okay. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, what goodness can come from this? What goodness can come from this? What I can say and what I do know is that thank you, Grant, created a wonderful community of people from all over the world, people that are busy, people that are lonely, people that a little bit of everybody is here. And I think having the ability to log in every day or to know, okay, Grant's going to go on at 4 a.m. in my own personal life really kept me going. I'd gone through surgery during this time, and just knowing there was a community there, knowing that I'm trying so hard to keep it together, that there was a community there, and the names became friends. And even if I didn't know where you are, who you are, what you look like, none of it mattered. Matters. It was the heart. It is the heart and the laughter. And I think if there is one thing to take away from this, it is that there is now a community that will continue to grow. And for that, I feel very blessed. And for that, maybe we can, in a small way, honor John O'Keefe. There's just so many wonderful things that a group like this can do. And I'm sure with Grant's brilliance in time, all that will unfold. And I do believe this is a community that has the humbleness of service, yet the strength to grow. And I just feel that very strongly. And I think we may find even this afternoon, people come in that don't feel the same way or however, it's what it is. But for me and my heart, it's been such a wonderful place to be and to learn. Grant, for that, I thank you with all my heart. I mean, I've learned so much about the law. I'd be, you're going on your things at 4 a.m, in California time, and I'm wide awake like a textbook, writing away, said, well, I'm up, I don't need coffee, here I am. But I think that, I think that being said, I think it's a very, sad day. I'm stunned. I'm usually a person that has a lot of words. But I'm stunned. I'm stunned that this could have happened in our world. I think, Brent, you stated earlier, I think it is, I wonder what this will do, to the judicial system, to future trials, to lawyering, to people becoming attorneys, not becoming attorneys. I think I'm just at the moment I will be quiet because I'm at a loss for words other than I just keep sitting here and I can't see any of you. I'm looking at blowing wind chimes and roses. I don't know, but there has to be some greater good. I always trust there's greater good. We all come from faiths or no faiths at all. Mine is Catholic, and I pray the rosary, so I'll continue to do so. But there is a greater good, and I trust that we all can't see it now, but I trust that it's coming. I know this community means that much, and Grant, again, thank you, is that much. The last thing I'll say, in therapy I learned, that's just a little thing, I think there's 6 words: mad, sad, glad, afraid, ashamed, hurt. Mad, sad, glad, afraid, ashamed, hurt. And that's kind of a little template to possibly think about, or at least I'm going to think about as we kind of navigate through things today. I'm honored to be here. I'm super honored to be here. Grant, big love, and I'm so honored to know you. I'm giving you just the biggest hug through the phone, and now I will mute myself as others come in, and I'm here, and I'll be here for the duration, however many hours it goes. I'm here. Thank you.
I'm so we have talked so much, and you are not wrong that My dear friend, I remember that now, and obviously my response times on X aren't always that fast, but yes, if I see your comment and it's asking for help about being informed, I will respond in a few seconds. And to think such a small interaction could birth such a strong bond over so many months. And I think one thing you said in there that really hit home for me was that we all did learn a lot through this trial, and we also met the networks that spidered out of this community. I think have been quite beautiful. I had people sending their emails to me to forward on to our other towel friends. I saw people see each other each day and feel a sense of camaraderie, and there is no doubt in my mind, no matter what happens going forward, the civil lawsuit in the O'Keefe and Reed case, the other trials related to this case, or other cases going forward, I don't want any of you to feel that this community will go away, no matter what the verdict was. This was not the end of the community that formed here, and I truly appreciate you, Harvard Yard, for being able to honor that sense of community that I think means so much to so many of us. I am worried, just the practical reality about where this is going to go. The book tours, the victory tours, what this will mean for the legal system. It's OJ on another level, I think, in a lot of regards. It really is. It really is OJ taken to a level that could be replicated, that really threatens the judicial system. And that is very worrying. No matter what the outcome was going to be, the not guilty verdicts and the way they came down send a very dangerous message. So I will say, ladies and gentlemen, definitely something, I don't know if any of us were, I think some of us prepared ourselves for the possibility, but I don't think any of us could really believe that this jury was going to go with just OUI. And that really is what blows my mind. So Harvard Yard is with us. I'm going to leave the Zoom open. Of course, Harvard Yard, you don't feel any obligation to talk. We are going to have to play the press conferences. I don't want to, but I'm going to. I'm going to bring myself to do it when the parties walk out. And I do think those of you, if you want to join in, we're going to leave the Zoom open for at least, let's see, a couple more hours. We'll stay here just as if it were any other day, and we will talk with each other. All you need to do is send me a DM on X. If you don't have X, let me know you'd like to join. If I see the comment, hold on. What's up, Amber Am? Yeah, you were right. Listen, Amber Am deserves it. Amber Am called it. Amber Am was worried we were heading in that direction. And folks, I think in a lot of sense, this was incredibly shocking. It was incredibly shocking to the folks who watched Hank Brennan's presentation. It was incredibly shocking. It is very concerning for the justice system, and I don't think we can really run from that fact. It's devastating to the O'Keefe family. And it means, Dewdrops, you have a great rest of your night, dear friend. It means in so many regards, that a blueprint might have been established, and it's an industry, which is very concerning. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the press conference. We're going to watch it. WD-40, God bless you, friend. It's Mandy Strong. It was guilty on OUI, not guilty on everything else. No, Amber Am, I absolutely understand. You were preparing us all for it, and it was indeed as you predicted. And I don't even know, folks. I don't even know if the true reverberation of this is going to come down right away. No community service, just a pure probationary sentence for 1 year.
Grant, I think if I may,
go ahead.
It's worth taking it's worth taking a moment just to really, really look at the exquisite lawyering of Hank Brennan. As we, through the trial, different, the closing and his cross examination, and I mean, he is awesome, and I do believe that his work on this trial will be studied in law school for sure, and I think being able to have witnessed it, to watch, pardon me, it has been a true experience. And I would also put a good thought out, pardon me, his way today and Lowly's way today, and her name has skipped my mind.
Oh, Laura McLaughlin.
Laura McLaughlin. It's a tough night for them not even a night, it'll be tough weeks for them. The amount that goes into a trial and the pre-trial, and it's very, very tough. Now, from what I see in Hank, I do not know him personally, but he seems to be a gentleman, extraordinary gentleman. And I think that it is a loss. Of course, it's a loss, but I would sense that he will take it the best that he can and continue lawyering the best way he knows how, which is like totally awesome. Okay, yeah, I'll mute again.
No, don't worry. You jump in anytime you want, and I'll actually ask you in a minute or two while I go refill my water bottle if you wouldn't mind talking more about Hank Brennan, because I think to see a 9-3 hung jury on count 2 in the first trial, and then not guilty in this way in this trial, despite Hank Brennan's masterpiece, it leads me to believe there's something very wrong. I don't know what we're going to find out about what happened within that deliberation room, but the case was stronger. The evidence was stronger. I don't know if it was the jury. I don't know if it was how they felt about the defendant, Karen. But there's something to me that is just exceptionally telling about the fact that with a stronger case, there was almost a lighter verdict. We went from 9-3 guilty on count 2 to 12-0 guilty on OUI, so there is a guilty verdict, but not guilty all the way up on count 2 on other charges, and then not guilty for the death of John O'Keefe. So, that to me, so I'd like to hear your thoughts. I agree with you. Hank Brennan was absolutely brilliant. Are you concerned about the jury? And I'd like to hear your thoughts, please, if you wouldn't mind talking to Towel Friends for a few minutes while I get some water.
Absolutely. Hi, Towel Friends and Universe. It's my honor. I think it's a few things. I think he maybe, Hank Brennan maybe didn't resonate with the juror demographic or makeup. That's a possibility. There is questions lingering around that cannot be avoided as to the publicity of this trial. Was one or more of the jurors already set in their mind or minds of how this case would go? I don't think that can be avoided in looking at that. I think that I'll say Mr. Brennan at this point. Mr. Brennan's spectacular cross-examination skills may have been a bit intense for some jurors. And everybody, I'm just kind of thinking off the cuff. Okay, I don't have anything planned or written down or anything like that. There's just so much publicity around, as we all know, around this case. I think shy of putting it, in some other place other than Massachusetts, anywhere almost, could this have been handled fairly? So it's from a legal perspective, again, I thought he was excellent. I mean, there's certain things we do well and then we don't do well, and that's the way it goes. But overall, I just something didn't hit right with this jury, and And it could even be beyond. I have such great respect for Hank Brennan. I don't know whether to say Mr. Brennan, Hank, but I guess I'll go with Grant. Call me Hank. So Hank will do. And I don't know that it lies solely with him. I mean, I think there are things that may have been off-putting. Now, to a lot of people, they were on-putting. Like, let's go. But maybe to others, they were not. I think the thing that will be potentially most talked about in the coming days when people are trying to grapple with non-guilty is who was on that jury. How did this change from 9 to 3 to this? It was because we felt like a DUI charge. I mean, that could have been done. I don't know. I think people are going to really be looking at the jury. And I think also everybody will be really telling to see which jurors speak first. That's going to be really telling, because I think that will give us a sense of who, what, where, when, why, how. I think we're going to have a pretty good sense of how much did they know ahead. You know what? I mean, no one will ever admit that, of course, but I just think it will be very, it will start to become more and more and more apparent. So that's what I think. Thank you, Grant.
Oh, of course, and thank you, Harvard Yard. I definitely needed some water there, and I think it's kind of been hitting me in waves a little bit what's been going on. I also want to say to Rachel McIntyre, I did see your message about joining the Zoom with us, and we would love to have you. As I mentioned, as I promised to Harvard Yard yesterday, no matter what came down today, we were going to hold this Zoom open as a space for those who felt comfortable or wanted to chat to be able to come in with us, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And I will, in so many ways, never understand, and I'm sure we'll eventually hear from the jury. I will never understand, in light of Karen's own words, the interviews, and so much of the evidence, where this came from. Maybe there was an insidious influence on the jury, but an insidious influence certainly cannot get 12 votes. So that just makes me wonder, what was this deliberation about? So, Wikiduma, super towel hugs to you. And I do want to send a message to folks out there. People have been calling me in tears, and I want to let you all know, in so many ways, this is a very damning commentary on the state of our justice system. I think in so many ways it's a commentary on the need for reform in our justice system, not to help people like Karen Reed, but because of but to help the justice system insulate itself from this kind of behavior. This, in my opinion, was not justice. I mean, yes, there's a conviction on her record. Okay, that has implications for the future, et cetera, et cetera. But this has implications for our system of justice. And to me, what concerns me about it so much is, okay, we have to pause. Karen Reed's about to come out. Harvard Yard, you'll be able to listen on your phone.
Thank you. Grant, is she still speaking?
So they have just, I've closed the volume, they have just finished entering the car, and the comments were quite, oh, they were a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
I heard them.
Yeah. So I guess what is your reaction as you see that for the first time?
The first thing that came to mind is that woman knows how to whip up disdain in people very quickly. I mean, that takes a lot of nerve. If I heard her correctly, that she's done more than anyone for John O'Keefe. Did I hear that correctly?
Yep, and I actually have to break in because Bill Reed might be making more comments.
Thank you.
Hold on.
When you started your motion, when your verdict was announced, what went through your mind?
Tremendous thanks to Almighty God, Jesus Christ, and the reading. Thank you for our great plan.
What do you think the difference is between this call and the last one?
Another year of information circulating in the public, and people are aware of what's happening.
I gotta go. What's the message? I got you, sir. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you. I got you.
Okay, so Bill Reed, I don't know if you heard that as well. Harvard Yard, Bill Reed said, oh, hi, Rachel. If you check your Twitter, by the way, I sent the Zoom link to you. Bill Reed there said, Harvard Yard, that he gives thanks to God. And what I'm worried about is the scene that I just saw there makes me think Karen Reed is about to become a celebrity, and this is a very bad precedent. I don't mean to immediately go to that, but that scene, if you watch the images, I'm worried that this woman has just become a celebrity.
I don't disagree, Grant, and I also think I am not qualified in evaluating people medically or psychiatrically, but I would say, as a quote lay person, that I can't even describe that pathology. It's definitely a pathology. So whether it's narcissism, it's just pathology in all caps. And I didn't catch the first part, that her words would be, I've done the most for John O'Keefe, is just taking a knife, in my opinion, and just turning it in the family's hearts and the supporters' hearts. I just, Grant, did she say anything really prior to that, or was that her big message? Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. She said all she wanted to say was she wanted to thank people for the support, and then you're right. I don't even know if I could. I think I was still struggling to goodness. I think I was struggling to really process that. But she basically said, as you correctly said, she did more for John O'Keefe than anyone else. And I'll tell you right now, that was horrifying. I cannot believe that woman said that. I just cannot. I can't believe it came out that way. And I'm shocked. Oh, by the way, Harvard Yard, if the Zoom ends, don't worry. I only pay for the basic plan. I will restart the Zoom if I have to, and then we'll just re-begin, okay?
That's perfect. Yeah, Grant, I just, when you think you've hit a limit with this defendant and this trial and the attorneys, and it just goes higher and higher and higher. it doesn't stop. And I think for that to be her first statement, in my opinion, was calculated. That was not just thought up on the courtroom stairs, in my opinion. And my recommendation, I'm just going to tune that out and I'm not going to pay attention. That was evil. That was hurtful. That was on public display. People are waiting to hear from her. And the first thing out of her mouth is she's done more. And I can get the quote exactly right, for John O'Keefe is just staggering. I mean, when the time is appropriate, Grant, if you would please talk about anything you know with a civil case that will maybe bring something here to this of, as they would say in the South, some comeuppance for this, because I am, I just didn't think this. I didn't think that she could go any lower and lower and higher and higher. It's absolutely nuts. God bless John O'Keefe and his family. I mean, that is absolutely unacceptable. And I'm what I will say about supporters of John O'Keefe, people here, ourselves, the family, have maintained calm, have stayed, as best, I know there was one day, back when people came with signs and so forth, but people have stayed calm, prayerful, peaceful. It's a law enforcement community. Okay, my ex-husband's law enforcement. It's a law enforcement community. I mean, there's a matter of respect, there's a matter of honor. That's how it's handled, not this alerting. And it was just, I will be quiet, Grant, but it was obscene and inappropriate. Doesn't even start. I have no words, except there is some this evident pathology in that woman, evident. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I'll absolutely talk about the civil case, and I'm sorry for I left my mic open there. I'm actually trying to see if in real time I can extend our Zoom meeting. So let me see if I can do this right now. And it should, let's see, we have just 6 minutes remaining, but hopefully that will go away. All right, there we go. So I fixed that. I wanted to make sure this Zoom meeting, if people, Rachel or others join in, did not close, and I am going to continue to monitor my X messages if you want to join this Zoom, because I made a promise, regardless of the verdict, that I would hold this Zoom open. As to the civil suit, so I do think that's a really good question, and I think we are seeing a repeat of, oh, hello, Sheffield Flannel. We are seeing a repeat in so many ways of the OJ case, which is, I can't see where the jury, and we'll have to listen to what they say afterwards, didn't see reasonable doubt here. The civil suits are already on board, and remember, the key thing here is, and in some sense this isn't going to end, because immediately now, because of the rulings in the civil suits move forward. So literally immediately, the civil suits are going to go forward, and what that means is, in the context of the civil suits, the trial starts right now. So I know this is going to be a lot. Exactly. It's way worse than the OJ case. I know this is going to be a lot for people, but one thing that you're going to want to sort of take into consideration, and look, this is scenes, folks. They are following Karen's car on the road. I told you, she's turning into a celebrity. But the issue here is that the civil case was under a ruling in the context of this criminal case, and the ruling was until the criminal case had a verdict, the civil case was paused. Depositions are going to start right away, and we are going to immediately move back into trial mode. So there will be, and this is agonizing, and I imagine it's what the O'Keefe family is thinking of immediately. There's immediately going to be hearings in the civil case to depose the Reeds. And the standard for, and I'm not a lawyer, but the standard is lower in that kind of case. Okay, so you only need a preponderance. And because of that, that will immediately kick in, the lower evidentiary standard. and then the civil case will move forward. It's going to be a very long process. It is going to take an extensive amount of time. I imagine it's immediate, so the ruling kicks in immediately in the civil case. I saw Steph's question. That means there's immediately going to be depositions, because the only reason Karen's deposition and her parents' depositions were stayed, we go immediately into pretrial mode civilly right now, because we would have been doing it concurrently, but there was a hold on it by the ruling of the judge, only pending the end of this criminal case. So immediately, so literally right now, that ruling was already, it had a preloaded trigger in it. When this case ended, the depositions resumed. So the very next thing that's going to happen, I don't know exactly when, but there's going to be depositions in that civil case. There's going to be trial hearings in that civil case. They're all going to be broadcast. This, unfortunately, is not going to stop. Now, yes, eventually depositions do become public, but more likely what you're going to see as public right away is the civil hearings. And I want to talk to this for 1 second. I started talking about it earlier, but I just, some people were crying on the phone and I didn't want to abandon them. A few people, actually, like 4 to 5 calls. To those of you out there, if I couldn't call you back, or if you're listening, there are implications from this. There are going to be reverberations from this, but this process is going to continue. There is no alternative but for the process to continue, the civil process, the criminal process with Turtle Boy, et cetera, et cetera. That is how the process will continue. There could even be criminal charges against Karen for some of the witness intimidation. So one moment, unfortunately, ebbs into the next, and as obviously a lot of our exhaustion is going to start coming out, but it's the O'Keefe family that I hope most of us were paying attention to this for in the first place, and really in their agony, in their hope for the future in the civil process, we have to center ourselves. This is so much bigger than us now. This really is so the Turtle Boy cases are ongoing in Norfolk Superior Court. Obviously, some of that motion to dismiss was not granted. They are literally following Karen down 128, ladies and gentlemen. They are following Karen up 128 North. I'll tell you exactly where she is, too, because I'm from this area. Give me a second. So it looks like she's north of exit 33B, heading towards the Pike. My guess is they're going to travel there. I cannot believe the news is doing this. The national media. Yeah, I agree with you, question everything, but we're here for you. And as a reminder, folks, I just upgraded the Zoom. I don't even care anymore. I'll figure it out later. Just come in to the Zoom. Rachel McIntyre sent a message on X. If any of you are seeing this, we will welcome you into the Zoom. You don't have to turn your camera on. Chat with us. Feel free to join in. But I just really want to send the message that this is such a strange outcome. The combination of the guilty verdict coupled with on OUI, coupled with the not guilty on John's death, could result in a situation where she gets found civilly responsible for John's death and then has the guilty criminally for the OUI. But what a weird outcome. What a weird outcome. 12 people. I cannot imagine how it happened. I cannot imagine. Maybe they were worried. Maybe there was pressure. But 12 different people coming to the same conclusion about John's death. And maybe it wasn't that they didn't think it was someone other than Karen. Maybe they think the evidence didn't create beyond reasonable doubt. That's a whole different can of worms. Now, Harvard Yard, I know you're still with us, and I think one thing I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on is there was in the beginning a very loud Karen Reed support movement, but then over time the Justice for John O'Keefe movement did start to grow. Did you see that sort of movement as, and I see it as one of the not a silver lining, but one of the more important parts of what came out of this online toxicity? Eventually, it kind of felt like things did shift, and John, at least for some people, was the center of discussion. Is that something you took heart in? I know you were following this
Yeah.
case online, but is that what you saw too?
Yeah, Grant, I really did it. Where I saw it is the number of YouTube channels that popped up or that became more John O'Keefe focused, and more people would maybe they had, let's look at your growth, right? Remember a few weeks back, your YouTube had X amount. Now it's whoosh, extended X amount, and people that were looking for, well, a community, of course, but also for a place to be safe. That's, I think, the primary word with all this, with a lot of the supporters, is where is it safe? If I really speak out, is the Karen Reed people gonna, I mean, we've seen it happen with people. Their accounts are locked, their docs, they're all the rest of it. So I think there's a component of fear in a lot of people, including myself at times. But the answer to your question is yes, I think, and where my head was going earlier, I don't know that it in time could be possible, but to get some of the larger, panels together, and everybody has their things, or some don't like each other, some do, but really get together and either have a live stream or have, it's almost like put everything aside, and anybody that runs a channel that was this can all get together and talk. It's just a simple idea that's running through my head. But oh no, there was definitely, because again, I'm going to go back to my experience, is it became safer to speak up, especially here, safer to speak up, to say, I support law enforcement. I support John O'Keefe. I support his family. I love the O'Keefe family. I don't agree with what's going on here. It's landing with me, or at least in my experience, safer to just be almost like come out with it. And I experienced the same on X. Last trial was very sweet. You just would have like a picture of John O'Keefe's badge. I mean, there was a lot of dialogue, but this time people right out there and speaking up and standing up, and it really was quite phenomenal to see that. So I think that's what I observed. And again, my opinion is, when the more passionate people became, the safer they felt, and then were able to express. And that saddens me, to be honest with you. That really does sadden me, because being so passionate about something, yet not feeling safe enough to speak out. Now people, and myself much more, but it's really baffling, because we're talking about the police. It's like, and again, I realize, and I think this is important too. People often ask, and if I can just add this to possibly help, okay? Officer O'Keefe was off duty at the time that Karen killed him. Okay, he was not on duty. So should he have been on duty, the death protocol is very different on duty than off duty. So there's often questions, well, why weren't there more there? Why wasn't this, or why wasn't that? For an off-duty officer, he had extremely large presence there from the images I can see. And I just hope, anyway, that distinction might help some people understand. I've attended, God, I don't know how many of them, probably 10 to 15 funerals on duty, and extremely sad. But anyway, Grant, I don't know how that came out, but I hope that helps some people understand, because there was a lot of hatred out there. Oh, well, he didn't have so and so or so and so, and no, it's different. But anyway, I think the safety is worth talking about, and it's so counterintuitive, really. If you think about it, this is a defendant that killed a cop, okay? Yet people don't feel safe, okay? See this? Feel safe to then speak out because of this group that could hurt them. Well, I guess digitally and otherwise, that they just stay quiet. I think that has taken a turn for the better. And the other thing, Grant, I'll ask you, is, can people show, I remember, and I'm old enough, sadly, to remember the OJ civil trial. Can people show up to that? Like, do you know? I mean, I'm not saying, but the honorable and respectful people in this world, can they show up outside, or do you even know in Massachusetts? Thank you.
Oh yeah, no. So civil trials, I think it's in. I'm not sure if I think it's Plymouth Superior. I don't think it's in Norfolk Superior. They are allowed to. It's a bigger courtroom probably. There'll be people who can be there to support the family on each side. And what's so sad about the civil process is it's supposed to have just as much decorum, but the civil process is oftentimes more, how shall I put it, the evidentiary standard is lower, so it's more, there's a more flurry of activity. It happens over a slower period of time, but the evidence, there's a lot more evidence that comes in. It's not as favorable to the defendant. So in that sense, it's going to be very interesting because you're going to have people there going through this trial again, but with more evidence. So I'm just, not only am I processing sort of the importance of people going there to support the O'Keeffes, but I'm thinking about how much more evidence is going to be sorted through. And I know people are going to need some time. I think I'll continue to do streams and we'll decompress together and talk this through. But really, I think a lot of this comes down to the way the civil process complements the criminal process. People think that it's very similar, and it is in some sense, but it's actually a much more expansive, in-depth process. For example, for folks who might not know what a definition is, a definition of a deposition is. A deposition is something you don't really see in criminal trials as much, more of voir dires. But a deposition is an extensive attorney-conducted interview with the various parties. And we already know depositions are coming for Karen and her parents and her family. And I think something I really want people to focus on here is, it would not surprise me if there were some kind of follow-up charges for Karen. She cannot be charged related to John's death again, but all of that witness intimidation, etc., there's nothing stopping them from charging her. So I think it's really, it's a numbing result in some sense, because it opens up so much more, so many more cans of worms, so many more Pandora's boxes. And I think for a lot of us, and obviously we're going to have to draw our strength for the people, the voiceless and the victimized in this, the named victims in the Turtle Boy trial that's going to continue, Lindsay Gattani, Chris Albert, Colin Albert, some of the McCabe family members. This is, it's going to continue. And so if there had been a guilty verdict, I think it would have made the civil case obviously a lot more pro forma. It would have been a matter of form. She would have been in jail. There still would have been a civil case. Now the civil case becomes the battleground, and I think it's all hitting me at once. And this was so hard for so many of us. I think it's all hitting us. I think it's starting to hit me. This isn't the end. It's the beginning of what's going to be a really protracted court battle that's going to start almost right away in the civil case. And it's just the thought of what the family is going to go through in that context and how difficult it's going to be. Someone asked what astroturfing is in the comment. An astroturf is where there's artificial support online that isn't actually real people. It's fake people. And Harvard Yard, people were asking, I put down in the bottom, by the way, if you're wondering who's on the phone, it's Harvard Yard. So people were saying, well, we're so used to chatting with, and then people were like, oh, it's Harvard Yard. So this is Harvard Yard, and maybe if you...
Hi to everybody from Harvard Yard. Hi, Kels.
Yes, and if you want to I know we're all kind of decompressing, and I haven't dropped the Zoom link in the chat, so it's more if you send me a DM on Twitter, I'll go look now, you can join the Zoom. But yes, what I was going to ask you about is the last thing that I was talking about, I was saying the civil process is going to begin. But since people are just tuning in and saying, who's this? Do you want to take a minute or two to say, I know you talked earlier how you found this channel, but anything, don't go too deep about yourself if you don't want to share. No. Just tell us, you're Harvard Yard. They've talked to you. You're one of the first people other than lovely Sphinx to do an interview. So tell us about yourself and then about what you think of the process going forward.
Absolutely. I'm totally famous, so you should be glad you're watching. I'm kidding. My name is Cynthia, and Grant and I said they had spoken earlier. I had sent a very early on an text message saying, what time is court tomorrow? And Grant promptly responded. I thought, who's this? Guys responding. And it turns out we both went to Boston College and made just different things that we share in common very quickly. So it's been an honor. And then watching his channel grow has been an honor. And I am someone that worked in the automotive field for many, many, many years, was a paralegal prior to that. And went through Boston College around the time of the Fluties, but that's all I'm going to say.
Well, did you know my mom was a baton twirler for the 84 team or something like that, and then she went on to be a Patriots cheerleader. My mom is Wendy Murphy, of course, who covers the case.
She was there. Was she there? She was there in 84?
Yep, and I won't make you name your exact time, but yep, she was the first she was the first member of her family to go to Boston College, and she's very proud that she twirled baton for Doug Flutie. I think it was the year that it was the year before. No, the year before the Orange Bowl year.
Okay. Well, I just asked her when you talked to her if she ever did a shot at Mary Ann's. Grant, did you ever go to Mary Ann's? I think it's still there.
Yeah, so here's what's interesting. I never really drank after I turned 21. So I knew of Mary Ann's. I think I stepped foot in there maybe one time. I actually lived for a while in that area because I went to BC. But yes, you'll be surprised to know Mary Ann's lasted until maybe 2014.
Wow. Oh, wow. Hey, Grant, I have a question. Civil attorneys will be different, correct? That is a question that maybe some people might have. I believe they are different, but can you discuss that a bit?
Yep. And I'm just saying to folks if they want to join the Zoom to
sure,
send.
I'll keep you up.
No. So your question was about civil attorneys. I'm actually really glad. Feel free to ask if you've had questions in your mind. Feel free to ask me them. I'd be happy to answer. I'm sure other people in the chat have questions. I'll answer them too. Civil attorneys are a different breed. As you saw in the criminal process, you may have remembered multiple times where Judge Cannoni was saying, well, defense, you did this, but the rights of the defendant are paramount, the Sixth Amendment rights. There aren't as many criminal protections, there are not as many constitutional protections in the civil process. So what you'll notice is where Karen had the upper hand in the criminal process, it's a very equal playing field in the civil process, and so the civil attorney is not like a prosecutor. The civil attorney is more going to be like Karen's defense attorneys. Do you see what I'm saying? In the defense, in the civil case, and that's the big difference. It's less of a prosecutor with a duty to the wider public and more of a person fighting for the O'Keefe's interests. So if you've been waiting, if you've been saying to yourself, are we going to get a chance to see some court battles where people are just the same level of ruthless as Karen's attorneys, but for the O'Keefe's? Oh, that's coming. I mean, if that's something you have been looking forward to, oh yes, by all means, that is coming. And that is going to be, I think, for a lot of us, even though and this is going to be sad, it may not have as much attention as the criminal trial, for people who want to see actual vociferous defense of the O'Keefe's or there's the end, so no Hank Brennan leaving. But if you want to see someone actually go up in court and argue the case like a defense lawyer in the criminal context, but for John's interests and his family's interests, oh, ladies and gentlemen, a civil lawyer is what you want. But yeah, ask me any questions you might have, Harvard Yard, anything that pops in your mind.
Yeah, great. Yeah, Grant, do you think that they will televise that? I know that's very early. I know, if I may bring up Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, that was a civil trial. Do you think they will televise it?
Oh, absolutely. And so one of the most interesting things about civil cases is that they are actually more open in some sense to the public. The criminal case process is very judge specific, and technically it is for every court, but the criminal case process is a lot more sensitive. A civil case, if there's public interest, it is almost a presumption, so expect to see cameras in every civil hearing starting immediately, not in the depositions, but any civil hearings related to this case. And it's unfortunate, someone mentioned it in the comments, and I feel a lot of guilt. I mean, obviously my platform, I felt, was used to advance a view of the case that I felt was authentic. I clearly believe in what I believe, but there is this whole complex around this case, and the civil hearings, and in some sense I do hope that the FKR movement almost doesn't realize what they're doing and pays a lot of attention to the civil case, because I don't know if they're going to realize this, that will be a lot worse for Karen, because of if you have questions about this, happy to talk about it. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but the standard for an evidentiary hearing or any type of argument in the civil case, first, the ruling instead of reasonable doubt or the jury verdict is preponderance, so it's lower. And second, because it's lower, what they'll talk about at pretrial hearings will be way more expansive in scope, especially in terms of evidence of Karen's guilt, than what you saw, in my opinion, from the civil context, in the context, and then compared to the criminal context. And maybe that frustrated you, Harvard Yard, if you saw moments where it's like, why can't this evidence come in? So I'm interested in your thoughts.
Yeah. And Grant, bear with me if I stop you, because in your genius at times you will speak in large words, as a lovely towel. Can you explain ponderance? So kind of, if you don't mind, as you go through, because we're not all as versed, right? Is what that would mean, what that means.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we may have talked in the past, and I think it's really helpful to go over this, especially after today. The way that verdicts come down, again, not a lawyer, not legal advice, I am a towel. The way that verdicts come down in cases depends on what stage you're at and what type of process you're in. If you're in the criminal process, you start with maybe, like, if we're talking about an arrest, reasonable articulable suspicion. So can a police officer reasonably articulate suspicion that you committed a crime in their presence, let's say? Let's go with that. That's the lowest. Now let's think of a 50-yard football field. Okay, 50-yard football field. If reasonable articulable suspicion is the lowest possible evidentiary bar, we're talking like the 2 to 3 yard line, okay? Now, the next level up would be probable cause. Okay, now probable cause is something you might hear about at an arraignment or maybe a grand jury indictment. Now, this standard is about maybe the 10-yard line on a 50-yard line football or soccer field. Okay, if it were only 50 yards long, we're at about the 10-yard line. So we're at about 1/5 of the total field. The next level up, and I'll define probable cause as, it's hard to exactly define, but it's like I said, it's about the 10-yard line, so it's more than reasonable articulable suspicion, but it's not a very high threshold. It's literally, is there some probable cause that there's a reason to believe that there was a crime committed and that the elements of the crime are met. What's called the mens rea requirement, the mental state, the actus rea requirement, the act requirement. There's a proximate cause requirement depending on if it's an intent or a results crime. Anyway, that's probable cause. The next level up, this is the answer to your question, is preponderance of the evidence. Now, preponderance of the evidence as a term, it doesn't have a direct meaning, but what it means as an evidentiary standard is that it's the 25-yard line. So compared to reasonable articulable suspicion at the 3-yard line, probable cause at the 10, preponderance is at the 25. It's up there, but it's not all the way by any means, and it means 51% or more likelihood that the person was responsible. Let's go with that. 51% or more finding that the person was responsible. Now let's bump it up one more, okay? Then you have reasonable doubt. We could put this at like the 48-yard line. Okay, the 47 or 48-yard line up to the 50. It means like the highest level of certainty known to the human mind, basically. That is what they had to meet for the criminal charge, okay? And so today, the jury only found, at least to that 48-yard line, that Karen was guilty of OUI in the criminal context. But a civil jury would only have to get to the 25-yard line on the wrongful death, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and otherwise. Now, another thing is, and I don't know if this will come into play here, what comes into play in the civil context is comparative liability. So you have to look at what the state is, and I'm not a lawyer or a civil lawyer, and I don't specialize in this, and I can't because I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But there's something in the civil context called comparative liability, and you have to look at what it's either like a pure liability jurisdiction. I'm using the wrong word, or it's like a comparative or a shared liability jurisdiction. And what it means is, depending on how responsible you're found, like if you are found like 51% responsible versus 49, you can be wholly held at fault civilly. So it's this double standard, and I realize now we are going to have to talk about this, and I'm so glad you brought it up. So it's both preponderance and then also your comparative fault. So maybe it will help if I ask you if that makes sense. The evidentiary standard is preponderance. So, what amount of certainty the jury has to whether you're guilty, and then whether evidence can come in. But what's really more important, and what also plays in, is the degree that you're responsible, that you're found by the jury to be responsible. That is a different standard. It's like a comparative negligence standard or something like that. And I'm going to look that up, but let me know your initial thoughts about that breakdown of civil cases, and if you're now daunted by the fact that it's almost more complex than the criminal process.
No, I think Grant, would it be fair to use the Depp Heard example, or would you rather stay away from that?
Yes, let's use the Depp Heard, and let's actually pause for 60 seconds because Cat in a Hat, and you made this request earlier. We have people who might want to not be able to join the Zoom but want to virtually join. Cat requested a moment of silence for the O'Keefe family and for those who may be joining and are just seeing the news about the guilty on the OUI, not guilty on everything else. Maybe we'll take that moment of prayer now, or silent prayer or reflection. So maybe about 60 seconds, and then we'll get to your Depp Heard discussion, and maybe we'll start that in about 3 seconds. So 60 seconds starting now. Thank you to Cat in a Hat for that moment of prayer for John O'Keefe and his family. Thank you to Harvard Yard, and please feel free to transition into the Amber Heard case or discuss whatever you'd like to say.
Absolutely. And I just want to say I'm extremely grateful for those moments of silence, Grant. Anytime they come through, it really is special, and I think a tribute. And what I want to say, Grant, is it took you 45 minutes, but you finally said, I am a towel. It took 45 minutes, but there you are. So I just wanted to make note of that. So.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think it would be I'm a very authentic person, and also I want to take a moment to pause. We might have, I don't know if it's Zona Eagle or Rachel joining, but if we might have another person saying hello.
Yay.
Who's with us?
Yay!
Yeah, Zona Eagle's on. I'm at the airport, so I had it muted, so sorry.
Oh, Zona Eagle, thank you so much for joining. So Zona Eagle, Harvard Yard, if you are just meeting, Zona Eagle, you're on with Harvard Yard, and Zona Eagle flew in to support the O'Keefes. Zona Eagle, were you down at the courthouse today?
I was not. No, I was there, as you know, all day yesterday. Had to get back to Phoenix today. Literally just landed. Was watching the trial on the plane, or watching coverage of it, and obviously the verdict came down right as we were touching down. So yeah, devastating, but life goes on. I'll say this: it was pretty cool as we were touching down, and I was literally getting that news within about 10 seconds later. The pilot asked us to remain in our seats because we had a fallen hero. We had
Oh my goodness.
We had a fallen hero on the plane. Yeah, I posted it on Twitter. And sorry. So just seeing that, I waited and watched out the windows and saw the salute, and they put him into the hearse, and probably 25 police officers saluting, another probably 25, 30 first responders, and they had flags raised, and it was just a reminder of evil can win the battles, they never win the war. And that was the reason I flew out from Phoenix to Boston, is to honor that family. I've got friends and family that are in law enforcement, so I'm always very sensitive to law enforcement, and it was just a reminder of God is good, and it was really cool. I think it felt like it was a sign from John above. That's how I felt. Sorry to digress.
No, I don't. I don't think that's a digression. I think that it's a touching moment. I'm glad you shared it with us. And as you may know, both of you who follow this stream, our nation's heroes are very close to Tell's heart, and there is no doubt in my mind that John O'Keefe was a hero. And God bless you for staying for that salute. If folks are not familiar with what Zona Eagle is describing, if there is a fallen American hero being transported in their casket on a flight, what will happen is there's a guard of honor that will greet the plane, and once the civilian passengers depart, they will do a military guard of honor and procession to transport the soldier of the fallen veteran hero to the military base. And the people who stay to watch these processions are very honorable. Zona Eagle, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you, as you were watching on the plane, were other people watching? Were people watching with you? Was the plane watching? What was that ride like?
Yeah, well, we didn't find out. There was a soldier that was sitting 2 rows behind me, and I've been in airplanes that where this has happened, and I thought that maybe that's what was going on, but the pilot didn't say anything until we touched down, and there were probably about 12 to 15 people that once we got off the plane just walked to the window and saw all of it. So obviously I didn't see it through the window while we were on the plane, but I was able to see all of it after we got off. So yeah, it was definitely touching.
I really appreciate you sharing. Please go ahead, Harvard Yard.
Yeah. Grant, just a reminder to maybe clip that portion right there. That was absolutely beautiful. I don't know how, I'm not great with computers, how you would clip that segment of what he shared with the plane and John being there and so forth. Extremely touching. And I personally believe that nothing happens by mistake. I also believe that everything is by design. And I believe, and I really appreciate you, sir, sharing that because I can feel that. I feel that. So thank you very much.
No, thank you guys for listening, and yeah, felt every bit of it. It actually softened the blow for me because those both events happened within about 30 seconds of each other.
Yeah, I have a law enforcement question for you because my ex is law enforcement. Most of my friends are.
Yeah.
The question was posed earlier is to the support for John O'Keefe did grow over time. Okay. And I had made the what I had seen is the feeling of people had of unsafety if they came out with being in support of that.
Mm-hmm.
Your law enforcement family and friends, how have they seen this trial? I have some that were very interested, some that didn't want to watch it, some it was a mix. How your friends and family associated law enforcement see this? And that would be the first question. And the second would just be a statement to say that the respect and the honor and within law enforcement and law enforcement families are just different than those people running around in shirts.
100%.
Yeah, it's like radically, you just look and you go, what in the hell's going on? But if you could answer and comment, that would be so awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Do you live in the Massachusetts area?
No, I'm on the West Coast. I'm on the West Coast, so it would be law enforcement. California, Oregon, Washington is where my peeps are.
Okay, so you may share some of the same sentiments that I have, and I touched on this a little bit with Grant yesterday. You know, I live in Arizona. I just touched down. I've got friends in California, Nevada, New Mexico. I haven't talked to all of them about this case, but I've talked to a lot of them. I've talked to the 4 members of law enforcement that are friends or family of mine about the case specifically. And when I was talking about it yesterday with Grant, I said, look, I feel like everybody's in a bubble out there in Massachusetts. You know, they're so close to it, and because of Little Boy's done and all the social media and all that stuff, you know, you get sucked into either, you know, one viewpoint or the real viewpoint, as I would say, what really happened. And I just don't see that out here. Like, you know, people, obviously the coverage isn't as intense in other markets. I'm not going to pretend that it is, but the people that do know about the case, they see it for what it is. They see a drunk woman who reversed her car at 24 miles per hour, 75% on the gas, shattered her taillight, and started cussing up a storm within seconds, and then laughed. And then everything else is just, it's comical. It's absolutely comical. It's to say it's a smokescreen is such an understatement, you know? And that's, yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. I did explain earlier, and you may be able to shed some light, because I got so infuriated when people would say no one was at his funeral and this, that, the other. What I did explain, and I hope I was within an okay balance, was the difference between an off-duty and an on-duty death.
Yes.
And how to kind of raise some awareness around when people are blabbling their BS about no one was there, and it's a different. I don't know if you shed a little light on that. It's just a little bit different.
Yes, 100% it is, and I've seen that as well. You know, I've been to both. I've been to, you know, funerals where we're off duty. In this case, it was a police woman. It was a smaller ceremony, and I've been to a couple, you know, where it's fully decorated. So there's no question that there's a difference in that. And I wasn't aware. I had heard, you know, that it was a smaller funeral, and some of that, you know, has to do with, you know, kind of what the family wants. I think too. I think there's a portion of it that, you know, that you know, they want something a little more reserved for family. But no, there's absolutely a difference, no question.
Yeah, it's yeah. Okay, here's the other thing I was thinking while I have you on. This is a little law enforcement brains going here. If you don't mind for a second, are you okay on time?
No, yeah, I'm totally fine. Totally fine.
Okay, so Brennan made the statement that okay, she's a super. Were you able to hear her out of court comments right after?
No, so that I haven't, because I'm still in my disgust mode. So I was battling back and forth internally as to whether or not I ever want to listen to him.
Maybe not then. Unless you want to know, I'll leave it.
Give me the Reader's Digest version.
It wasn't that long. Grant, it was not that long, correct? It was brief.
Yeah, and it was a little shocking, Zona Eagle. I do think you're right to brace.
Would you like to go ahead? Grant, would you like to, or you want me to?
No, I'll have you do it, Harvard Yard. I'm just going to brace Zona Eagle with, she said basically the worst one-line sentence possible, and I'll have Harvard Yard relay it because I do think they captured it so well earlier. So go ahead, Harvard Yard.
Okay, I hope I have this right. I did more than anyone for John O'Keefe.
Oh my God.
Grant, if we play it back in somewhere, it may even have been a few more words different. Grant, does that sound about right?
No, that was basically the extent of it, which is horrifying me. The quote from Karen Reed was quite literally, "I have done more for justice for John O'Keefe than anyone else." But before I get your reaction to that, Zona Eagle, I want to compliment Karen's statement with a statement just out from. This is from Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Kerry Roberts, and Kurt Roberts. First reported by Boston 25. Today our hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserve better from our justice system. While we may have more to say in the future, today we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that this prosecution was infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. The result is a devastating miscarriage of justice. What are your thoughts, Zona Eagle, and then Harvard Yard?
On the statement, very, very well said. And you can tell she's holding back, or or collectively they're holding back. But they have to be enraged. I mean, they have to be enraged, and good for them. And they will say more. Like to her point, whoever penned that. There's more to come. But to get back to that statement, go ahead.
I was just gonna. I and this is just an assumption. I believe someone, likely an attorney, possibly helped them write that because it would be far too emotional at the moment. This is my opinion only. Okay, how do we want to proceed? Everybody as a group. We're not an effing conspiracy. P.S. How do we want to have our first engagement with the public? Because remember, I think some of these folks have lawsuits pending too.
Yep.
So how do we want to proceed? Okay, yes, so they're going to start there, and then in time, I think we're going to see things trickle out when those are resolved.
I could not agree more with what you just said, and specifically the line where it says there's more to come. You know, we've got more to say. That's the part that, to me, has attorney written all over it. Like, hey, now is not the time. Now is not the time. But trust me, Karen, it's coming. And it's coming in groves.
In groves. And that takes us right into what Grant and I were speaking of earlier, was when she said that comment. And you'll see it when you see it, but she literally was like hovered over, I think, with her hand on her chest. It's the most disgusting. I can't. So anyway, at some point you'll see it.
It's a shot at the family. That's what's so disgusting. You know, get in your SUV and go away. And if you're gonna say something because you love the camera, just like your father does, if you're gonna say something, keep his name out of your effing mouth.
That's all he said. But it was like she took a knife and just boom. All right, let's just put it in other terms. She just freaking rear-ended all them.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's horrible. Like there was no other real comment. You'll see. I have to calm down. All right. So in that note, Grant was saying that she's superstar status. They followed her, and I think a chopper followed her. I can't. I'm with you, like on a phone. But what I think when I hear that, right, and tell me if your brain goes the same way, I think, all right, that's fine. Let her go to her superstardom. But if I'm a PI, I'm working double time now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Working double time now. And, because now it's more free. And that's not, to a lot of people, that won't make sense. And I apologize for that not making sense. But when you have kind of a legal head of sorts, let's say, that's where I go. Tell me if that's where you would go. Is now it's wide open, literally, 100%. Like her on the highway. Every stater.
She and Turtle Boy. And you know what? He's in their crosshairs now. He is in their crosshairs. I think he still has, correct me if I'm wrong, Grant, 9 or 10.
14. 14. So he has 10 that survived a motion to dismiss from October of 2023 related to witness intimidation in the Reed case. He has 2 from December 2023 related to illegal interception of an oral communication and witness intimidation related to Lindsay Gattani, and 2 more from recent months also indicted related to the video at D&E Pizza. So that's 14 total open felonies.
Okay. Yeah. They're coming, and he's going to sing like a canary. I mean, he doesn't seem like the type that wants to spend another day in prison. And you know who then gets in the crosshairs when he starts singing? She does.
Well, isn't that interesting? It may become the battle of what's his last name? Kearney Reed now. Wouldn't that be a flip?
Wouldn't
that be a flip?
Well,
don't think it couldn't
Don't be
happen.
fooled.
Well, I was going to ask both of you if you wouldn't mind weighing in, if we have a few minutes. What do you think about if there is either a subsequent criminal prosecution of Karen because Aiden cooperates or whatever, do you see more criminal liability for Karen, because Karen's the only one who never really faced any accountability for the witness intimidation? Am I wrong?
Correct. Go ahead. I'll let you go.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
My think tank's moving very quickly.
I have some thoughts on this, and I'm sure, or maybe not. You guys were both around for the O.J. Simpson verdict, but I stared at my TV that day and watched that verdict.
Yes, we both were. You were too, Grant, right?
Oh yeah, I was 6 years old. It was one of the first cases I watched, maybe 7.
Well, he was 6, sir. I don't know how old you were, but I was older. Okay, I'm muting.
Yeah, I'm 54 now, so I don't know how old I am.
We're similar. We're similar.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. We're similar.
I think I was in my mid-20s, 26. We'll call it 26. But in any event, I remember being so furious at that outcome. A little thing happened in Vegas, right? A little thing happened in Vegas, and instead of him spending the rest of his life in prison for a double murder that he obviously committed, he spent, I think, 9 or 10 years in prison for trying to recoup his memorabilia. And I thought it was just such poetic justice. And I started thinking about that when this verdict came down with Karen Reed. I just don't think the story has been written yet. And whether it's her getting in, future trouble because she can't keep her mouth off of a bottle of Tito's, or it's all of these potential indictments that may be coming her way by way of witness intimidation, and who knows what else comes out. I'm not going to say that there's going to be, jury tampering implications, but this was a weird last 3 days with this jury. I'll just say that. I think there's more to come, and I think she has to be feeling nervous. And I think that at some point in time, like I said, the story's not written yet. I think that she's going to come. The piper's going to come, and she's going to have to pay at some point.
And I agree with you there. And I put this on X earlier. What is it? Karma never forgets an address. I love that saying. I love that saying. Karma never forgets an address. And I think there's more to come. And I think that the starstruck, whatever's going to go down, wardrobe, Vogues, whatever the H is going to go on with that. There is the public opinion of people like us talking now and people that are joining or however. Our opinion is not going to change. Never. So there's a lot of angry people. There's a lot of sad people. There's a lot of however. So this is not, going to be, it may be for her, sign up for autographs, do book tours, make a movie. Who knows what, who knows? But that's not forever. And there's people that know she did this. And as I stated earlier, people that are more willing to come forth, like you and I on the phone. We don't know each other, and Grant, right? And talk about law enforcement. Where would you have done this last trial? Probably not. I might not have.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, now we're talking about, hey, my friends are cops. My ex is a cop. And it's become, and the word I used earlier was safer. It's safer now. And so people don't forget. And
it's going to be so nauseating to see her continue to cash in on this. Like, it's going to be absolutely nauseating.
This is what my hope is. Like, Grant, with your genius brains, and there's genius brains, someone, and I'm sure they're already possibly doing it, needs to get the book from the other perspective. And I wish I had enough research time, all that to get the O'Keefe perspective, or at least show the other side, because people are going to want to hear that. You know, especially the more, autographs that are being signed, people are going to know there's something wrong with this. I mean, unless they don't have a brain.
And to your point, and I think you guys were talking about this as I was getting off the plane because I couldn't jump on right away, but the civil trial is going to be an absolute eye opener, even for some of her supporters, because two things happen. She cannot refuse to do the depositions, and she cannot refuse to testify. So she is going to get absolutely grilled. Hopefully there's a very skilled attorney. I don't think it's going to be Brennan. I don't think he would. I don't think he wants anything to do with Karen Reed anymore. I want to be the first, Grant, to nominate Daniel Petrocelli, who was the brilliant civil attorney that nailed OJ in his civil case. So spread the word, put that out there if you don't mind, for all the towel heads. Daniel Petrocelli, I nominate to handle Karen's civil trial. But
I second that.
He's fantastic. But the lies that are going to come out of her mouth, we've already seen 40, 50, 60, 70 lies. But when you get a skilled attorney, and there's going to be nowhere for her to run and hide on these depositions and on trial when she has to answer all of these questions, even her supporters are going to be like, oh my gosh, she did do it.
Yeah. I think I couldn't agree with you more, because I think it's going to be Amber Heard on steroids.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
yes.
If people thought they had a display of no crocodile tears and all the rest of it, good luck.
Yes.
Tune in. Get your seat ahead of time.
Could not agree more.
I just very early on, you may have been on the plane, we spoke of, there's goodness that's going to come from this. I know there is, even in the community that's been created here. In fact, I got to talk to you.
Yeah, no.
So
she's going to be a pariah. I mean, she can't stay in the neighborhood. That's not happening. I mean, OJ came out of that courtroom and thought that all of his white friends were going to be embracing him, and he would just march right back into Brentwood and live a beautiful life. No chance. No chance. And she's going to be the same. And look at Casey Anthony. She's lives a miserable life. You're the next in line, Karen. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it's it's
well, it does make me wonder. I know I don't mean to jump in, but someone brought up OJ's Vegas situation earlier. I remember that Vegas situation popping up. I wouldn't say exactly OJ went on to flourish in his life. If I recall, after the civil suits, he was basically bankrupt, and he was like you said, working with these weird people, selling memorabilia and all of that. So I guess you both saw it in a much more intimate way than I did. I remember it just passing on the TV. I remember the white Bronco image flashing. But to tell me, how did that play out for OJ? Do you remember after the criminal verdict? How did it go into the civil process? And then did he just completely lose it after that? What was that like?
It was awful, because the Goldmans would not rest until they took every single penny from him. Now, fortunately for him, with his NFL pension, that was immune. It couldn't be touched. So
correct.
He lived off of that NFL pension, but he was trying to hide things and shell corporations and do whatever he could. I think he moved to Florida for quite a while because of income tax rules and regulations, and he was in Vegas for the same reason. But yeah, he had, from my understanding, a very, very modest life, not a lot of friends. Ended up getting back on Twitter and not many followers. And it's funny, you can go back. I don't know if it's still active, because obviously he died, but it was humorous watching him, post something on Twitter, and then just the comic answers and messaging that went back to him. And then he blocked everyone. He blocked me, but it never went away. It never went away for him. Obviously, Casey Anthony, I think, lived with her old attorney for 10
yes
years?
Yes.
So,
in his side basement near the pool or something.
Yeah. So I mean, Karen's gonna live that same kind of life. If she thinks she's just gonna waltz back into the community, there's not a chance.
Grant, do you still have that Commonwealth Club, or you got those society type clubs. I'm sure they're still around there.
Oh, the one that
wasn't there.
the ones that JFK couldn't get into because he was Irish. Yes, they totally exist in the Back Bay.
Okay. So let's pretend, right, that she's a member, daddy's a member, or whoever, right? Just think about this, right? Walking into there. So here is the flip side, though. You now are, in my opinion, live not knowing whether people are like you or don't. Do they like me or they don't? Do they like me or they don't? Do they hate me or they don't? That's what that's what just occurred to my scrambled egg brain.
Didn't even think about that.
You know, do they like me? Are they staring at me? Do they think I'm pretty or they hate me? Or oh shit, who's driving behind me? Who's that? Oh, they don't like me. I'm just thinking, and especially with any we had spoken earlier about, and I'm not a qualified in mental health, but with any pathology that I believe is present, just add that on, it becomes even worse.
It'll be really interesting to see what her next move is in terms of residency, because it's either, hey, you go live next door to daddy in Dighton, or you get out of here and maybe daddy follows you, because he doesn't seem like the type that's going to let her just go off on her own and try to figure it out.
What do you think of what that just came out of my scrambled brain? I think I'd be pretty, well, I would never want to be her, but I think I'd be pretty paranoid.
Oh, I 100% agree. Yeah,
looking over your shoulder everywhere. There's her hell. There's her hell for now. And that's not a threat. That's not a threat. Clarification, that's not a threat. But I mean, wouldn't that be a little bit of a hell?
100%. Everywhere you went, literally everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah, you probably feel like you can't go alone anywhere. And you're going to be alone, because I mean, good luck to the next dude that tries to date that thing.
Well, I imagine that. I mean, you know, it's just. But here's what I think. If we can just take a minute on, when she's all by herself, she knows what she did. She can push it away, drink it away, do however she knows what she did, and she just skirted the system, in my opinion.
That's not an opinion; it's a fact.
It's a fact. Okay, all right.
And her whole defense team knows. Her whole defense team knows the same.
Yeah, they just, is the pathology deep enough where there is void of any feeling of guilt? Possibly, likely. But what about those moments when you see a black Lexus on the highway? You know what I mean? Or, I don't know. I'm just saying, it's almost like I think, I guess the way I would put it is, it's almost like we were looking again, you know, for any goodness in today. She's gonna have to live with herself.
Yes. Well, you know, it's funny what you just said, because I was on a walk with our golden retriever the other day, and I walked right past it. It wasn't a black, but it was a charcoal Lexus 360 or 370. It was the same type, and I just stood there and I was staring at the taillight for like 10 seconds, and I'm like, what am I doing? Why is this woman in my head?
So it's half of America. You know, it's
can I pause for just this? A wonderful conversation, and I'm learning a lot from both of you. But can I pause and just let folks know, someone may have by accidentally timed out 5-MeO DMT in the chat, and I'm going to try to fix it. But that was an accident, and I just want to apologize to them. Please continue your conversation as I fix this.
No problem.
Okay.
Oh, it was not a punishment if they're listening. It was just people were spamming the chat. They may have been the victim of a misclick.
Gotcha.
A misclick. Yeah, I'm so grateful to meet you. I just think it's settling in. And here's the thing, I think it's settling in different for everyone. Okay. Yeah. So you and I might go into, you know, investigative heads, you know, law enforcement heads, or however, and then others are. So for me, it's going into that part of my brain that goes, okay, what can happen? Oh, she's gonna, you know, look left and right. And I guess maybe it's the way I cope with it. I just cannot believe that. I mean, I guess I can believe it was not guilty across the with the exception of probation. What do I hate Brennan? You think he'll write a book?
I don't know that he's the type. I don't know. He just doesn't have that personality where he wants to go out and write a book and do a book deal, and he's just not a lot of flash. And I love that guy. I think he did a phenomenal job. I think he's an outstanding attorney. I was telling a lot of people, I go, he reminds me so much of Vincent Bugliosi, who was my favorite prosecutor of all time. He prosecuted Charles Manson I think he won 105 out of 106 jury trials in all 21 of his murder cases.
Well, and what people didn't realize with Hank is class.
Totally.
Classy, French cuffs, suits.
Yep.
I'm talking about old school class. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying that makes a better or worse attorney. I think he's a fabulous attorney.
Yep.
But he comes ready to do his job as
He's
a gentleman pro. And that
absolute professional. I couldn't agree more with any of that.
And I tell me what else you're thinking. That cough of the what you witnessed there off the plane.
I'm curious. I'm sure Grant knows more than I do on this. How soon do we think these cases, these indictments against Aiden Turtle Boy are going to start up? I'm hoping, and it's sooner rather than later. But
that's cool. He didn't. The only place we got so far was to the civil portion. So have at it.
Oh, yeah, I'm absolutely interested in talking about this. And I also want to back up to the last thing we discussed. I do want 5-MeO DMT to be untimed out. There may have been some back and forth in German that I didn't understand, but I will personally take the responsibility to mediate between holistic psychology and 5-MeO DMT. I want them both to feel okay. I want 5-MeO DMT to know that I don't speak German, so I don't know what happened, but you will not be alone, and we will be able to welcome you back, my dear friend. As to Aiden Kearney's criminal charges, we spoke a little bit earlier about how those criminal charges reflected a series of events in October, December, and of 2023, and then recent months at D&E Pizza. The most interesting thing to note is Aiden Kearney moved to dismiss 16 of those felony indictments, maybe a mix of some misdemeanors and felonies, in just recent months, but only 6 of them were dismissed. 10 of them survived. So there are more court dates coming up in those felony proceedings. It will be interesting to see how all of that plays out. But I'm interested because you two both have a unique perspective on the Reed case. How much did you know about Turtle Boy's cases, his involvement? How much did you know about the charges involving Lindsay and the wiretapping, alleged wiretapping or illegal interception of an oral communication? Did that story kind of fall by the wayside, or were you paying attention to Turtle Boy's cases?
For me, I was paying attention, but it was background noise, quite honestly. Now I had a chance to go face to face with him yesterday. The guy's just disgusting as all it can be. But for me, I kept up with Lindsay a little bit and kind of what the story was there. I was just trying to tie up the relationships and okay, who's who are the parties, and then following when his indictments were coming up, and then obviously this last one that got dismissed, I chased that one a little bit. But really, for me, he's been kind of in the background, always knowing that I think at some point in time, he and Karen, from a legal perspective, we're going to have to tangle, and I think that day is coming. But I don't know that I think maybe, I don't know if fallen by the wayside would be the correct words. There was just so much to take in with the Reed trial that, for me, maybe just because I'm getting older, I just didn't have the bandwidth for a lot of attention towards Aiden's cases. But that's my kind of perspective.
Yeah, I would say the same. I didn't pay as much attention because I felt like, okay, that's coming later. Let me focus here. That's coming later. I don't. I think the Cosgrove is kind of a hard ass. But that's just me. I can't. I don't know. I can't speak on it. But he used to be a judge, didn't he?
Well, yeah. So that's what's very interesting. Robert Cosgrove, the prosecutor, used to be in Aiden's case. Used to be. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to undo a timeout. Used to be a judge, and he presents cases in a very methodical way. But what I'm worried about is obviously Aiden's cases haven't made as big of a splash, but is this county, is this area, is Norfolk so permeated with potential jury tampering that you can't, as the state, get a fair trial here? And what I'd like to know in that context is, Do you think there was jury tampering here? And if so, is there going to be fallout if there was, if the defense tampered with this jury?
That's a loaded question.
Agreed.
I'll try to tackle the first part. I do think it is going to be a challenge to find an impartial jury. Just being out there on the ground yesterday, it's disgusting, but the love that those pink sheep have for this guy is nauseating. He's like a rock star. He's like Elvis Presley to these people. He's their god. And I don't watch and see a lot of his Twitter posts, but he had one, I think it was yesterday, where he was calling the judge an F and C, stuff like that. I mean, you got a kid, right? Like, this guy is just no class whatsoever, but for whatever reason, there's so many of, pretty much all of Karen Reed's followers love this guy. So yeah, finding impartial jurors, I think, is going to be a challenge. That's why I was kind of surprised that he elected to go with a bench jury instead of a jury of his peers. But maybe he did that from a timing standpoint. I'm not sure why that decision came down, but I thought that was interesting.
Well, and thank you for being fair on that. Can you let us know a little bit more, if you don't mind, of what it was like out there? Every time I hear his name, I think about Grant asking if he's wearing platform shoes. Didn't you ask him that, Grant, in one of your questions?
I did.
Are you wearing platforms?
He does sometimes get close. I can't estimate the height. I'm about 6'2" or something. He sometimes gets up to maybe 5'7" or 8". Like, he gets near maybe my chin. But and that's why I'm like, okay, so some days you're smaller, some days you're taller. What's going on? But yeah, tell us what it was.
He's about 5'7".
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot. He's about 5'7", because he came up to just about under my chin. So yeah, he's a small guy. But
yeah, if you could just share a little bit, like, really, what was it like for people that aren't there, or all we see, or for some of us, all we see is TV. So anything you can share, I'd love to hear. And Rand, with your permission, if the audience would love to hear.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it was just me, this woman named Monique, and then John Podesto, and that was all I saw out there that was, supporting John O'Keefe. Now, I have to be very careful when I say that, because all of Karen Reed's supporters say that they're John O'Keefe supporters as well, which I think is a crock of shit. But anyway, sorry, am I allowed to say that?
Oh, Lord.
Am I allowed to say shit?
Let me get myself off the floor. I'm back.
But so I ran into John. They were not letting anybody up the steps across from the courthouse, whatever that other courthouse is, except for media types. However, there were two troopers that were on the I guess the east side of that courthouse that saw me walk up, and I had a gray sweatshirt that had John O'Keefe's badge number on it. And so is
that pardon the interruption? Was that you on Core TV?
It was, yeah, that was me. I did not ask for that.
I'm waving to you. Hi. No, well, at least everybody probably in chat knows who you are. Hi. Okay,
yeah,
cool,
but I live in Phoenix, so they'll never see me again, hopefully.
That's awesome. We have a face. We have a face.
Yeah. So the troopers seemed like they were fine with me being up there, but when John had to leave within 30 to 45 minutes, and they let me and this other woman stay up there. I did have one trooper at one point in time just ask, and he this is how question. He didn't ask me, "Are you with media?" as a yes and a no. He said, "You guys are with John, right?" And I said, "Yeah." So I assumed by that question he thought we were performing some media duties.
Big thumbs up. Big thumbs up. No, he knew. Big thumbs up.
And they all knew, because the only person in that entire sea that's wearing anything that had anything to do with John O'Keefe was me. So I think they felt like maybe they needed to protect me a little bit, although I didn't feel the need for that. But they were great.
Well, maybe they felt a sense of camaraderie for once.
For sure. Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, hey man, how's it going?
Yeah, I talked to a few of them, and they were great, just awesome guys. Got some stories from some. By and large, it was fine because I was up there. I did walk through the crowd a few times. I went got a bagel, went and got something to drink. So I walked through the crowd probably 3 times, and then I walked a 4th time to get on a quick Zoom call with Grant. And yeah, there were definitely some cat calls. There were definitely some jeers. there were definitely some people that said some things that were not nice at all. But for the most part, because I wasn't in and amongst those idiots, I didn't have to deal with a lot of that. But had I been down with them and not kind of up where the media was, I'm sure I would have had to.
Would more. So this Turtle Boy saying, "Oh, we're always so kind to everybody." That was not true.
No.
So you definitely were called out and whatever happened and blah blah blah.
Oh yeah. No, it happened. I mean, by and large, it wasn't bad. But I know of 3 specific times where somebody said something that was nasty. Yeah. And then what was funny is the day before. And I went back and watched it because I had heard about it. When he was trying to interfere with John doing his Zoom call or whatever he was doing. When Turtle Boy got there, I was already there and was standing in front of him. And he walked over and he looked up and he saw me and he kept walking. So, and it wasn't my, goal or anything to be there to try to protect John or anything. But the fact that I was there, I think. That's why he didn't come up. And then afterwards, and I just did this just to do it. So it obviously started pouring, and when they let the jury go, and he comes up, and Turtle Boy comes up, and he walks up the stairs, and he looks at me, and then he kind of walks over to the side. There were still maybe 1 or 2 troopers. The rest of them had all dispersed, and then I heard him say something about "Where's John?" And I was getting ready to leave because John was still in the courtroom for probably at least 10 or 15 minutes after it started raining. I'm like, I got to get out of here. I'm getting hungry. I got to get to my hotel. I still haven't checked in. I want to eat dinner, right? He had something up there that he had left, and I didn't know if he was going to come back and get it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Plus, I don't want him to walk out here and Turtle Boy to give him the same crap he did the night before. So he actually came out, and then we walked towards his car, and that was it. But Turtle Boy is he's all bark, no bite, like that.
So I was going to ask you, what is it? Well, first of all, he probably thought you're private security for John.
Something, yeah, right.
Sounds like he's a little sheepish around cops. He likes to act like he's burn him down.
Exactly.
What, if I may, if you had to pin down, what is the fascination with him? Can you put your finger on it? Like, what was the vibe? What are these people? If they see him as Elvis, do you know? Can you
It's
tell?
not the physical appeal. I can tell you that. I think it's the fact that he's so brazen and he's so pro Karen, and he's going to quote unquote fight the establishment and do it in such a manner that resonates with a lot of these people. Because if you walk around and see a lot of these people, and look, I teach my kids, don't denigrate people, don't talk poorly, but just there's a type when it comes to the FKRs and the people that were out there. I mean, we're talking overweight, toothless, wearing flip-flops, pink hair, green hair, red hair, blue hair. I mean, it's just, and like I said, I'm not trying to talk poorly about anybody that has any of those characteristics, but they were all the same way, and just the way they talk, the way that, Karen, like Karen's our queen, and the sign language, like it's this cult, it's this weird cult, and whatever she says, they do. There was a group of people talking about how somehow she had said that she wanted some type of a hunger strike or something, and I heard 3 women talking about hunger strike. I'm like, what? How does this woman have this power over this cult of people? It's
okay.
So
It's not. So when I always heard called, they thought, well, they're just talking about a crowd of people. Like your vibe or what you actually witnessed was very cult-like.
Yes.
Like this is not people who just say, oh, everybody loves this sports team kind of cult. This is like for real.
Oh, it's for real. Absolutely.
Wow.
Koresh type.
I think a lot of people would not realize that possibly.
And the other part of it too, like just and it fit with all of them. And I only had conversations about the case with 2 people there. But they both they both went out of their way to seek me out to start having a dialogue about the case. And I really didn't even want to talk about it. But some of the stuff that they were saying about details of the case. And I know this case incredibly well. I've watched every bit of testimony from about half of the first trial on, and every single witness that went on the stand in this case. And just the fact that all of these people, they still believe the 227 happened. They don't even know who Richard Green is. They don't even know that defense refused to put on Mr. 227 because he knows that he was mistaken with that timestamp. But yet they still talk about that. They say things like, I say, just explain to me like I'm a sixth grader. If John's phone never records any movement when he supposedly went in the house, how does the phone get back out to the flagpole? I need to know that. And they never give you an answer. You know how they answer that? They throw another question about you. Well, if there was no collision, you never get an answer from any of these people. They're ignorant. They either don't watch the trial at all. That's what I found with a lot of these people, or they will refuse to acknowledge basic facts. Like the one that I love is, explain to me, please, why she picked out a piece of glass from his nose. Like, where did that glass come from? And they say it was planted. I'm like, what? A tiny shard of glass that she stated was the size of like a sliver. They planted it in his nose. Like, what are we talking about here?
Hey, Grant, there's your story. I mean, if it's this cultish, see if you can find one that leaves the cult. And I'm being very sincere about this. If it's really like that, wow.
And well, let's talk a little bit about this. How much would it interest you, ladies and gentlemen, if people who, especially close to Aiden, that maybe defect or switch sides, then perhaps potentially might become targets? What if Lindsay Gattani initially was on the Free Karen Reed side, and then once she realized what was going on, became a Justice for John O'Keefe supporter? What if other people in Aiden's orbit might have, maybe they're in the comments of this channel now? What would that, say to you? Can you all empathize with someone in the position of maybe Lindsay Gattani or some of these other people who were close to Aiden and maybe came to believe in Karen's guilt and became, victims in themselves? How that must feel in light of this, and then also in light of this sort of cult of personality that comes up around Aiden and Karen. Will those people be able to have a voice? Obviously, and some people were saying in chat, they hear such a resolute conviction in both of your voices. Is that because, is the way that you're talking about this because you see sort of failures of the justice system, not as something that takes away your hope, but something that reaffirms your belief that something's wrong? I just want to tease that out so people can understand, because you both seem to have experienced a lot of these trials, the ups and downs, and you seem resolute. So can you just talk people through that, and then also your empathy for the people who maybe are victims of this mob? You experienced just a little bit of it. It seems horrifying. Just your thoughts would be interesting.
Go ahead.
Sure. I would just say, I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and it feels like it's just the three of us talking, right? Like we're sitting talking about it. So for everyone that's listening, hello and welcome, and just so grateful for the opportunity to be here. And should any O'Keefe's friends, family, anybody that's struggling today because of this verdict, know that you're welcomed and you're loved. And even though we're kind of excuse me, talking fairly what I would call heady, it's not forgotten what happened today. And I don't know if you've anything to add to that.
Hey, amen. I have nothing. I think it's beautifully said.
No, so okay, so we're over to go. Are we back to Coltville?
Well, yes, please tell me a little bit, and thank you for that, a little bit about, now that you've seen this online, you've experienced it a little bit, Zona Eagle in particular, in real life, how you think about some of obviously these victims now, even if you haven't met them, they're going to become more human over time. John has become, even though he's no longer with us, a human in so many people's mind because of how much we came to learn about him. But some of these named victims who have been targeted by this cult of personality are still going to go through this. What are your words for them? They must be in a state of shock right now, what they must have to confront going forward. What would you say to them?
Go ahead, since I've got
Sure.
speaker.
You want me to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. I would say, and this is a therapy term that I learned, and we brought it up a little bit earlier too, seek safety. Find a community where you feel safe, and it may not feel safe right away, but start with someone you feel safe with, that then extends it to other people you feel safe with. I would say the other thing is, yeah, I really hadn't thought of this. So give me 10 seconds here on this one, because this is a whole nother dynamic of the crossover. I'm thinking about this complete random thought, but I don't know this person on the Free Karen Reed side that wasn't invited to the dinner and then she disappeared for 5 months and hated everybody or whatever that talk was. Okay. There, on a quick thought on this, there is going to be some fallout. I feel that to be true, because if that many people gave Karen Reed attention or Turtle Boy attention, that much attention, they're going to feel some, I don't want to say flip, I'm just hate that word, but some need to be welcomed elsewhere. You know, some need to be welcomed elsewhere. And it's like, I wish I could explain that they're welcome. You know what I mean? But people think people can change. And I think that's where maybe the supporters of the family and John O'Keefe, where people went wrong, not went wrong, wrong is the inappropriate word, is, I mean, Grant, I never saw in your chat. I never saw in your chat, Roberta's chat, I never saw anybody say, get the F out of here, F you, not, I never saw it. I saw people identifying people that were being rude. But I would just say that they would seek safety. That's what I would say. And if the more possibility of getting in with a group of people where you feel safe, even if you follow this woman to exit 34 on 95 today, and you've had it, come on over. You know? I mean, it's just.
I think that's so well said. And really, it was an echo chamber. It was a real life echo chamber out there. They acted like sheep. They acted like parrots. They all have the same narrative. Although I will say this: if you asked 100 different Karen Reed supporters, and I actually tried to do this that day when I was there yesterday. If you asked 100 different Karen Reed supporters to give you the 30-second version of how John died and how he got back out on the lawn, you would get 100 different answers. Whereas if you asked anyone that actually watched this trial with a sane brain, they would tell you what happened, which was the truth. You know, she backed up, she was drunk, she hit him. But the fact that you would get 100 different stories tells you what's fiction and what's not fiction. So, and back to your point about them, the need for them to feel part of something, part of a clique, part of an echo chamber, part of a group, like they have the same think tank. You know, that's what it was out there, and just everybody putting up the love sign at the same time, and anything she said, do. That's all gone now. That's all gone. Everybody goes their separate ways, and now they have to find something else. And that leads me to one more thing that I was going to say, which I think is really important, is now you look at the aftermath of, you know, what the O'Keefes are going to obviously struggle for a little bit, but at the end of the day, their love for John will never end. Their adoration for their son, their brother, that never will go away. It just never will. I think eventually they heal. The tough part, at least for a lot of people, think the tough part is going to come for like the Alberts and the McCabe's and those that are still going to be looked at as part of this quote unquote conspiracy. And I had a conversation with someone about this yesterday. I think the opposite. I think the opposite, because I truly believe that most of these Karen Reed supporters, they know she did it. They know she did it. And I don't think you're going to see this all-out assault on Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts and the Alberts that they're claiming. Now, you go on social media right now, it's now we need to turn the attention to the real killer, just like OJ did. Let's turn our attention to the real killer. Well, we know who the real killer is. And I firmly believe that they do as well. And that's why, and I disagreed with someone when they said, you know, gosh, the McCabe's are going to be under attack. I go, I don't think so, because I don't think that they even think they did it. They're living in this fantasy world, and what's more important to them is these cliques and this feeling of belonging to this group versus what the truth is.
Well, and I just want to jump in because it goes to such an important point. It wasn't just that Hank Brennan did a great job pointing out how much of the defense's conspiracy was nonsense. It's that I don't know if a lot of people understand a grand jury indicted her, right? So we know that 12 or 16 people, whatever it was, a majority of them got to probable cause. What it is that there was not reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt doesn't mean this jury thought someone else did it. They thought the totality of the evidence wasn't enough to get Karen. And let me make an interesting point. What if it was Karen deleting those Ring videos, if she did indeed delete them, that caused the reasonable doubt that got her off? If so, she is a criminal mastermind, just like she said in one of the clips. Oh, I'm no criminal mastermind. Well, yeah, you are if you just got yourself off and it came down to those deleted videos. Because mark my words, that taillight broken on video at 12:37 a.m. when she got to John's means there was no case here. She would have been convicted long ago.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's anybody that thinks that it was her that deleted those 2 videos.
I all caps pathology. I'm not a mental health professional. Pathology, not a mental health professional. I mean, I'm being as nice as I can be.
But Grant, getting back to your question on the jury, that's such a tricky question. I like to have faith in our justice system, but it's another high profile case with just a tragic outcome. And it's hard not to start doubting the system. And I know it's never going to change. It's always reasonable doubt is always going to be the standard. It's always going to be the bar. But this is just another case where there was just an overwhelming amount of evidence that pointed directly to one person, and you have, zero evidence that anything other than that happened. And it's bewildering to me. It's bewildering to me. And the fact that they just kept moving the goalposts, right? It was Colin Albert. No, it was Brian Higgins. No, Brian Albert. It was inside the house. No, it was in the garage. No, it was in the basement. 227 happened. No, it didn't. We're not going to call that witness. I mean, it was example after example after example that where, more evidence would come in that was incriminating. Well, now we need to move the goalpost. And the jury bought it. They fell for all of it. They fell for all of it.
What percent of the jury do you think were tainted? I don't know the right word for it. What if you had, this is just your guesstimate. How many of them were free Karen Reed going into it, if you had to guess?
3 or 4.
Well, I'll tell you, I was in the courtroom for John O'Keefe's niece's testimony, and I thought it was 1. But to see all 12 of them come to that decision on 1 and 3, it makes me wonder, what happened. I know we're going to find out. Jurors, I would never approach jurors, but jurors can approach whoever they want. They're not banned from doing that. My word, I want to know what happened in that deliberation room. Did somebody actually follow the first trial and not admit to it? Was this jury compromised? Are we about to find out something explosive? Listen, after everything that's happened in this case, would it really surprise anyone if that jury somehow had someone on it who violated the rules and then manipulated the jury? And if so, what even happens in that kind of situation? I don't even know.
It would surprise me if we didn't hear that, quite honestly. It would surprise me if some truth doesn't come out. But in terms of were they watching the first trial, I think what's more likely is family members. I mean, how many, free Karen Reed family members of these jury members, especially from all indications, it was a fairly young jury, right? I think there was 4 or 5 of them that were under the age of 30, approximately, if you're reading the media. So, come on, sweetie, you do the right thing.
What about this? I can't go see my friends at the bar if I, found her guilty.
Exactly, all of them.
I'm just throwing that out there.
No. I mean, so yeah, no. It's impossible if you're not sequestered to not be subject to that. And even I thought it was weird when Bev would say, now watch your social media. Don't be careful with that. Why don't you just come out and say? And I haven't been critical of Bev one time. But even though they're not going to probably listen to you, why don't you just tell them, stay off social media instead of saying, limit your social media. Don't be on it too much. Of course, they're going to be on it. And of course, they're going to see it, especially in that town.
Well, it makes me, I have 2 questions. One, we had an insight from Super Towel Deaf Otter. The verdict was right around 2:27, wasn't it? PM Eastern. That's a little weird. And then the other thing is, why was this jury not sequestered? And I know it's extremely prejudicial to the defendant, but how can you have a jury in a case of this magnitude not sequestered? And first of all, why would you have this trial in Norfolk County? Turtle Boy's biggest influence is like the Worcester area and Norfolk County, where there's a lot of Republicans, which is rare in Massachusetts. So what happened here? Can either of you explain, like in your states, would this have been very different?
Can I just say something really quick? You just said something that kind of struck me, because on social media the last couple of days, there were a lot of FKRs saying, gosh, it'd be great if the verdict was at 227, it'd be awesome. I heard that a lot. Was that true? Did it really come down around 227? And
Yeah, please verify. Please verify.
That's my first question. And this is my second question. I just thought of this as you said that. What if the reason that the first we have a verdict, oh no, we don't have a verdict, was because someone said, wait, we have to wait 15 minutes to hit 227. How great is that going to be?
Yep.
You know?
Well, and I think people are starting to say this. And I'm starting to wonder, did Karen and her team know about the verdict before it came in? Like, was exactly like Murder by Maestro? We need to check this timing. Murder by Maestro is great at doing these kind of things. I'll do it myself. We can do it in a few minutes. But did this come down? Like, was the first announcement? It was right around 2:00 when I think they first came in. I actually can check the exact timestamp. Hold on, let me do it for you right here. You just raised a very, Zona Eagle, my word, if this ends up being the insight here.
Zona.
I know, so let me.
I might have to mute and throw up.
So hold on, this was initially announced. I made my post at 227, but the initial announcement from Judge Cannoni was around 224. Oh, dear God. Oh, wow. Wait. So, dear Judge Cannoni's announcement was at 224, but that was when they did that weird, like, we have a verdict, we don't have a verdict. And then I think, 15 minutes later. Oh, no.
It's 227. It's not like 227. It's like 227, not like 227. Oh, my word.
That's crazy.
That
is crazy. And I hate to harken back to the OJ case again, but because I know that case so very well also, two things that you just mentioned, or one thing that you mentioned that harkens some memories back on that one. There was a member of the jury that as soon as the verdict went down, raised his fist up, kind of like a Black Panther salute. You can read all about that. And then there was a jury that was interviewed right after that verdict, and point blank, they asked her, and these videos are out there too. They asked her if the OJ verdict was payback for what happened to Rodney King, and she said absolutely yes. Like, I couldn't believe she said it.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's out there. And then Rosie Greer, who was one of his good friends, said that he knew about the verdict before it was read. He knew about
Greer. I haven't heard Greer in years. How dare you?
Yep.
Well, no, and it's making me realize. So someone was saying Judge Cannoni sent them back to deliberate at 227. No, they didn't come in the courtroom. When Judge Cannoni, I'm now realizing this may have actually been what happened, because Judge Cannoni didn't actually bring them in the courtroom when they got that weird announcement about the verdict being delivered and not delivered. What happened is that was 20 minutes after the jurors had done their thing. Judge Cannoni was just alerting the sides that she was locking up the first verdict form and sealing it. And then what happened is, like, literally just a few minutes later, the lawyers were called back into court. So the timeline here is that, like at around 2:05 or 2:10, they delivered their verdict, then quickly knocked on the door and said no. Judge Cannoni, 20 minutes later, did not bring the jury into the courtroom, just read out what happened. And then within 5 or 10 minutes, everyone was getting called back, which means it's very possible this jury decided to wait until the clock ticked to 2:27, which was literally 15 minutes after the weird first situation happened, so that they could say they were ready. It's not that the verdict got delivered at 2:27. They told the bailiff they were ready at 2:27. I promise you that's what's going to come out. God damn it.
Wow. Okay, Grant, just briefly, can you run that math again for people? Just help with that math once again, if you don't mind.
Yeah, the math.
The time math. Thank you.
Yeah, so at 2:24 p.m. Eastern, Judge Cannoni started reading the note. It wasn't a note, it was a message from the court officer that the jury 15 or 20 minutes before that knocked on the door, said they had a verdict, then 30 seconds later knocked and said they didn't have a verdict. Then, okay, but that was 2:24. Judge Cannoni didn't bring the jurors in, and she just said, okay, counsel, so I took this first verdict slip, I'm sealing it, and then I'm sealing it in the court record, but it's available should counsel need it later. And then literally 5 to 10 minutes later, the announcement started trickling out. I think it was Christina Rex who had it first. Someone said the clerk walked by and said, okay, I'm rallying the troops, but I don't know why. That was our first indication of a verdict, and you can look at Christina Rex. We can look at Christina Rex's Twitter. Hold on, we can perfectly timestamp this. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is what happened. I think this jury was compromised. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! This could have serious consequences. Oh no! All right, hold on. Let's look at it. So Christina Rex first tweeted that there was a verdict at, hold on, let me check the exact timestamp. This is very important. Hold on, I need to see the exact moment that, and this is, but Zona Eagle, you may have actually hit it, but we need the exact moment that the jury, that Christina Rex tweeted that the attorneys were being called back to court. If that was right after 2:30, like around 2:32, then yeah, that's it.
Zona, do you prefer to go by Eagle, Zona Eagle, another name? What's your preference?
Zona Eagle's fine.
Zona Eagle. Okay, cool. All right, so Zona, can I say Eagle? Is that okay?
You can just say Zona. That's cool.
Oh, Zona's cool. Okay, all right. See, it's important to find these things out. Okay, Zona. Did I have that right? Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, and I'm actually Cynthia, so Zona, Cynthia. We're just moving along. All right, I'll hush up for the math.
Just call me Lance. My name's Lance. Just call me Lance.
Lance. I'm Cynthia Lance. Nice to meet you. Well, you might have just my honor and pleasure as well. Wow, you might have just hit on something.
Oh no, you guys are not going to believe this. Judge got word of the verdict at 2:36 p.m. No, yeah, that's when Christina just got word at 2:36. I think they rendered their verdict at 2:27. I'm so sorry.
I agree with you. And then you go back because I think a lot of people speculated that perhaps there was someone that was changing their mind at the last minute. I do think it was, hey guys, we were supposed to do this at 2:27. Knock on that door again really quick.
Oh,
and tell them to, that's not a verdict slip.
That was the knock at 2:27? Where's murder? Hugs murder, hugs murder, hug murder.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Well, and then just one of the questions that the jurors asked about, it basically they were wanting to make sure it wasn't going to, that she wouldn't have the ability to be retried for other offenses. That was just a really bizarre question too. It made you think that at least one, if not many more of those jurors knew about what had happened in the first trial and the mistrial, and they were absolutely we're going to make sure that they were not going to check boxes that would force her to come back into court, and not have the Commonwealth have the ability to still, go after her for manslaughter. It was that was one of the very, very, I think, weird questions as well.
Well, and I would love to make this distinction if I can too. Even in this dialogue that we're having right now, people would say, "Oh, that's conspiracy. Look, they lost. Yeah, they blah blah blah." No. This is people using their brains to try to figure things out. Nobody's berating anybody. No. Okay, calling them names, calling whatever. We're just trying to figure out what happened here. So anybody that wants to do their clip and play and who are these people and look at the conspiracies and all that, you just go away, because you people don't think that even would think to do that. Yep. So anyway, I had to say that. It's just, we're just trying to piece things together here.
Yep.
Lance, would you agree with that? I just think
agree.
That's the difference in the people you met yesterday, potentially, and the people here, potentially.
I completely agree.
I will say, I just tweeted it out. I retweeted my post around when the Judge Cannoni was reading her initial decision, and I said, oh no, there's a very real chance that the jury in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial held back their verdict for 10 to 15 minutes so that they would deliver their decision to the court officer at exactly 2:27 p.m. Eastern. The timeline lines up. Was this jury tampered with? Question mark.
I love it.
I love it, Grant. Let's see what comes in with that.
I mean, it's literally, the implications of this are astounding. I think people literally saw me react live to Zona Eagle's prescient insight, so people can say all they want that people having this wonderful Zoom to decompress was kind of covering different topics, but literally in real time, as tends to be tradition on Towel Stream, we may have just discussed. Listen, the jurors, I'm sure, have not even talked to anyone. If it comes out, if one of them says, oh yeah, we thought it would be funny to hold it back till 2:27, listen, mark this moment, folks. It's Zona Eagle, this conversation, Harvard Yard, our decompression Zoom. Zona Eagle, would you like to comment on the fact that you may have just discovered one of the most important insights about this trial in real time, and how did you come up with this?
I would definitely not say that's one of the most important insights of the trial, but if you want to give me credit for it, that's fine. I just think it's an interesting piece. I'll leave it at that. It's a very interesting piece.
Well, it's blowing my mind because, listen, I am not the type to just be like, oh, Zona Eagle thinks this happened. As you saw, I went and I looked at my timestamp of when Judge Cannone read it, and then I went to Christina Rex's Twitter, which showed that she got first got word around 2:36 p.m. And if you look at the timeline, it was right around 2:05, 2:10, where 2:10 p.m. Eastern, where the jury said, oh, we have a verdict, wait, we don't. And then 15 minutes later, which is almost precisely 2:27 p.m. And listen, I don't know what to do with this, okay? I don't know what happened here. I'll say this. You want to know what's really interesting? What would you say if, the judge in Dedham District Court that oversaw Aiden's trial is going to, leave that position soon? Judge Pomerol. And, what would you say if, I had questions about what happened in that trial? And then, furthermore, what would you say if potentially something could have happened in this trial? I don't have confirmation of that. But what I'm pointing out here is there something hiding behind the surface here? I think a lot of people looked at that Turtle Boy trial for the RO violation involving Lindsay the other day and said, how could that have possibly happened? Was there some connection between Aiden's lawyer and the judge? Is this judge on his way out? Did Aiden know something? Something like that. But then in this situation, clearly it's not Judge Cannone, but immediately with this 2:27 thing and the verdict, if that's confirmed, and I don't even know the procedure, the process, or at anything to do with how this would be remedied. With the judge, you can do a judicial tenure complaint, you can talk to the governor, you can go to the feds, but with something like this, it's fundamentally jury tampering. Do either of you have any insight about this? I'm just grappling with this. Can you take me through your thoughts? I'm a little overwhelmed.
I think just even talking about jury tampering alone is overwhelming, but go ahead.
I was going to say, if you guys are not opposed to it, Grant, do you think this might be a good place to take a moment or a minute of silence or prayer, whatever people do to remember John and his family at this time? Would that be okay?
Yes, especially in light of what we're considering. If you wouldn't mind, Zona Eagle will take 60 seconds for those just joining, and we'll reflect and take a moment of silence. Thank you for that reminder, Harvard Yard, and
Thank you
for that. To bring us back, this is a very serious subject, obviously. It needs to be looked more into. We are not the people to do it, but just your personal reflections on, I think a lot of us were concerned, and the chat, if you saw in Towel Chat, was throughout the trial saying, what if this jury has been compromised? What if it's worse than we thought, and it wasn't one or two segments, but what if a lot of this jury might not have been compromised necessarily related to Karen, but about their feelings about the police or this unit? What happened here? Clearly the 227 thing doesn't speak to like a concern about the police. It almost speaks like to a belief in Karen, and that can only mean they believe that going in. And one more thing I want to ask to both of you about is, what was very interesting, and people keep pointing it out, is that the jury almost knew that they had to acquit her on charges 1 and 3 to avoid a repeat of the first trial. Your general thoughts?
Well, that last part that you said is very, very poignant, because that's identical to what would have happened. That did happen in the first trial. So, and that speaks to what I was referring to, as far as someone being on that jury that absolutely was going to make sure that she could not be charged for certain crimes if they did this. And that's why Bev ruled the way she did, because it was all hypothetical. But the fact that they asked, it just it raises another red flag.
Mhm. I see the visual that I'm having is Grant used the football field analogy earlier. And for me, what really is corruption, yuck, yuck, yuck. And I'm sorry, I don't have the proper words for that. It's just what, as I'm hearing this dialogue is happening, and I feel like the analogy of football field, we could take that right to the sea or to the ocean, right? And you just go like this, and then you have Reed, right, who might be under the wave, and then it goes down deeper, and then it goes down deeper, and then it just feels like the only words I can say is everybody involved. I mean, that's those are the only words I can come up with, if that means anything to anyone.
Yeah, and people were worried about this. I think you run the risk of having something like this happen when you have high profile cases, obviously, and you're not going to go reform the entire system, but do you look more intently at moving the trial to, say, someplace in Western Mass, so that you don't have this kind of overwhelming feeling that everybody's has been exposed to this case, especially if there's a second trial. That second trial should have been moved out of Canton, Dedham area. It just should have.
Well,
and they were.
Go ahead, Harvey.
No. I passed. Go ahead.
Well, I was only going to say, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. How did we get to the point as a justice system where the system felt like it couldn't move this trial, it couldn't protect these jurors, and then the outcome was we seem to have gotten a jury that did the opposite of what that whole process was designed to do, which was insulate them from outside influence. And instead, listen, it can't be a coincidence that there was all this social media chatter about a 227 verdict, and then they went with it. I'm wondering if they were influenced in real time.
Quite possibly.
Could be.
Quite possibly. And I know that similar sentiment following the Casey Anthony case came out. I remember watching on several broadcasts of, is it time for professional jurors? We're not saying we're going to mess with the reasonable doubt portion of the guilt versus innocence, but has the time come where we have professional jurors instead of having these jurors like this? Like the fact that one of the questions was, are the Karen clips evidence?
Oh, I couldn't believe that.
About what do you? How could anybody ask a question like that? Of course they're evidence. Like, have you not been paying attention? You ask a question like that, then you lean into, maybe we should have professional jurors, because there's some just boneheaded people on that
I know, but this is where I'm starting to wonder, was that part of the plan? That's what it felt like to me yesterday, I'll be honest. I thought, are these people for real? Are they really asking these things?
Yeah.
Like it almost felt like a bait. That this is just my opinion only, but it just felt like it was being baited. I mean, if we don't, put for one, but the other, what the slide one or the evidence? He said it every time he put one up.
Yeah.
I just, and again, I mean, he put on a very strong case. Hank Brennan did. The defense, I mean, in my opinion, not so much. I think they may have even been better in the first trial, but I'm gonna have to rewatch.
Mhm.
But how did that happen? How did that go to this?
Yeah.
I mean, I was saying, out on the West Coast, it's DUIs for us. I mean, did she just walk out of there with the DUI? Is that what happened?
Yeah, it took me a while to get used to OUI because it's DUI out here as
Okay,
well.
so she just walked out of there with the DUI after both trials and all that time?
Yep.
Wow.
A year of probation. I apologize, but I actually have to run, and I am so sorry.
Not a Zona. This was an open Zoom. I'm glad you joined us.
My pleasure to
Absolutely.
meet you.
Pleasure meeting you as well. Make sure I get your ex.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get her. I'll find you also, but I'll give everything to Grant to give to you as well. It would be my pleasure.
Perfect. It was a pleasure talking to you, and Grant, as always.
God bless, Zona, and thank you for joining us. It meant a lot to hear from you. We'll talk to you again.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye.
And Harvard
Okay,
Yard.
Grant, I'm still here. I'll stay quiet.
No, don't do the opposite.
I'm like, dude, my brain's exploding. I can say dude because it's the West Coast. I am. Oh my goodness gracious! Wow.
And that was we appreciate Zona Eagle, and I apologize.
Oh my goodness, what a great person.
Yes, and thank you so much for those discussions. My attention was, of course, being pulled from left to right, but one of the things I was doing was my dear friend 5EMEO DMT. I am the type of person who will let you to talk and try to fix someone's time out. I become hyper-focused. I think you both noticed, and I was so appreciative you were both offering such good insights. But I thought what Zona Eagle had to say in so many different regards, their perspective on the ground about the trial, their perspective about what it's like for people who are victimized by these crowds, the messages to them. This is the kind of thing, there is a community, there is support. I think it was a very important message, layered in so many different ways. Even after 10 or 11 hours, just being able to listen to Zona Eagle taking all of that in real time was inspiring. And I think something people don't realize is Zona Eagle flew all the way across the country to support the O'Keeffes, not because they were asked to, not because they needed to, but because they felt called to do so. And so I obviously got to say it a few times as I was mentioning it, but if I didn't say it earlier, I cannot repeat it enough. That type of effort is extraordinary. Zona Eagle was in an airport waiting probably for a ride, so I didn't get to, we were quite quick at the end, but just God bless Zona Eagle for putting in that level of commitment. It's something that I think can inspire us all. And I think Harvard Yard, it's hard not to, this was obviously a Zoom. I'm so glad we did. And I am leaving it open. We have just over an hour together. We will leave it open as long as people want to chat. And I think you're seeing, if you're in the chat, there is a lot of discussion going on. I think people do want to decompress. So you've chatted with your towel friends for a long time. You see how a lot of people are kind of reacting to this. You've talked earlier about the community that formed here, but what's your general message to people who maybe are going through their first trial or who haven't experienced kind of a shockwave like this? How do you process it, and how are they thinking about it?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm processing it how I would, and that's to talk it out. But everyone's different. If Grant, let's say I didn't know you and I wasn't able to speak with the community, I can't see any of their comments or anything like that. But I would be calling my sister or calling someone that knows about it or wanting to chat. Or if I didn't have anyone to chat with, I'd be all over X, So for me, it's very much I have to talk things out. For those that are more internal, I think possibly having the chance to be logged on reading the comments, feeling, again, I'm going to go with that piece of safety, feeling it's a safe space, whether it's to comment or to feel or to just watch or listen, or, that I think that's important too. I think, and it sounds so, I don't know, but I'm just keep thinking during this whole thing, what is the greater good? What is it? And I think as we're kind of piecing this apart, together, we're starting to see little places of greater good, even within this last hour, hour and a half, or however long it's been. It feels like a minute. But, wow, okay, maybe we can look at this, or we can look at that, or how can we support this? Okay, cool. I'm in exchange numbers with that person. So that's something. I think on another level, I think I can speak for myself and some of the people I've met here have come from places that are very isolated, isolated, whether it be with friendships or at home or however, or illness or whatever that is, that feeling of isolation for this period of time. And I can speak for myself, went away. I had somewhere to go. I had people to engage with. I had, I might sound all, happy and upbeat. I suffer with a lot of depression, and being able to say hello or send a heart to Dewdrops or Alana, where is she? Just to see, I know it will sound goofy to everyone, and they can make fun of it, and I don't give a shit. People in this chat understand what I'm saying. That's the coolest part about this. Other people look in the chat, what's that lady talking about? Crazy people, it's crazy. But you know what? I actually felt sane here. I felt accepted here. I felt like, wow, I'm like going to school with Grant right now. This is for real. I had a notepad out. I was impressed when I could keep up with your thinking. I was like, I still got it. But on the heart level, that's the other thing. I think having just knowing people that I didn't know. I never knew what GTSY or whatever was. I had to Google it. Great to see you. I was like, so you come in and people would be like, great to see you. It's like, I don't know who you are. Okay, great to see you too. So I don't know. I just think it's been a really beautiful place to just to be together. And Grant, I just have to keep saying, the fact that how quickly you've grown is really a testament to not only yourself, but the people that are here. It really is it's really an honor, because it is a heartfelt space. Yes, this is serious stuff. Okay, John O'Keefe was killed by Karen Reed. Everybody followed the trial. For West Coasters, we had it bad. We had to get up at 3 in the morning, 3 and 4 in the morning, but it's really, all of it's horrible, and the outcome is horrible, and it is in not just, but what a community. I can't see any of the comments, but I just say, what a community. And even the people that are lurking, okay, welcome. Go ahead and lurk. This is a heartfelt space. Make fun of it if you want. I don't care. People are welcome here. And I also know in my heart that there's some people that lurk here that want to type here, but don't. So I'll share that as well. So anyway, I hope that helps. And just that it's a welcome, loving place for really anyone, Grammy. You're very loving and very open. And that's really never will be forgotten.
Yes, and I just hearing you say those sentiments, so I know I say them a lot into the void, and you should know the chat is a flurry with comments. I think the chat is perhaps, and you know what, we'll keep this statement on the screen, but the chat is literally going so fast. That's why I want to keep the stream going, and I know you don't mind, because you had mentioned how important it was for you that people have a space, and I think you're really right about that. I'm seeing people kind of expressing themselves in a way that reflects a level of comfort that I think is important. It's fleeting. It's fleeting in this world right now. I think it's fleeting for a lot of people. But like you said, I think, oh, God bless you, Jack D65. I think a lot of people will say it will have had very similar experiences to you and I, which is, and maybe I don't say it all the time, but I was in a very dark place, and I still am in some ways, because of my physical ailments, my sort of executive functioning issues, emotional functioning issues. But through this community, and this trial is a very serious subject and it's worthy of reverence, but I also found a bunch of people who reflect a very beautiful part of humanity. I don't know if people, you obviously appreciate it. I heard it so eloquently expressed there, but I don't even know if people truly appreciate, especially if they found this community. I'm sure they appreciate it, but the people who look at it from the outside, I don't even know if they appreciate the beautiful nature of kind of what happened here and how it developed. So you paid due homage to it, and even in the comments right here, I just want to thank all the Towel friends who are in the Blue Wall of Justice. As much as we have camaraderie, it actually was a bit of a defensive wall today. There's no doubt in my mind. A lot of us, and I'm sure you saw it, Harvard Yard, there was, we had to put up the towel defensive wall at a certain point. There were people who really wanted to mess with the vibe that had been created here. And it does make you wonder, you know, are people, regardless of how they feel about the case, is it more the camaraderie, the compassion? Was it the lack of, you know, drama? It was more not fun, but it was centered on educating, informing, learning about the process. Do you think there are some people who see that as dangerous for their like involvement in the case, in the sense that it's the opposite of what they want? It's not drama filled, it's not vacuous, it's informative, it's centered on love. Like, are we the kind of, I mean, I know we're fighting an uphill battle, but are we the part of this story that people don't want to tell because it doesn't have the same flash? It's just a bunch of people who care about each other. And that doesn't get me down. It just makes me wonder, like, why doesn't the world care about those stories more? Doesn't that matter?
I think that's why it's going to grow. So keep your eye on that. That's why I think it's going to grow. You know, I think initially people come in and they're, oh, towel this and who's that and who's what are they saying? What are they saying? And then they see, wow, this isn't like a regular, it's not, you know, no other channel names, but it's not like other channels, you know. There's information coming from you that is so awesome. And then people genuinely care. And it's that, I think people are afraid of that level of intimacy, to be honest with you. I think they're afraid of that. And by that intimacy, I mean, for someone, the first time someone said, you know, hi, Harvard Yard with a heart, I was like, oh God, do I put a heart back? like I'm way too vulnerable. I'm not doing this. I'm just here to see what Brennan has to say, you know. But then as time evolved, I became more a part of the community of sorts. So I think it's that I think that people in this trial were so dug in on both sides. There wasn't, they found a place like this. If you look, you know, as your numbers grew, right, they then gravitated to a place, I'm gonna use that word again, but they gravitated to a place that was not only knowledge, some fun things, it had a little bit of everything, you know. And I really do think that's why it's grown. You know, you have a seriousness, we have the clips, we have the, you know, I don't mean you put that as a community scene. It's, you know, I there was a childlike part of myself that could come out. You know, it's like, oh my God, there's these things on the screen. It's like, oh God, what the hell is this? You know, and then I had to say, okay, that's Chihuahua, whoever it was. So, you know, I would be like, what are these? Oh my God, I missed a half day and there's more cartoon things in the squares. Man's gonna run out of squares, you know. So, but then my heart opened to it. You know, and it's like, this is so cool. And I can't wait to get up, even if it's at 4. And but no, Grant, I think on the serious level, though, it is very, very true. You know, when we speak of depression and we speak of issues and so forth, and I'm not alone in that. You know that we're difficult times, and even the content of this trial, even if you don't have otherwise health or mental health related issues, can be hard. It's just such a great place. I remember the day, and the person's not, keep that confidential, but I think the person came out with, hey, I'm having some real struggles with XYZ. And when that person came out with that like opened the floodgates, and it was like, it's okay to be real. You know what I mean? We're not here. Do you remember, you know what I'm talking about, Grant? And then everything just kind of heart opened everywhere.
I remember that day, and I think maybe you hit on something there that was very a real truism for me, which is people are kind of, I wouldn't call it afraid of the intimacy. Well, I guess it is, but it's like a part of themselves that I feel like they know they want to embrace, but they don't think our culture wants to embrace. And that's why, I mean, I'm very grateful for this conversation and for this community, because a lot of people here do embrace that. I mean, they're see, I say it so many times. I didn't know that it would actually be a thing, and there would be people out there who are like, yeah, like, I care for a lot of people, and I'm compassionate, like, we can do this. But it was very real, and the way that you hit on the insight about you can tell how long I've been going, but the way you hit on the insight about finding that part of ourselves that maybe we're not willing to embrace, or maybe we think the culture isn't willing to embrace, is so important. If this world were just defined by people like trolling or being mean to each other or mean-spirited, that's all that would ever exist. And I do see a lot of beauty here in the people that make up this community. I mean, I was trying to will it into existence, but what I didn't realize is it was already latent. There were just people maybe like myself out there who were scared to embrace it, or who found themselves trapped, or who thought that there was no outlet. But it makes me feel committed, not just because I feel meaning in my life doing this, but it makes me feel committed to keeping this up all the time, to provide people a place to relate to each other. One person feeling alone is just like one disabled veteran not having housing. That's not okay to me. And so I think you sense it, but please go ahead. I can tell you want to weigh in.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Because I'm sitting here thinking, well, what do I do tomorrow? I mean, obviously I have things to do, blah, blah, blah. But where I don't go on YouTube and find Grant, like, where is everybody, that we've gotten so used to talking to everybody, and it's this is definitely going to be an evolution. And I love Grant looking at it from more of that global perspective, and you're always great at saying, and I remember in the beginning, to do kind acts to other people, and in the beginning I thought, like, is this dude for real? Like, is this guy really, is he serious about this? And I'm just telling you truth from my heart, okay? He's for real. I'm like, I've known him now for a little bit now. He's for real. I've only sent a little hug on accident. He's for real, but it took time to get used to the fact that, wow, people really want kindness for each other and want kindness for the world, and take something like today very seriously. What happened here today, and just what a wonderful, absolutely wonderful. So.
Well, and I had gotten a very nice message as you were saying that echoed your sentiments nearly exactly, and it was making me wonder, it was making me think about the sort of duality of it all, which is these communities become so ferociously attached, and then regardless of what the verdict had been today, we would have been saying here today, what are we going to do tomorrow? There are so many of us who have made friends here, who not depend, but who have come to say, oh, well, my super towelette friend Jew Drops, and Mary Adams, and Alana, and obviously other friends. Like, I can't just not stream. I can't just not to forget about me. Like, and I know you were kind of hitting on it, but like, I don't want to be this isn't a time to be braggadocio, but you weren't wrong. Like, I truly believe, like, you go to day and you go where you're called and just serve. And so wherever you need to be and however you need to help at that moment, like, you just drop everything and do it. And I didn't know, well, first of all, I didn't know that a lot of people, like, believed in that or would do it. And then I also didn't know that it was weird to advocate for that. I thought just people, like, that was the standard. So it kind of reinforced in me that I wasn't just like this person out on an island, like walking around in a robe, like I say sometimes, being like, okay, everyone, we just have to be really nice to each other and just help unconditionally. It made me feel like, oh, there are people who actually want to do that. But it's also, and maybe you can help me think it through, Harvard Yard, but like, I guess I don't want to rewatch the trial, but there is something we might have to do. I don't know what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. Maybe we'll start with a panel or more interviews. We're going to have to find some reason to be together. I don't need anything from it. Don't feel any obligation to support me or anything. But just to create the space, I would feel remiss, I think, if I didn't. I don't want to take it to another space. It's people have found a home here. So please, just talk it. I guess you talking it out. That's not even a question.
Yeah, we're talking it through. I think because I don't see the analytics and I don't see the numbers that you see on your end, but I know that it's growing. Okay, so therein, this will be just as if you and I were talking together for a second, right? So with that and the belief in service and the belief in, the things you believe in that I've come to know, okay, that therein comes responsibility. Okay, and I it's like, I can't help you with that. I get you 10 panels every day. I'm good at PR, but within this comes great responsibility. And I just want to take a second and honor that, because I know that that's going to go through your thinking as well, because you care. So anyway, that's that part of it. The great responsibility talk. But I love the panel idea, and I love, and people, I mean, I think about not comedy because it isn't comedy, but like open mic night. You know what I mean? Kind of like people may have the courage to call in the number. And by the way, Grant, I want to help with Zoom. PS, put that under your backwards hat. I got that covered. But hey, do we get a panel? I mean, I know now I'm just throwing shit out against the wall, so bear with me. Do we have bingo night? I mean, do we have, there's so many creative things, that could be done with the channel. Do we have people come on again? This is coming straight brain to you. Okay. Do we have people from those different countries, come on and say hello in their language? Or, do you have, I would love, do we have a mental health speaker? Do we have a civil trial lawyer? People want to do what's happening here. I believe in my heart, and I believe that they want to. I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but I know there's attorneys. I know there's people that would want to come on and talk. I know there's people in chat, get a little bit of courage up. They want to come on and chat. I just think there's tons of things that that can be done. You might get it back out there with your camera over the summer and go to the swans or whatever you call those, and people watch and say hi. There's so many things that can be done, I think, and I'm willing anytime to brainstorm with the community brainstorm. That's even better,
Oh, I totally love that idea, and I see so many people checking in. I just want to say hi to Wild Roses, Monica, Rachel, Macy, Steph, Lisa. The Turtle Boy trial is coming up, and I think that goes to the community heart of this. One point I want to make is Harvard Yard, I didn't even realize it, but you and we have a great rapport. I already knew this because we chat all the time, but I think I would love to invite you. I don't want to put any burdens on you. I would love you to be involved with this channel. It would be my honor. We need to probably sit down and figure things out, but yes, you are very good at this. You're a natural at this. You really have a passion for this, and I think we could do all sorts of things to integrate you into this, and I think you have a good sense of who we could talk to, and it might even take a little burden off Towel, because I would love to see you just sit there and talk to someone for 4 hours. You don't have to go for 12 hours. I don't know how I do it, but obviously you have a passion for this. You have a wonderful skill set. And imagine if that, in this just terribly sad moment, if it ends up opening up this sort of path forward for us to keep, not just you and I, but this whole community to keep going. So, but that's my brainstorm.
100%. And here's what I keep thinking about, and I haven't said it. If we could just take a moment and just think about the stuff we've learned about John, okay? Him playing with the marshmallows. People put together such great video montages, and, you know, him and the blanket in the kitchen, and one came through. He sounds like he was a super funny dude. I should say is a super funny dude. Maybe just for a couple of minutes, it sounds to me like just gone too soon, as we all know. But I think the rest of, like, what would he, and I don't know, and I don't know the family, but like, what would he do if he was in this conversation? I just keep thinking this the whole time. I don't know why, but I don't know. I think he was kind of goofy and fun. And I think what I've learned is he had a distinct walk. And I don't know. That's just something that came up in my mind.
Well, I've seen two videos. I've had the honor of seeing two videos of John. One was recently released on X, and it was we can't play it because it has Sweet Home Alabama, which we'll call Sweet Home Massachusetts in this for these purposes. I'm sorry to Alabama, but it had, and maybe that's why so many people gravitate to this stream, because you could see in John this like love of life, and I don't know where it comes from, but like I guess I know some of that feeling. And he was, even him reacting to the double chin video, one, he didn't have a double chin, and two, he was like, no, you're too close, don't film my double chin. But really, he was like, oh, like you could tell he was just so elated that, like, you know, he was there with his friends and family and they were filming him. And then the video with KF, John's niece. Oh, that video is just wonderful. I think what it was there was a TikTok trend that KF was into, and please, I don't know why I understand this. I'm very perplexed by the whole thing. But John, it was like John was pretending to be KF as if she were he was either like playing her as if she were going through her daily life, or he was doing a trend where he was mocking her, like the kids would mock their parents, but he was mocking her. It was very meta. But he was like, oh, I'm Kaylee. I'm KF. I'm going to lay in my bed all day. It's Sunday. I'm not going to get up till past 11. It was hilarious. And those type of things, as I look back now, that's the kind of stuff I want to remember. I didn't even know John, but when I think about this trial, I want to remember those moments.
Well, that's right. And I'll tell you, the thing that stands out the most to me is, and this is not, he had a glimmer in his eye, that man. People say, oh, the glimmer in the eye, but legit, I mean, he had a certain way he looked that not everyone looks like. I don't know how to put it into words. He had a sparkle in his eye, and not in the sense that, oh, they had a sparkle in their eye. No, for reals, that he has sparkle in his eye that I hadn't quite seen. And I often, I'm trying to lighten it up here, though, I just don't know what happened with Karen Reed. I just...
Well, I mean, I can see it. And, you know, the jury didn't feel this. And, again, it's a reasonable doubt standard. Who knows what we'll see civilly. But I could totally see it. I know this evidence well. I could totally see a relationship breaking down. And I don't think Karen is, like, a ruthless murderer, clearly. I don't think anyone ever thought that. I think that Karen was the type of person who maybe could, you know, get like a little bit overwhelmed in a moment. There was testimony from KF of Karen banging on John's door in the home when he asked her to leave the house. That makes me wonder, you know, Karen Reed might on the surface and day to day be okay, you know, but what is she capable of in a moment of anger? And that just makes me think maybe this was a lesson to her, like, okay, as Karen Reed, no matter what happens ever again in my future, I am never going to react that way ever again. And if that's what she takes from this, it is a very small silver lining. But if she somehow in her brain is like, okay, no matter how mad I get, I can never, ever, 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 ever let it get to that point again. All right, well, at least there'll be something positive that comes from this, but I don't know if she's capable of that. I would interview her, even right now. And she'll never, ever, ever do an interview with me. But because of the civil thing, it's too ongoing and they would expose her to liability. But I would interview her. And I would say to her straight up, like, can you really look me in the eye, even with the criminal not guilty verdict? And can you look me in the eye and say that your relationship with John was not breaking down? You know, like just very simple questions. Not, even though she might, not give me an honest answer, I just want to be able to see her body language when she's actually forced to confront someone who knows, at least not directly, but through the evidentiary record, what that relationship was really like at the end and what her sort of mindset might have been. I don't think anyone, because of her PR campaign, ever really focused in on Karen. It was always the image of Karen, not who Karen is. And maybe maybe that's what you were driving at. But yeah, tell me, what did you pick up? Not from a psychological perspective, but
no,
just
no,
her.
no, 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 exactly. Just her in general. Yeah, and that's when I alluded to it earlier. What is she really like in those moments where she's by herself? What is it? What is she really like? I think there was a lot of alcohol involved. I think there was a lot of alcohol involved a lot of the time. I remember this is years back in Boston. I have to admit, I had a little problem with it. I drank all the time in Boston. It's what you do. Not everyone. Um, and that makes things very difficult. What do I think she's like? Here's what I really firmly feel very firmly about. Is if she really did nothing wrong, or she doesn't remember if she did something wrong or whatever, you would have no problem sitting with anyone and talking about it. I would come sit with you, Grant. I would go to whoever. And if I really was honorable, I would go to the ones that weren't the big, massive news publications. You know what I mean? And I would go and I'd be on a circuit if I really didn't do it. But that's just me. I'd say, hey, I was found not guilty. I'm open for interviews, and I want to give independent journalists a chance.
She's not going to do that. I'll tell you.
Well, I know she'll never do it, but I'm saying I wish someone innocent might.
Well, yes, but and what's really concerning, and it's kind of an interesting dual-edged sword. I don't think she'll do those kind of interviews. What she will do is, I think there's going to be a lot of licensing of this story, and it makes me wonder, is it a dual-edged sword? Because she could have a lot of success in the short term licensing this story, but then what happens? Does that mean she's more ripe for civil liability? And then you also have to wonder, she's surrounded by lawyers, so like, are they trying to insulate these deals, like you were talking about, or I think it might have been Zona Eagle or both of you, the shell companies with O.J. Simpson? Have we unleashed something? There's apparently a Michael Proctor interview upcoming on 2020. Hold on. I don't know. Was it Elizabeth Proctor? Hold on. I'm seeing a post from Eva just now. We sometimes have breaking news, as I'm sure you know. Let me check back. It could be a special after today's verdict, apparently. So, ladies and gentlemen, it will be after Towel Stream ends, but keep an eye on 2020 tonight, a program you will be familiar with. We are hearing that there could be an exclusive Michael Proctor interview on 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, this is from Eva Towel. So this is exciting. Now, we have 50 minutes or so. We can only go 12 hours, but let's be forward-looking. In the spirit of justice for John O'Keefe, we've been seeing some people talking in the chat about covering the Turtle Boy trial. You want to obviously talk more about this case, and we'll decompress about it, but what drew your interest into coverage of this genre, and how do you think we can use this channel to honor, for example,
the victims?
Yep,
I got it. I'm on it.
You got it.
Okay, so The way I got into this trial is I mentioned my ex-husband was a police officer, and dear friends are in law enforcement, some retired, some not. And I thought to myself, and this may sound not cool to some people, but please just bear with me, that cops are not going to kill another cop and put them on their front yard. That is the most ludicrous thing I had ever heard. And that immediately drew my interest because I didn't believe this was real. Like, are these people serious? I mean, and again, I'm not speaking for all law enforcement. I'm not a legal expert, but it's just not going to happen, period. I mean, if heaven forbid something awful happened like that, you just never see the person again, heaven forbid, so let alone the front lawn. I mean, it never made sense to me. And I don't know if anyone else shares that, or that just sounds way out there. It just never made, it just is not feasible. It just wouldn't happen that way. I mean, a cop is not going to put a cop on their front yard that apparently is much smaller than it even looks. So you're going to drag your friend or a friend of someone there. It just wouldn't happen. It's not in the realm of possibility. That's what drew me in the beginning. Where do I think a good place to go from here is?
Yep, go ahead. And then, by the way, you're going to tell us where to go from here, and then I have the confirmation. There is a 2020 interview with...
Go, Grant, go. You go.
Okay,
go.
All right, but we're putting a pin on where we go from here, because that is a good kind of segue next. All right, so here is the announcement. I have access to a PR wire, so I found this. No, you cannot contact not you, but I'm saying no towel viewers. I cut off the contact information for the press person. A special breaking news, a special edition of 2020 Tonight. Karen Reed, The Verdict, features all new details and exclusive interviews regarding the case against the woman at the center of one of the most talked about trials, moments after a verdict is reached in her second trial. ABC News chief national correspondent Matt Gutman reports on the fierce debate surrounding the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe when he is found outside during an epic Boston blizzard. A special edition of 2020, Karen Reed, The Verdict, airs Wednesday, June 18th, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern on ABC National, available the next day on Hulu. It's the case that has continued to fixate the nation. Karen Reed, the woman on trial for the second time charged with second-degree murder in the death of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. In a tragic and controversial case that has left families and a community demanding answers, moments after a verdict is reached in her second trial, ABC News chief national correspondent Matt Gutman brings viewers the latest details on the trial, as well as interviews with O'Keefe's family, friends, family members, and those at the center of the case that has captivated the country. An all-new 2020 airs Wednesday, June 18th on ABC and streams the next day on Hulu. Following her first trial, which was ruled a mistrial due to a hung jury, Karen Reed today learned her fate on charges of second-degree murder, motor vehicle manslaughter while driving under the influence, and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle collision, causing death after O'Keefe was found unresponsive outside in a pile of snow following a blizzard that pummeled Boston in 2022. Inappropriate pun. Reed says she drove O'Keefe to a get-together at a residence and dropped him off outside before leaving, but the homeowners and others at the residence said O'Keefe never entered the home. Reed pleaded not guilty to the charges, and today a jury has found her not guilty of killing her boyfriend, but guilty of driving under the influence. In an exclusive interview with 2020, Gutman sits down with former Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator whose previous testimony rocked the first trial. Additional interviews include O'Keefe's best friend Brandon Kane and Reed defense attorney Alan Jackson, who share first-hand knowledge and insights into the case against Reed. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? What do you think of that breaking news?
Yeah, that's what that camera was the other day. I think, Grant, remember there was talk about that camera rolling around towards the end. I think that's what that was about, maybe.
Yeah, and we obviously know that Matt Gutman certainly has connections to Karen. I think they did a previous interview with Karen. But there you go, Trooper Proctor, first time speaking out. What's your reaction to that?
I think it's fantastic. I think the man's been waiting to talk. I think he's got nothing to lose. He's got nothing to lose, period. And he's got nothing to lose. And quick, because I know we're short on time. on the flip side of that, a lot of the things that he did text were offensive, okay? But in that environment of bud to bud and, cop to cop, I must say that is not uncommon, sadly. So making the huge thing of and they were not appropriate, okay? I'm not condoning that type of talk, but it's extremely common, sadly. So I wanted to say that. But anyway, what do I think about that? I'm waiting to hear Proctor.
Yeah, and I want to. So it's so interesting because people at one point were like, "Oh, Grant must know Michael Proctor because Michael Proctor's, I think it was wife, graduated from the same high school as Grant, like earlier than him." I'm like, no, I have no idea who Michael Proctor is. I've never talked to Michael Proctor. I do not know Michael Proctor's wife. I did not know her at the time. Her name was apparently like Liz Syracusa or something at the time. Never heard of her. She might be wonderful. Maybe she is. I don't know. Maybe they are both wonderful. That's why I'm so interested in this. And people kept imputing onto me like, oh, Grant must know like this person or this person. No, my interest in this case was actually because Brian Riccio, a reporter from the Revere Reporter, was covering some of Turtle Boy's shenanigans. And I said to myself, what is Turtle Boy doing to these witnesses? Why is he yelling at people with a bullhorn? And then I started covering this case. And actually, let me be very direct and actually say what really got me into this case. It wasn't just that. There was a friend I had who was in the, he was like an advocate in the adult medical use world, like good guy. And I remember sitting on his back porch in the summer of 2023, and he's trying to tell me, he's an older guy, he's trying to tell me the timeline of Karen's movements on the morning of January 29, 2022. And I will never forget that moment. It changed my entire life. Little did I know, I'm just sitting there, like I forget what town it was, somewhere like the southeastern Mass. I'm just sitting there. Never in my life, and this man is the reason I got into this case, will I forget this moment. I said to myself, I cannot just take this man's word for what this woman was doing in those in those early morning hours. It's too complicated. What do you mean she went and picked up two women? Were they like her friends? Like, I don't understand. And I said to myself, I am going to figure out, all I wanted to figure out is the timeline of her movements that night. That's what got me interested in this case. That's all I wanted to do. Little did I know that fateful summer day in 2023, just sitting on that porch, along with Brian Riccio's reporting about Turtle Boy, would change my entire life. And I don't know why I went on that spiel about that at that moment right then. I think I kind of was just thinking, oh, I know why. Yeah. Because people said, Grant, why are you into this case? That was literally the reason. And, I for the first time can kind of decompress about it. And I'll tell you, it led me on a whirlwind because I was covering Turtle Boy more so than Karen Reed in the fall of 2023. And little did I know, it was like literally like being trapped. I thought about this more. It was like being trapped in Casablanca, unable to get to Lisbon in the movie, as I'm like covering this Turtle Boy case. And all of a sudden, like, Lindsay walks into the courtroom, and little did I know, like, over the next 18 months, like, what would unfold. This case and just trying to figure out Karen's movements on that morning ended up just, I wouldn't change a thing about it, and I'm so sorry what the O'Keeffes have been through, but being able to pursue this case, to express what I believe, and to do it authentically, brought out something in me that I think was latent in some of my previous coverage, but changed who I was as a person. And it had no self-interested motives at all. It was purely curiosity. And to bring it full circle, I don't know Michael Proctor. I've never met Michael Proctor, and I'm very interested to hear him talk because I want to know, like, personally, I truly believe. So there's this text message. Have we ever read it? It's an email. You've probably seen it, Harvard Yard, from Karen Reed to Alan Jackson about David Yannetti.
Indeed, I am listening.
Oh, yes, and so I was wondering, have you read the email from, have you read that email from Karen to Alan where she kind of down talks David Yannetti?
Yes, I do remember that. Of course, I don't have that in front of me, but yes, I do.
So there's only one way that could have got out, right? Like, Michael Proctor searched her phone, so that was clearly on her phone, and he clearly found lawyer-client material. But I just want to know, did he also, like, find a text from Yannetti saying that, like, she hit him? Like, I truly believe Karen Reed sent David Yannetti a text saying, I hit him, I didn't think I hit him that hard. I truly believe she sent him that text. So, like, is Proctor going to say that? He's already fired. The trial's over. You can't prejudice it. And like, what's going to happen if he says that?
I'm like, may I say kind of my little bit of closing thing like this? What I recommend, or here's what I'm going to try to do, is keep my eyes open, and I recommend everybody do the same. Watch where she takes her first interview. Watch who's speaking about what. It's kind of like Hollywood, okay? In the sense that, and bear with me because I'm trying to put my thoughts into words. It takes a second. It's kind of like Hollywood. It's already all pre-planned. So she already has interviews all the way lined up to do 2020, then Good Morning America, then blah, blah, blah. It's all done. The makeup crew's there, the whoever, blah, blah. Okay. Just keep your eyes open. Just watch. Is Proctor going to expose corruption? Okay, and I think it's good. This is going to be kind of a trickle thing with her. It's going to be all out there. So just take it, temper, whatever you want to do. But with people that are talking around it, keep your eyes and ears open, because therein lies the truth, in my opinion. But it just is going to trickle out. Like we had with the gentleman earlier. Okay, we have thought about the 227 thing, right? Things are going to trickle out like that. So that's what I would recommend. The other thing I think is, to honor the sadness. I think what I may do is take 1 minute each morning, to remember the family, to remember John. I mean, I'm going to think about him, that the chin video. I mean, just spend a minute, thinking of, wow, I guess that's what I'll try to do. As far as the family, I mean, we can't imagine what these people have been through. And now they've got the civil thing coming. Now, there may be a bit of umph under there. I'll tell you, his mom seems like she does not play. So I'm ready for that. I might have to fly out for that one, Grant. We'll do a show together live. She does not play, that woman, I don't think, at all. But I don't know. I just think just keep eyes open, and I would love to, stay close to the community, and I just watch. It's all going to unfold. And the last thing I'll say is that whenever this Karen said sunshine is the best disinfectant, my favorite thing always to say, sunshine really burns, and it does. And anyway, I just think, watch and wait. The truth always finds its way out, and it always does. And I think the last thing I'll say that we did come up with in the wonderful, and I'm honored to have been a part of discussion, was imagine now a life, everybody, where you have to look left, look right. Who likes me? Who doesn't? Who's around the corner? Who wants an autograph? Who doesn't? It's not solace, okay? That's never the same life again either. As much as you want that fame and you think you're wonderful, that's never the same either. Because there's plenty of people that will never share the opinion that she's not guilty, and they're everywhere. So anyway, very grateful. And Grant, we'll talk. I'll do whatever you want, anytime you want. And my heart is just happy, and I hope I said things in the right way and didn't offend. I'm not a therapist.
No, and I think you express it so well, though, which is even in these overwhelming moments, and there can be tragedy in any life at any time, but to collectively experience a tragedy, even in these difficult moments, but find solace in our community, that's a beautiful message. You shared it with aplomb. It's been an honor to have you here for the first time of what I hope is many. I don't know exactly what we're all going to do. I think at least we're going to sleep tonight after watching this 2020 at 8 p.m. Eastern to see Michael Proctor's interview. But Harvard Yard, I absolutely will be messaging you. We'll talk sooner rather than later. And folks, I think you haven't heard the last from Harvard Yard.
May I cut out and let you finish out your deal? I want to go watch it. I haven't seen you at all on the TV at all.
No, of course. I was sending you off with those remarks, and I just wanted to make sure I didn't cut you off, so you go ahead.
All right. Big hugs, as I would always say in chat. Big hugs, big loves, and I'm going to disconnect and then go inside and watch you on the TV. I think you look cool with the baseball cap backwards. You rock. You're the best. Plugs to the Towel universe, and we're going to be all right. Towels are sturdy. Love y'all. Bye.
Much love to Harvard Yard. Ladies and gentlemen, how wonderful was that? Harvard Yard literally boosted my spirits. I hope they boosted your spirits as well. We only have about 30 minutes left, but I would be remiss if we didn't keep talking for a bit because Harvard Yard was like, I want to go inside. But ladies and gentlemen, on a tough day for so many of us, I think Amber Am saw it coming, the guilty verdict on the OUI, and then the jury not finding guilty on the other two because of the questions, the premonition-wise. But let me just say, folks, there's something very odd about all this. Very odd about the timing of the verdict. Can you show the clip I sent to your ex? Eva, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for 30 more minutes. I have to stop at the top of the hour, but we have time. I'm checking right now, Eva Towel. Let me see. Okay, hold on. I have a clip here. Okay, so I have a clip. Ladies and gentlemen. I have a clip. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see here. Let me get this ready. All right, I'm going to save it. So hold on, Eva Towel. All right. Let's see. All right, I got it saved, Eva Towel. And thank you so much for this request. Harvard Yard might be back. I can't wait for Harvard Yard to appear in the comments, and they could be like, that was me. I'm Harvard Yard. I'm sorry. I know it's been a tough day, but this is one of our longer streams, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt about it. We've gone, almost 11 hours and 26 minutes on the Towel YouTube. That means we can go for another 34 minutes together. I know. That's what I'm saying. What a strange, strange situation. Yeah, I really have to think it came down to the dislike of cops. Let's see. All right, just in. Here's the preview clip. I'm just going to use the same text from my last post. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Harvard Yard in the comments. Oh my goodness, you don't understand. Harvard Yard is in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. I agree with John DePietro's post, by the way. John DePietro said John O'Keefe did not receive the justice he deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, heartbreaking day. But I am going to make this post right now. And let me do this right now. So here's a preview clip ahead of tonight's 8 p.m. Eastern interview with former State Trooper Michael Proctor via ABC regarding the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. This is going to be explosive. Here's the preview clip tonight ahead of tonight's 8 p.m. Eastern interview with former State Trooper Michael Proctor via ABC 2020 regarding the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. This is going to be explosive. Proctor's first comments are going to be explosive. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to upload this clip for you. Thank you to Eva Towel for the recommendation. Oh, Claudia Montano, I don't know. I don't know if I can handle watching it again. I'll find a clip of it if I can. If someone has a clip of the verdict, but if we could share it with Claudia, I just don't know if I can watch it again. That was really hard to watch. I barely kept it together. Okay, so it's a 30-second preview clip, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to upload it now for you all. Give me 1 second. All right, I have it uploaded. Eva Towel, thank you so much for this request and for passing this along. You are appreciated. You are super. All right, so, and yes, 5MEO DMT, don't worry, I can hear you. We are going to figure out how to lift that block. I'll speak to you directly, my friend. We're going to figure out how to lift the mute. You will not be blocked, and then I'm going to set it up in the future so that you can't be removed. I'm very sorry that happened. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. This is the clip. Thank you to Eva Towel. Let me just make it full screen for you. Oops, sorry. I'm going to move John over here for this part. All right, so this is, I'm not going to show it. Eva, I don't want to right now. I can't do it again. I mean, yes, it was a guilty verdict, but I can't do it again. It wasn't the guilty verdict we all expected. I don't believe it is the guilty verdict that John deserves. All right, so here we go. All right, now let's see. I think that should be it. All right, thank you again. Of course, Alex. Yes, thank you to everyone who's been helping moderate the chat. We truly kicked in our towel moderator powers today. The blue wall of justice was active, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch the clip.
Karen Reed, not guilty of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Now breaking tonight, new interviews, new details from inside the courtroom. To the new exclusive.
You're the first person from inside the investigation to speak out. People need to know, they're all hearing one side.
With the lead investigator who is dismissed from the force.
One of the texts that you sent about Karen Reed is that you said hopefully she kills herself.
Karen Reed, The Verdict, the 2020 new special, breaks tonight on ABC.
Wow. Whoa. Yeah, I agree, Amber M. I don't think any amount of yeah, I agree, Claudia. We'll rewatch it at some point, but I really do think that that no amount of evidence would have mattered. I mean, isn't that the bottom line? That no matter how much work Hank Brennan put into this, no matter how much evidence was shown to that jury, it wasn't going to matter at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. There was something very wrong. I really think the jury was compromised. That timing of the vote just couldn't possibly, ladies and gentlemen, have been a coincidence. And, you know, my eyes weep for the O'Keefe family. I really think it wasn't the evidence that freed Karen Reed. It was her PR campaign, and that's wrong. That's, if you are freed literally because there's an evidentiary dispute, oh yeah, I would be the first one saying, okay. But, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, let us please keep in mind that I can't imagine that it was a coincidence that the jury asked questions about acquitting to avoid the result of the first trial, and then I can't imagine it was a coincidence that the jury came back at 2:27 p.m. with a verdict. There's just something. There was something that I felt was wrong about the Turtle Boy trial. I don't know, and there's something that just feels wrong about this. Like, I don't have a feeling of it's sad. I'm very sad, but I have a feeling of not numbness, but I have a feeling of something's wrong. My gut instinct is that something's wrong. Does that make sense? In a way that I can't really put words on. We'll come back tomorrow and talk more about this. We'll do a whole decompression stream tomorrow. I'll ask John or others if they'll come on and talk about this tomorrow. And by the way, any of you who want to come on tomorrow, all you have to do is reach out. Yeah, I agree, Stephanie. I think the evidence was obvious, and I have to imagine it was because of the jury, and that's in it. I have to wonder, the defense was eerily confident. I mean, they got a little worried at points, but they were eerily confident. And it does make me seriously wonder about the integrity of the process. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't have a sense, yes, this is morally wrong. Yes, I believe it's an injustice. But my gut instinct, literally, if you want to know what Towel's gut is after, and we have some time left. We have 27 minutes. My gut instinct, my gut reaction to all of this is that something's wrong. That it wasn't the evidence. It was something in the jury room was very wrong. Like, so wrong that, I don't even know what happens in the case, because the verdict's already in, but I don't even know what happens in a case where there could be a serious, I'm talking more than regular compromise, serious compromise of a jury. I don't know what you do. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I do wonder if Karen Reed and her team knew before it was read. There's something. Yes, Banana Towel. Banana Towel said something stinks, and if you look at the details, we'll be able to figure it out. And I feel the same way about Aidan Kearney's case the other day. Like I said, with Judge Pomerol, there's something weird there. I'm telling you, there's something weird there about that case. I don't know if it's going to take the Judicial Tenure Commission or the feds or whatever. But like someone, if you're listening, I am Little Towel. I am raising the red alarm. Something very bad happened there. I'm telling you, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's something very bad happened and we need help. I'm literally imploring you, we need help. Furthermore, they're like literally the collective state of Massachusetts needs someone's help. Something is very wrong with our judicial system. I'm worried it's beholden to very insidious factions in a dangerous way. I'm very concerned. Like, just keep an eye on it. Like, keep an eye on it. And I'm also very concerned with this jury and why nothing was done about it and whether it was real-time tampering and what's going on. Then that's what I'm saying. The timing, folks, look at the timing one more time of this verdict, okay? Right after 2 p.m. Eastern, okay? Verdicts can come in anytime after 1:30. 12:30 to 1:30 was lunch. Right after 2 p.m. Eastern, the jury knocks on the door and says, we have a verdict, okay? Then they, 30 seconds later, knock and say, oh, wait, we're not ready. That was about 2 o'clock. Judge Cannoni doesn't read that out to the lawyers until about 2:24 p.m., okay? Judge Cannoni doesn't bring the jury back into the courtroom at that point. She just says, okay, I'm going to take this first verdict form and seal it and put it away. I bet it was guilty. Listen, if that first verdict form was guilty on OUI, then you'll know that we're right about this. Something is if you want to contact someone about this, contact the Department of Justice in Boston. Contact the Department of Justice in Boston, or contact the Department of Justice in Boston and the Civil Rights Division in particular, or like something, not the Civil Rights Division, the Public Integrity Unit. Something went seriously wrong here. Because if you look at the timing of the verdict, the jury does that weird 10 to 15 minute delay thing right at around 2 o'clock. And then Judge Cannoni doesn't read it out till 2:24, but she doesn't actually have to bring the jury in. She just seals the verdict slip and puts it in the sealed part of the record. What happens? What happens right after that, ladies and gentlemen? The jury, 15 minutes later, so the timing's almost exact. 15 minutes after the initial note came in, not when Judge Cannoni read it. So about 2:27, the jury knocks on the door. By 2:36 p.m., Christina Rex is reporting the clerk is saying the parties are coming back. I'm telling you right now, this is a serious problem. It's very possible they coordinated that verdict for 2:27 p.m. and I'm going to have to decompress overnight. We still have 23 minutes together. And by the way, watch this special at 8 o'clock. If you missed this, let's watch. This is what's going to play at 8 o'clock, folks. Watch this at 8. But I'm going to research jury tampering while we look at this. But watch this.
Reed, not guilty of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Now breaking tonight, new interviews, new details from inside the courtroom. To the new exclusive.
You're the first person from inside the investigation to speak out. People need to know they're all hearing one side.
With the lead investigator who is dismissed from the force.
One of the texts that you sent about Karen Reed is that you said hopefully she kills herself.
Karen Reed, The Verdict, the 2020 new special, breaks tonight on ABC.
Sorry about that. I upset Towel Computer. All the videos played at once. Hold on, we're going to rewatch that. All right, Towel Computer, come on now. Hold on.
Reed, not guilty of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Now breaking tonight, new interviews, new details from inside the courtroom. To the new exclusive.
You're the first person from inside the investigation to speak out. People need to know they're all hearing one side.
With the lead investigator who is dismissed from the force.
One of the texts that you sent about Karen Reed is that you said hopefully she kills herself.
Karen Reed, The Verdict, the 2020 new special, breaks tonight on ABC.
All right, so now you actually saw it. But let me try to get an answer to this question. This is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. But what happens if there is jury... If jury tampering is discovered after a verdict is rendered, this is not legal advice, it's just temporary research, I'm not a lawyer. If jury tampering is discovered after a verdict is rendered, or if the defense team is found to have compromised the verdict in real time, specific legal consequences and procedures come into play. Below, I outline the potential outcomes based on Massachusetts law, general legal principles, and relevant case law. This is not legal advice. I am not a lawyer. Jury tampering discovered after a verdict is rendered. Jury tampering involves improper communication, influence, or interference with jurors to affect their impartiality or the trial's outcome. In Massachusetts, this can involve bribing, threatening, or otherwise attempting to sway jurors, which may fall under 268.13e, which involves tampering with records, or 268.13b. There could be criminal charges, obviously. If tampering is discovered post-verdict, the defendant or prosecution may file a motion for a new trial, arguing that the tampering prejudiced the jury and compromised the verdict's integrity. Courts may hold a hearing similar to a Remmer hearing in federal cases to determine whether the tampering affected the verdict. Judicial inquiry. The trial judge must investigate allegations of juror misconduct or tampering. This involves assessing whether extraneous prejudicial information or outside influence improperly affected the jury. If the court finds that the tampering likely influenced the verdict, it may order a new trial. Standard for overturning a verdict. The burden is typically on the party alleging tampering to show prejudice unless the tampering is deemed presumptively prejudicial, direct threats or bribe. The prosecution may then need to prove the conduct did not affect the verdict. In Massachusetts, a verdict may not be disturbed unless it's shown that the tampering caused injustice or prejudice the complaining party. In Commonwealth v. Johnson in 78, cited in analogous North Carolina case law, a conversation between a juror and a stranger did not warrant disturbing the verdict absent evidence of prejudice. If the tampering is severe, the courts can presume prejudice, as in cases where a jury custodian, a state witness, has improper conduct with jurors, which is considered reversible error. The court may conduct a post-verdict inquiry, but Massachusetts courts are cautious to avoid doing this. This is like the first trial. They only can testify about extraneous information or improper influence. Now, here's what's weird. I think there's confirmed reports that the Karen Reed jury saw signs from their jury bus during the trips to court. I have good reason to believe from a first-hand witness that the jury bus in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial drove past signs during the trial and deliberations at the corner near that mart there, the Sunco Mart or the gas station. So if you're at the courthouse, if the courthouse is behind you, if you take a right and you go straight down that, High Street on Dedham, you go through the first set of lights, you come up to the second light at the cafe in Dedham Center, you take a right, you go straight past the Bank of America, past the CVS, past the gas station. Right there as you come up to Route 1, where you can take a right to go over 95, or you can take a left to go the other way and go over that bridge and head towards West Roxbury where there's a McDonald's. Anyway, I have this map memorized. Anyway, the jury was apparently pulling down to take a right off Route 1 or whatever that is onto the street that would take you towards the courthouse, and there were people there with signs and during deliberations that the jury might have seen. You don't understand. This is very serious. I'm very concerned that this jury was tampered with. And it's not like the situation in the first trial where the jury misunderstood something. I'm worried there was extraneous outside influence. I'm worried these jurors may have been filmed, tracked, monitored, maybe their parking lot people knew about, maybe they were pressured. I'm actually concerned. That's what my gut is telling me, that something is very wrong about this jury. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I think something is very, very, very wrong. So if you can't, this is a manifest necessity, by the way. So this is apparently one of the few times where you can actually get a retrial after a verdict. Listen, I agree. I agree, Diana Natale. I think that there's serious reason to believe that this jury was subject, at the bare minimum, to extraneous. Listen, I'm not saying this. I'm saying this as a gut feeling, as a read of what the 227 verdict. If it was really knocked on the door at 227, listen, the court's going to know. People are going to know something's weird here, and like the specific requests about how to acquit, something's going on. I have very, very, very serious concerns in my gut. It's like I feel it in my gut that this jury was tampered with, or at a bare minimum subject to outside influence during deliberations. And I think there's proof of it. I think there's proof. So I'm told that there is confirmation now, and I heard this from multiple people now, that there's confirmation that at the Rotary, by that gas station where the bus would turn off near Dedham to get off Route 1 and go towards the court, there were people standing there with signs that the juror bus may have seen. And, I'm really worried. and Diana Natale said there was a guy sitting beside the jury bus with a phone. The state police talked to him. Oh, wow. Yeah, Diana Natale, I do not deny that at all. And obviously there's a flurry of links. Diana Natale, please see if you can find that link in the scroll back on that day. I'll go look for it too. If there's evidence of people filming that bus, standing near that bus, please compile it. Please compile it. This is very important. It is very possible that without disclosing it, which would cause a mistrial and a manifest necessity, this jury was subject to outside influence. Now, listen, I'm not the type of person. This is way above my pay grade. I'm not going to get involved in this. People, in the sense that this is either will be looked into or it won't. But there's something wrong. I just know it in my heart. Well, it depends, Steph. Listen, what we're here. Here's why I got it. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Here's why my brain is spinning. If there's evidence, right, of people so two different things. If there's evidence of people standing next to the bus, okay, while the bus was driving to the court during deliberations or the trial, how can the jurors say they didn't see it? What is going on there? No, Troy, it's not. Troy, you don't understand. That's not the standard. I'm not concerned. They can support Karen all they want. The question is, if there's some kind of documentary proof that they were exposed to extraneous information, like on the way to court or something, and they just never said yes to the question, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's not acceptable. And it's not the same as them having a pro-Karen bias. It's one of the exceptions. I don't know. Listen, I don't want to go down this road, but I'm just telling you the timing of that verdict, the fact that it very likely was delayed to come in at exactly 2:27, the fact that there was social media chatter about that, the fact that there were signs by the juror buses, people filming near the juror buses. I really think that this jury should have been sequestered, but it also makes me wonder why, even once they weren't sequestered, why wasn't anyone monitoring this? I know Diana Natale was. I think we should elect Diana Natale as governor, but that's a story for another day. Listen, something's wrong. I really think I'm telling you, and I'm not being gratuitous. Like, if I were I think people in this chat, right, they would be like, Grant, no, you're grasping at straws. Like, you're just thinking about this because, like, it's a weird outcome. But no, it's not that. It's all the circumstantial evidence. It's the timing of the verdict, and not just, if it had just come in at 2:27, all right, after lunch coincidence. But the delay, the 10 to 15 minute delay with the weird 30-second, oh, we have a verdict, we don't have a verdict, wait, and then 15 minutes later we do? Come on, there's something going on. And then the signs, Turtle Boy involved, like maybe jurors were recorded. I think something is weird. I don't know what wait a minute. Hank Brennan didn't make a statement. He made a statement after he lost in the Whitey case. He didn't care. He didn't make a statement. Yeah, I agree, murder by maelstrom. I don't think I'm grasping at straws. Now, listen, we can't predict where this is going to go. Who knows what's going to happen here? But it doesn't pass the smell test. You know what I'm saying? The Turtle Boy trial the other day in front of Judge Pomerol didn't pass the smell test, and this doesn't pass the smell test. There's a lot of stuff right now that doesn't pass the smell test, and I'm already looking into it. I told the people I need to tell. I don't know what to tell you. It's too late. And there's something wrong. There's something very, very wrong. I don't know what to do about this whole situation with the jurors and extraneous influence. Because remember, jurors can have a pro-Karen bias. That doesn't matter. They cannot be subject to extraneous information during deliberations and say they weren't. So if there's documentary evidence that they were within sight of those signs, it's just chaos. So I think even Murder by Maestro thinks that I'm not grasping at straws. Oh, you get him, Banana Towel. Yeah, I think that there are some people who are like, oh, there are people who really know that Grant's onto this, and so we have to try to discredit him. And listen, Kate Peter, I think, tried to do that, but I don't think it's really going to work. Like I've been talking to some very interesting people and some very credible people about how I'm going to go about telling very many people's stories. So many of the voiceless involved in these stories, and I'm going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Mark my words. I'm going to do it. I'm going to accept some of these different offers. I'm going to work with some of these different people. Whatever I have to do, I will take no money if I need to. I just will do it to tell the story of the vulnerable and the voiceless. Whether it was the people who were taken advantage of in the context of Karen Reed's PR apparatus, or the proxy war between the DOJ and the state police, no matter who it was, ladies and gentlemen, if I can do honor to those voiceless, I will uplift those stories. There is more to be told. There is more to be told about all of this. And you know I will be back with you all tomorrow. We're going to do our regular stream time, I think. We're just going to start early in the morning. We're going to see where tomorrow goes, whatever you want to talk about, whatever you want to decompress. I know a lot of you don't want to be alone, so that's what we're going to do. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, Murder by Maestro. So, first of all, I just want everyone in the chat to empower Banana Towel. Banana Towel seems to be on some kind of mission. If you want to go to Antarctica and pick up the penguins and then go get the animals and none your business and get the Ark, we will get all of the kangaroos and the pandas and the koalas and also the sheep and then the peacocks and then Brewski the Irish setter, who's an undercover territorial acquisitionist, and we will invade Greenland, northern France. Anyway, Banana Towel has some kind of plan for world domination. We're all about it, ladies and gentlemen. We like bananas. We like banana towels. If you haven't met Banana Towel, they are on some kind of crusade, and I'm all about it. You don't understand. I'm so about it, in fact, that I dropped coffee on my computer charger. How ironic is that? All right, so little towels. With that said, I think we can all do it, ladies and gentlemen. We can all do it. And don't forget, Ange Whittick's like, yes, go Banana Towel. Troy, I know how much you want to commiserate with us because you're so pleased, you're so devastated by today's verdict. But actually, Troy, you did your best. I know there were people yelling at you. I appreciate you doing your best. I know it meant a lot to you to try to be respectful, and that was noticed. Nope. I am not patronizing anyone. Let me just be very clear. I don't know if other people in Towel Stream may have to explain this. The diplomatic flotilla is a real thing. None of your business is a real person, and he actually wants to captain an Ark with me and a bunch of animals. It's a long story, but it's real. It's actually quite an honor to be invited onto the Towel Ark. You don't understand. Oh, yep. But yes, coffee towel tomorrow morning, and also towel had a Red Bull after 1 p.m. today. I cannot be held accountable for the fact that I'm still streaming 12 hours later. All right, let's wrap it up. I cannot say goodbye to every single one of you. It is impossible. It is literally impossible. I want to hear from Hank Brennan too. So, and Greer's Garden, I agree with you. God bless you. But yes, I think those of you who follow the stream know how much I appreciate you. If I could go through all your comments in 8 minutes, I would, but I can't. One thing I want to do is say thank you to everyone who supported this channel, whether talking to your fellow towels, listening to me rant on about diplomatic flotillas, generally trying to stay composed during difficult moments. You know how much it means to me. All of you, look at the connections you made. You indulge Towel when he goes off on random rants, and that to me means a lot. But yes, Jack D65, Harvard Yard, Crime Cricket. Hello, my dear Towel friends. You know Towel loves you so dearly. It was a great honor to spend so much time with you today. And hold on, Chris Rice, that is not a very nice thing to say. Oh, Sunny Spirit. Hello, Sunny Spirit. Wait a minute. I think I follow you on Twitter. You are wonderful, my dear friend. I would love to work more with you. I'd love to have you on. Would you like to come on a panel tomorrow, Sunny Spirit? I think Harvard Yard wanted to have a panel tomorrow. Would you like to come on and talk? We'd love to have you, Sunny Spirit. That would be amazing. Alex, you have a great night. Jeff Williams, it's great to see you. And Renee, if you'd like to talk, or Respect, if you want to talk on a panel, you just let me know. SSG, TUSMC, God bless you and your Towel spouse. We love our veterans. Towel loves America. Good night, Eva Towel. God bless you, dear friend Diana Natale. Yes, Sunny Spirit, of course. I would love you to help. You just reach out to me. Let's DM on Twitter. I will not forget. I have a lot of notes in my head, but I will absolutely make a note. Yes, I got it. Yep, no, I got it. Don't get me wrong. Z Travels, I saw Sunny Spirit. I added Sunny Spirit as an honorary towel. They have a wrench now, and we are on it. Oh, hello. Yes, Murder by Maestro is here. But yes, Peony and Rose, Natalie B, the Super Towel Jew Drops, every single one of you, I just want to say I appreciate all of you. It means a lot to me. I'm sorry for rambling. This was a hard day. To all of you out there, I get a lot from this in the sense that I found meaning in my life. It means a lot to me to be around you. But I watch your comments. I literally can't respond to them all. I see the friendships. I'm trying to authentically reflect how much that means to me. So we will be back tomorrow. I'm not just going to let you be alone after this. This was a strange series of events. Watch the 2020 special tonight at 8 p.m. I know I'm going to be watching it. And know the O'Keefe family, from me to you, we've